On the throne sat a hero named Kim Jang-chul, an ordinary graduate student from Korea. He exhaled and remembered how yesterday he had unexpectedly become Kratos, the demon king and the final boss of his favorite game. The game required awakening the sleeping hero, but now awakening has become his own reality. Kratos was lost in his own thoughts, realizing that retelling the story would not change anything. A man in a long coat entered the room and approached the main character with heavy steps. Advisor Zephyros informed Lord Kratos that all preparations for war were complete. Against the backdrop of a blazing sky, the demons fought a bloody battle, tearing the air with their battle cries. The bloodthirsty Prince Asarath declared that victory in this war would end the Great Famine. The cold monarch Sergei called for a rewrite of history and an end to cannibalism. And the misty Archduke Hartok simply suggested killing people and elves. The Blackstone tyrant Baal agreed, shouting that only bones should remain of them. Amidst the chaos, two people suddenly appeared, one in a scarlet cloak, the other in a formal suit. Kratos shouted so loudly that smoke came out of his mouth, calling on the army to listen to him. The four figures froze, not understanding what the main character was doing. Looking at the heroes, Kratos declared that he was giving orders to his generals to end the war. In a fierce and promising voice, the protagonist exclaimed that from this moment on they were all. Baal imagined that finally there would be no trace left of people. Sergei hoped that from now on cannibalism would disappear. Hartok thought the same thing as Baal, and that the pathetic elves could also be taken to the same fate. And Asarat simply smiled madly, anticipating the end of the famine. But the red-eyed demon thwarted their plans, ordering them to stop attacking and take up farming. The generals' hands even dropped from such surprise. For a moment they froze, and at that very second they angrily shouted, "What kind of game is this?" With a grin of rage, Kratos roared, breaking into madness. What if they attacked the people? The four generals did not dare interrupt the main character, so they listened with their mouths open. A figure slowly rose from the dark sarcophagus, illuminated by the cold light of an ancient symbol. The hero sat with his gaze downcast, silent under the cold glow of the celestial structure. This was the game character Old Kimchi, and if you attack people, you are guaranteed to die at his hands. The protagonist recalled how he entered graduate school in agriculture, dreaming of getting rich through farming. The man with glasses said that Jang Chul was so smart that his theses should be added as well. The second one, with a sly smile, asked if Jang Chul could help with the project, since he was in the know. And the third, without a drop of embarrassment, ordered that the field be plowed. After a short time, the guy realized that he had become a first-class slave for everyone. He lay there, wearily wondering why some people do all the work, while others get all the glory. The guy, distraught, screamed about death and was running out of dopamine. He realized that the only way to get himself back was to pick up the gamepad again. But the level was almost unattainable, and each new attempt became torture. Playing non-stop, he lost count of his attempts. But the thirst for victory did not let go. Here he became the first to defeat the Blood Paladin 19 times in a row. With huge bags under his eyes, the protagonist laughed, clenching his fist and calling himself the strongest in the world. In the high-rise building, a bright light was burning in the only window, and the guy was haunted by the thought that the 25th attempt would be very difficult. But before doing so, he turned on his character's menu. He saw that the maximum level was 9,999. Having pressed the button, the guy didn't care how long it took him. He was the strongest and he had to continue. The screen glowed with a blinding light, and the space around it distorted as if opening a portal. Jan tried to close his eyes from the flash, but the light penetrated inside as if burning his mind from the inside. He screamed in pain as his consciousness burst out, tearing through his body with a burst of energy. A clot of energy pierced the TV screen, which exploded in a flash. The action moved to the sky, where a shining symbol began to circle above the clouds. This symbol turned out to be the main character, rapidly falling from the sky, enveloped in light and an unknown force. The guy was in complete shock, trying to stay calm as reality crumbled around him. The protagonist tried to reason logically, convincing himself that the fall should not be fatal. Looking around, he saw a tower rising above the ground and realized he was inside the game. Jan began to fly closer to the tomb, feeling the air around him thicken with magical power. He shouted that he would become a hero, almost reaching the maximum level, and his body burst into flames with a stream of energy. As he flew towards the source of light, Jan anticipated becoming invincible and the strongest man in the world. But I wondered whether it was worth moving into this body that looked so strange. After that, he suddenly turned back and rushed towards the ground in an arc, leaving a trail behind him. Flying away into the red sky, Jan shouted that he didn't understand what was happening and what kind of nonsense was going on. The guy quickly approached Kratos, and then in panic exclaimed that he didn't want this and that it was a mistake. Clutching his head, he thought that it all started with one stupid thought. He blamed himself for not becoming the strongest character, calling himself a complete idiot. Zephyros walked down the corridor, his every step echoing in the luxurious walls. Suddenly, he heard someone confidently declare that Kratos had become weaker and stopped abruptly. The advisor turned to the door, hearing the call to unite and cut off Kratos' head. These were 4 generals. They said that they would simply divide power among themselves. Did not the ruler obtain it in the same way? One of the generals said that if she was wrong, 2 out of 4 would be mortally wounded or die. The girl decided that if Aseroth was offering to become their shield, then it was worth trying. When asked if the generals wanted to die, Baal replied that he was simply hungry. And the 4th of them stated that if they found evidence of the ruler's softness, then what would they do? They replied with a sly smile that in that case they would simply have to get rid of him. After Zephyros heard what he shouldn't have, his gaze became intense and gloomy. His voice was heard in the tower, reporting that the army's morale was completely broken. The advisor continued, reporting on the increasing number of monster attacks on each other, cannibalism, and the unauthorized departure of residents. The protagonist was scared, and Zephyros continued to report that 4 demonic generals were going to unite to destroy him. Kratos thought that if he hadn't possessed old Kimchi, he was still lying there, which meant that invading the human world was the best option. Handing over a red ball, he said that this was a video from the Paladin's tomb sent by General Ogmia. In the video, the person was furious, while the other was screaming for help and begging for no harm. But old Kimchi did not stop and continued to attack, approaching the demon's eyes. Kratos looked in shock at the red ball, in which a scene of a screaming victim begging for help was raging. The demon realized that everything was falling apart and decided to stay at any cost. Just to avoid running into a madman named Old Kimchi, the protagonist was in despair, realizing that the generals would kill him no matter what, and that the invasion would lead to his death at the hands of Kimchi. He burst into tears, lamenting why he ended up in this world, where there was not a single ray of hope, and the only way out is to solve the food problem and finally calm these demons. Zephyros asked where the master was going. Then Kratos apologized and replied that he wanted to find a place to grow crops. These words surprised the man. What does forgive mean? Hearing this from a demon was strange. The advisor suggested that the Lord was a smug, arrogant, and completely unmannered creature, and added that the apology was terribly vile. The protagonist didn't understand whether he was trying to provoke him, and whether he had always had such a character. After all, Zephyros only appeared once, right before the fight with the Demon King. But it was this moment that brought him popularity. The advisor then spoke in a restrained tone that the ruler no longer wished to fight. But this did not stop Kimchi, who was already attacking. Falling to his knees, Zephyros bitterly asked the Demon King for forgiveness for failing to protect him. The man claimed that the mistake was unprecedented and that the Lord had lost the demon's trust at an incredible rate. While writing, the advisor said that farming in demon territory was absurd and that the interlocutor's memory was worse than that of a goldfish. Previous rulers attempted to cultivate the land, but extreme temperature fluctuations made it unsuitable. Kratos replied that he knew these lands were called dead, but he still did not lose hope. The protagonist declared that he was able to revive her, even though he hated farming. But first he had to survive. After which the guy fell to his knees, scraping the earth with his fingers. The advisor chuckled, noticing that the ruler was behaving strangely and had turned into a piece of trash eating earth. The demon was indignant, demanding that the recordings be stopped and wondering what this was all about. But Zephyros sternly replied that keeping the chronicle was his duty, and the ruler's memory had clearly deteriorated. Having spat out the earth, he realized that there was no nitrogen or other nutrients in the soil. But it is nitrogen that is the key element for growing any crops. Without it, the soil remains dead. And although nitrogen makes up a large part of the atmosphere, plants cannot absorb it directly from the air. And so humanity developed the process of nitrogen fixation, turning any soil into a basis for agriculture. The bishop reasoned that the only thing left to do was to somehow carry out nitrogenation in natural conditions. And he came up with the idea of using lightning to oxidize nitrogen, converting it into nutrients. In this way, they mix with rainwater and are absorbed into the soil. And also the Lord of Darkness has a main skill. Kratos tears his hand until it bleeds, using his long claws. This creates a bloody strike where some lightning is already present. And the truth was revealed to him. By calling upon lightning and moisture, he was able to create fertile soil. Frozen, the protagonist slowly ordered the advisor to take a step back, after which he began to tear his skin, mentally screaming bloody blow. But Kratos stopped, gritting his teeth in pain. After all, each time using the skill was unbearably painful. 4 generals were watching him, convinced that he had become a weakling. Zephyros also added fuel to the fire, agreeing that the ruler had definitely become weaker. Looking at him, Kratos was sure that in front of him was a sent assassin, ready to provoke and destroy. The protagonist realized that tearing the skin was better than death. So let's go, a bloody blow. Blood epically gushed from the ruler's hand. But then the demon moved his hand to the side and hid his face. The entire fountain of blood stopped very quickly and began to drip onto the dead ground. Clutching his bloody hand, the protagonist began jumping on the spot and hissing in pain. Heavy steps began to approach him, and voices were heard calling out to the ruler. The 4 generals, with sly smiles, asked how the demon was feeling. The main character realized that he had been exposed and looked very scared. The character stood on the edge and looked at the landscape, remembering past lives and feeling the strength within weaken. But every time this moment brought him back here, to the place where it all began, and where perhaps it should end. He looked at his hand, where the call of duty had once pulsated. Now it was empty, and everything he had fought for was gone. In the present, the character is not playable and has a level of 9,990th. This is the most pumped up and powerful character in the entire game universe. The atmosphere between the characters is tense, and the background is painted in mystical blue and purple colors. The instigator of the entire movement said with a grin, "Kratos knows the law of demons. Only the strongest can be the ruler." The protagonist tensed up, unable to use the skill because everyone around him was too strong. One of the generals thought, feeling how the pressure from the enemy made his body tremble even before the fight began. This made the instigator smile even wider, and he asked, looking down with a grin, whether he would be able to defeat all 4 of them in such a state. The remaining 3 generals hid behind a tree. The guy turned to look at them, not understanding what was happening and why his inspirational speech hadn't worked. His face was covered in sweat. One of the generals couldn't believe it. In their minds, they said that they would first see how he would fight, and then perhaps they will join. The 3 generals declared that they were demons and had no intention of behaving fairly. The advisor shouted, reminding them that the battle between demons continued to the death and that there was no surrender. Having raised his sword, the general told himself that he would be able to win because the enemy was weakened. Gritting his teeth, the bishop did not know what to do at all, how to act. He remembered testing his strength by lifting a cabinet, but realized that there was nothing much to brag about. The warrior began to rapidly attack the lord, catching him by surprise. The protagonist understood that he was seeing a familiar game move, a lunge or a slash, and he realized that he would not be able to dodge. But to the demon's surprise, Kratos succeeded perfectly. Then he noticed that his opponent's foot was pointed forward, meaning that he was preparing to lunge. And the movements are exactly the same as in the game itself. In the background, there was talk of Kratos' face during the dodge. He was ready to counterattack and was about to rip off his opponent's arm. The 3 generals did not dare to enter, since the ruler neither attacked nor surrendered. The main character's face expressed surprise at what was happening. Why are all the enemy's movements identical to the game's? Literally every single one. During the game, he said that it was impossible and doubted whether it was even possible to pass this level. After all, when the guy first encountered this demon, he was in complete shock. The enemy was fast, with unpredictable movements and an impressive number of attacks. But after the 1st, 3rd, 10th attempt, and only on the 128th, the character was able to defeat him. And in the next 19 attempts, he could already pass this level without a single damage. The enemy was already angry and attacked much more fiercely, but Kratos was no longer afraid of this because, in short, this general won't even be able to touch him after so many game attempts. The 3 generals continued to hide behind the tree, watching what was happening with alarm and disbelief. Kratos dodged the attacks with lightning-fast precision, demonstrating excellent reflexes and combat training. The 3 thought he was just having fun, mocking Asuran's failures and enjoying himself. The enemy gritted his teeth in hatred, realizing that he could not harm him. And the main character thought that even though he wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy, he understood something important. The laws of this world are completely consistent with the game's laws, and at that very moment a game window appeared, congratulating Kratos on his understanding of the laws of this world. The system continued to praise the hero for managing to dodge the enemy's attacks. She issued a reward, unlocking the aiming feature for the game character. And indeed, a sight appeared. It was a target lock that was activated when using a special skill. Once again, the demon tore his skin until it bled and screamed, bloody. Blood splashed in all directions, and the demon, without losing his rage, continued to deal a crushing blow. So strong that from his blow the enemy burst into flames, unable to withstand the power of the attack. The generals were astonished to see the swift attack, which defied all their expectations, and the rest of the warriors, overcome with delight, loudly chanted the name of Kratos, admiring his strength. The demon loomed over the fallen enemy, whose body was covered in burns and emanated a faint glow from the recent battle. The protagonist was shocked that the enemy survived a direct hit from the bloody blow, which in the game would have meant certain death. And then, gritting his teeth, he realized the reason. Asurant had incredibly strong regeneration, allowing him to recover in a matter of seconds. Enraged, the ruler again rained down blows with furious force, not giving his opponent a second to recover. The generals trembled as they thought that Asurant could not die from pain, but the ruler continued to torment him without mercy. When the hero fell exhausted, a window appeared with a notification about unlocking a new part, and the inventory for the removed armor became available. The demon was full of hope that there might be good equipment in the inventory, but when he opened the menu, he was indignant. There were only the things that were already on him, and nothing useful at the moment. Then the ruler looked at the defeated enemy, assessing his condition and thinking about how to finish what he had started. He thought that since he was still alive, he could target him and finish the fight. And also, you can inflict a bloody blow on him as many times as you like, and that means only one thing. The fact that he could easily fill the land with nitrogen seemed to him proof of his own genius. Turning to the three generals, the demon realized that their fear could be used. It was time to test his theory in action. The ruler turned to the girl with the order to tightly bind Asurant, leaving him no chance of escape. She trembled a little, realizing that the Lord's order carried with it not only humiliation for Asurant, but also for herself. The first step was to prepare the lightning rod, and it would be the crucified and bound Asurant. The opponent, who closed his eyes, admitted that he had already fully recovered. And suddenly opening his eyes, he screamed at the top of his lungs, unleashing the rage that had accumulated throughout the entire battle. But he was not allowed to speak out, because the second step was to activate the blood strike. With this, nitrogen atoms are oxidized and become nitrates. The Lord then ordered Hartok to cover the entire area with a thick fog, so thick that even clothes would get wet. The demon laughed loudly and smugly, admiring the ingenuity, and anticipating the chaos that the ruler was about to cause. The third step was a thick fog that would cover the enemy completely, and the fourth step was a blow and another and another. The bloody blows continued, despite Asurant screaming in pain. The advisor watched without unnecessary emotion, assessing what was happening with cold calculation and hidden interest. But the generals were frightened to the depths of their souls, feeling how fear paralyzed their will in the face of the impending horror. The Lord understood, looking at the helpless Asurant, that now he would be able to saturate the soil with nitrogen. The protagonist laughed madly and loudly, anticipating how his plan would bring a rich, abundant harvest that could change everything. The blows continued with a new wave of fury, each one stronger and faster. Earth was falling from his bandaged hands. Kratos assessed its condition. As a conclusion, he said that we just need to continue saturating the soil with nitrogen and everything will go according to plan. In fact, the soil turned out to be too loose. It did not retain oxygen well, although it drained water well. For agriculture, loose soil with a granular structure that retains moisture and air is ideal. Rising from his knees, the protagonist understood his next goal. It was the creation of fertilizer, so, turning to the heroes, he declared that they should give up their shit. They were surprised, not believing that after such a demonstrative humiliation of Asurant, the ruler would also smear him with shit. The generals could not believe such incredible cruelty. The bright sun illuminates the green hills under a clear sky, where light clouds float above the forests. At this moment, a character walks along a forest path, illuminated by the sun's rays breaking through the foliage. In the bushes, he heard a weak, trembling voice calling for help. He was full of despair and fear, making his way through the foliage. One hero explained that they were being attacked by a pack of goblins and begged for help, not hiding the panic in his voice. The second one, with a bandaged leg, promised to give a reward. And so, the character moved the bushes aside, and from the greenery appeared a strange pink robe with wings and a heart on the chest. This has caused confusion among those who recently asked for help. Kimchi extended his hand towards them and told them not to be afraid because he was not strange. But they didn't believe him, because here it seems completely different. The character looks very suspicious. Coming closer to them, Kimchi asked if the hero had injured his leg. Without waiting for any answer, the strange character threw the fair-haired guy over his shoulder. And turning to the path, he asked to show him the way. One of the heroes, having come to his senses, answered, "Ah, yes, of course." The hero on his shoulder opened his eyes and, moving weakly, began to speak. He noted the strength of his companion. He identified himself as the envoy of Revyask Azrahan, and then pointed to Diom Frontera, the servant walking behind him. And when they asked what the character's name was, the guy replied that he didn't know. But from now on, his main goal will be to find out who he really is. The Gothic tower rose above the cliffs, its sharp spires lost in the crimson sky. The three generals sat silently at the round table, deep in thought, while the fourth chair remained empty. One of the demons asked how they were going to start collecting poop and if they were going to have to make the piles themselves. Biting her nails, the girl declared with disgust that everything that was happening was madness, dirty, vile, and disgusting. Baal said that he had not eaten anything for a long time, and added with annoyance that there was no poop, neither from him nor from Sigri. The third one, with cold determination in his voice, declared that he had no intention of supplying his own crap, and he suggested catching a couple of low-ranking demons to make them get dirty. Sitting on the floor, the demon screamed with a trembling voice, begging the others to at least go out the door. He couldn't cope while they were looking at him. The general came up to them, glanced at those gathered, and asked a direct question. "Where is the result?" There was enough time after all. He approached the demon, looking at him with disdain, and mockingly asked if he dared to claim that he could not supply them with shit, despite all his efforts. The poor fellow, trembling and with a pleading voice, declared that he had not eaten anything for a long time and was trying with all his might to push out the remains. But they grabbed him by the throat. "What a good idea!" Hartok exclaimed, calling upon his magic. From his own dark magic, the demon formed something resembling fingers with claws. The demon screamed at the top of his lungs, begging them not to do anything to him. And Baal stopped Hartok with a steel grip, saying that it was not necessary. The hero looked questioningly at the general while he explained that if he cut open his stomach now, there would be no more poop. The more these low-ranking demons shit, the more Baal gets. Throwing the poor fellow to the floor, Hartok was surprised because he did not expect to hear such logical thoughts from someone like Baal. Then the man, looking with contempt, said that if you feed it to the demons, fat guys like him will definitely get a good beating. The skinny demon trembled as two different colored magics, yellow and purple, appeared in front of him. The two opponents wanted to collide in the air, flame and darkness rising in a blinding whirlwind of energy. But the ruler burst in on them, his eyes blazing with anger, and he cried out, "What kind of madness is going on here?" Having shocked them with a bloody current, he declared that not only people can shit. Sitting on the throne, Credo said in a measured tone that there was no need to use feces without nutritional value. They needed to find suitable raw materials for fertilizer. He explained that we are talking about additives that can enrich the soil with all the necessary substances. Typically, sawdust, weeds, black soil, as well as eggshells and chicken manure, anything that can saturate the soil, are used as fertilizer. And he pointed to the abandoned houses, saying that wood chips and weeds could be collected from there. All that remains is shells and chicken shit, Kratos continued as an idea occurred to him. Turning to Zephyros, he ordered that a map of the area be brought here. The demon spread the map on the table, his clawed hand resting on the faded outline. His gaze slid over the mountains, coastline, and settlements, searching for a path to his goal. He knew that the map was the same as in the game. The conclusion is that in the mountains you will find wood chips, weeds, shells, and droppings. After all, there is a habitat of demonic seagulls there. And since they circle over human lands, it means they find food there. And it turns out that since they find food, they poop and hatch eggs in their mountains, an ideal place. The advisor, looking at the Lord with a slightly confused expression, asked if he really intended to collect the droppings of the demonic seagulls. The protagonist noted that he was a quick thinker, and Zephyros told that this place is known as a cliff from which no one has ever returned. There is not a single ledge there, and the fall leads straight into the power of the raging waves. The place was practically inaccessible to players, but Kratos was confident that he could climb it. And so they arrived, the five of them standing on the shore, looking at the crimson sky and the stone giants rising from the raging sea. The generals were surprised at what the ruler, some kind of madman, was thinking about. Since ancient times, brave men have tried to hunt these seagulls, but each one found only their own end here. Turning to the heroes, Kratos said that as soon as he climbs up, he will drop the shells and feces, filling a whole bag with them, and their task will be to catch him. And if this thing works out, everyone will be able to eat their fill. One only had to remember the recent skinny demon, and he was clearly not the only one like that. There are many of them, those who sit in the semi-darkness, all hunched over and exhausted, their faces distorted with fear. And this can be corrected by the ruler. Standing on a cliff under a scarlet sky, he alone stands against the storm, ready to change the course of events. He thought, this was already the 13th attempt, and he had tried all the ways to get up there. As he gained momentum, Kratos thought he had hundreds of attempts and just as many deaths. He pushed off the ground with a swift movement, his heel cutting through the air, heralding the impact. The generals and the advisor watched him with anticipation, each of them knowing that the ruler's next step could change everything. He emerged from the raging waters and, clinging to a rock, finally got a foothold. Kratos dug his claws into the rock, knowing he had already found the bug. His hand began to slip quickly and he almost fell. Baal and Zephyros turned their frightened gazes on him. The main character quickly opened his inventory, and he took off all the clothes from his character. The heroes froze in amazement, not understanding what it was. Kratos' butt was sticking out from the rock, the trace of his heroic rise turning out to be unexpectedly comical. The spectators couldn't believe what they saw. Everyone blushed slightly. Kratos' body rolled across the rocks as he tried to maintain his balance. Seeing this, the heroine quickly turned away, unable to look at the naked Kratos. But at the moment of the coup, it instantly equipped itself through the menu, and the armor flashed with magical light. And no one saw his naked front, hidden by the flash of armor and the dust from the impact. The girl opened her eyes with a slight tremor, seeing that the main character was wearing clothes. But at that very moment, Kratos spun in the air, shedding everything and remaining in the glow. His bare bottom was visible again as his body lay in the dust, surrounded by debris. With the turn, he already had clothes, as if the armor had stuck to his body. But as soon as he turned back, the clothes disappeared again. With the help of this game bug, the guy climbed higher and higher up the mountain. Until he found himself almost at its very top, Kratos grabbed the edge of the mountain with his hands, and then he rose triumphantly above her, enveloped in the sun's rays as if triumph was preordained. The Lord realized that his experiment had been a success, and the world had opened up before him in a new way. The general said that the Lord would feed them. Zephyros tried to explain to him that this place was dangerous, but he had already rushed forward, shouting that Baal would help the main character. Behind Kratos, strange cries were heard, asking him to stop, and the sounds of a crash. He turned around. Baal flew up above the water and shouted that he would follow the Lord without hesitation. The demon screamed in rage, not understanding what was happening before his eyes. The general fell off the cliff, his body tumbling through the air, and the stones followed his body. Just when hope was gone, his hand was grabbed and the force of someone else's determination pierced him through and through. It was Kratos who used his bug to hold the general and not let him disappear. Kratos' hand shook with the strain and he groaned, not understanding why Baal felt so heavy. Gritting his teeth, he thought that saving the traitor was stupid, but his fingers still wouldn't unclench. Looking at Baal, the demon realized that he had no reason to help someone like him. But Jiang Chul's words pierced the protagonist's head, and he squeezed his hand harder, asking for help at least once. The guy cried over his glass and felt like an eternal slave to the professor who rejected his edits. He was asked to talk to the professor so that he would at least look at the work and give him a chance. He explained this by saying that the professor adores the main character and can listen if he asks. The boy thought, looking into the void, and remembered how he was the youngest and followed him around like a little tail. But only the fear of remaining in debt forever fettered him and forced him to lower his eyes. Having said that it was none of his business, the protagonist simply left silently. But perhaps he could have helped that guy if he hadn't been afraid of putting himself in a difficult position. And if now he tries a little more, He will be able to pull the general out before his fingers finally unclench. And if he gives it his all and gathers everything he has, the maximum of his capabilities, maybe then a smile will appear in his memories and the pain of betrayal will become a little weaker. The demon screamed with all his might, releasing rage through his fangs and shaking the air around him. He pulled Baal towards himself with such force as if he wanted to snatch him from the very mouth of the abyss. Something crunched in the protagonist's hand, but he didn't let go and put his last strength into the jerk. There were only a few last spurts left, and if he didn't get Baal out now, he would lose him forever. And so the hero flew up to the top of the mountain, leaving Kratos behind. And he collapsed onto the stones with his last strength. Holding his hand, the demon screamed "Aye," and gritting his teeth, fell to his knee from the pain in his shoulder. The general asked why the Lord saved Baal despite his wounds and the lack of reasons. Rising from his knees, the protagonist exhaled and with difficulty raised his gaze to the general. And he said that the pain from the wounds was nothing compared to what it was like to lose a subordinate. Kratos explained that everything had already been restored. Baal listened attentively to the ruler, and then, unable to bear it, he began to cry and shake as if he himself was experiencing the pain of the main character. The demon remembered how he hadn't helped the boy back then, and with his head bowed, he whispered an apology. He apologized to his memories and stood at the table opposite the one he had once failed to save. The system spoke and announced a reward for saving Baal despite his incomplete demonic power. The voice continued and announced a new feature of the system, giving subordinates a feeling of boundless happiness. And the system unlocked the happiness points count as a confirmation of his choice and strength. He was surprised by the shining rectangle, hearing words about happiness glasses and ice cream. His gaze fell on the fragments with numbers, and he realized that happiness could be turned into strength. The interface showed only 20% of Kratos' power, requiring him to increase his stats to 100. The hero wanted to increase his stamina, and the screen showed plus 10%. But this attempt failed, and there were simply not enough happiness points, and the screen showed 0. The system continued that it was possible to increase already unlocked skills. Kratos understood that they were useless, but if the matter with farming goes well, he will be able to become the strongest in the world and receive gratitude from someone. With a crazy smile, the main character understood that he was very pleased with this. Baal was afraid, realizing that if he disobeyed even one word of Kratos, he would be torn to pieces, and his duty to the demon weighed more heavily than his fear. Kratos raised the shell above himself, and the air around him trembled. Birds flew away across the red sky. In all seriousness, he shouted that he had collected shit in this shell and was going to throw it off. And the demons will have to catch this. The heroes immediately froze indignantly in place. Without giving them time to come to their senses, the hero threw the shell with the vile mixture so sharply that the air was pierced. All this foul-smelling goodness fell right on the demons' faces, causing them to hiss and recoil. And the hero only grinned, feeling how sudden luck had turned into his weapon. The hero recalled the first step in creating fertilizer, which involved mixing seagull droppings, shells, and wood ash with ready-to-plow soil. He ordered Sergei to grind everything up so thoroughly, as if their very fate depended on it. The girl screamed, declaring herself a cold monarch, and her voice pierced the space. Holding swords in 6 hands, the heroine declared that all this was not for bird droppings. Looking at her with a red gaze, Kratos explained that this was the easiest task. Pointing at the poor fellow, the demon continued, telling the heroine to look there and change places with him. With these words, Sergei began to work, crushing the mixture with fury and cold determination. Kratos exhaled, admitting that he almost had a heart attack, and added that they were all hot-tempered so they couldn't relax. But he is the Lord of Darkness and will achieve his goal by any means necessary, the main character said with a grin. The demon spoke of the second step in creating the fertilizer, adding water so that the mixture would come to life and become the basis of future strength, ordering Hartok to create a thick fog. When he became indignant and refused to obey, Kratos calmly pointed to the same poor fellow, making it clear that he would be the example for the others. Raising his hands, Hartok began to create a thick fog with purple magic, and the air around him was instantly filled with a thick curtain. After the fog appeared, the soil became soft, just as you said, Baal admitted, carefully touching it with his palm and feeling the change. In the third step, the fertilizer was removed to a dry place and covered with a blanket of seagull feathers to retain the heat and strength of the mixture for the future harvest. However, creating even a small quantity took a lot of time, The protagonist admitted that there was nothing left to do but attract all the demons. To create enough fertilizer and be filled with enough power to cover the entire area, something was bothering him, but he firmly stated that they had to do this and use the power of the demon lord. The moon illuminated the rocks, and their harsh outlines shone silver. This magical light illuminated the village house, turning it into a quiet refuge. Inside the old house, a hunched and thin demon sat over a girl's bed. Flutie's voice was heavy as she addressed her father, and her words sounded quiet and anxious. With tears in her eyes, she begged the demon not for death, but for salvation. The daughter wanted to be eaten. The man became angry, having already asked not to talk about such things, and his anger was reflected in his heavy gaze. There was emptiness in his eyes, and that cold gaze deprived him of hope, as if the soul itself had left the body, leaving only a shell. And after she said that she missed her mother, her father jerked sharply. These memories pierced his heart. Then a huge monster approached his daughter, wanting to satisfy its hunger, and every step it took was echoing with a roar. The girl was full of fear. Her breathing was ragged and her eyes widened, reflecting the approaching horror. The monster's mouth was already close, and its dark teeth gleamed in the moonlight, ready to close. But a woman appeared in front of him, spreading her arms out to the sides, like a barrier between the monster and the girl. The daughter froze in amazement. Her eyes widened and her breath caught, as if time stood still before the woman's greatness. Her mother turned to look at her with just a slight smile, and there was more power in that quiet gesture than in any words. As soon as the girl called out to her mother, the monster suddenly closed its mouth, and the silhouette disappeared forever. 385, father said desperately that if his daughter also disappeared, then for what purpose? His voice faltered. With a trembling voice, the demon continued, "Why then continue to live?" The demon heard something behind him and became frightened. His shoulders trembled and his gaze darted into the darkness. The Lord, Baal, and the advisor approached him, their steps sounding heavy and commanding. The Lord said angrily, "Take the demon," and his voice sounded like a sentence. The father cried out pitifully, realizing that Flutie, left alone, would become easy prey for high-ranking demons. The advisor reported that they had collected 20 demons, but 30 more were needed to complete the ritual. The protagonist simply turned around without saying a word. A crying girl appeared before him, stretching out her hand towards them in desperate pleading. He remembered her as a game character, a demon girl whose face he had once only seen on the screen. The hero quickly pressed the joystick button, as if fate itself depended on the speed of his movements. The character swung at her, and the air around her shook with the tension of the moment. And perhaps she felt the same way then, sharing the fear and despair. Kratos turned away sharply from these thoughts, trying to hide the confusion that had washed over him. He screamed, ordering them to stop devouring their brethren, and his voice echoed like a thunderclap, causing the demons to freeze. He then ordered Zephyros to gather the remaining demons, and from that moment on, everyone had to create fertilizer. Frowning, he realized that the Lord of Darkness had every right to justify such tyranny, since without sacrifice it was impossible to achieve success. A soft pink dawn broke over the horizon, painting the darkness in soft shades of hope. Swinging the tool, one of the demons asked why they were even wasting their energy on this and whether farming wasn't a stupid idea. Another replied that this fool had completely fallen off the tree, and if the Lord heard, they would be in trouble. Gritting his teeth, the demon declared that they would die anyway, but if they imagined the land as fertile, then hope would come to life. Kratos towered over them and asked if they would grow anything on this land. He ordered the thin man to follow him, and he obediently followed, not daring to object. A thought came into the Lord's head, and he froze in place for a moment. That day, a purple flower he accidentally noticed seemed like a sign of change, because it was the plant that was able to take root and awaken life in the earth. Looking at the flower, the hero asked if the ruler had really spoken about this. The Lord explained that they would grow the roots of these flowers, since Baal and part of the farming team had already dug them up from various places. The man became wary, because he had heard about the deadly pain from the roots, and doubt flashed in his gaze. Having plucked the flower, Kratos said that they had no other food anyway, and that testing it for edibility would resolve their disagreement. The demon asked uncertainly, "Sorry, what kind of test?" Turning to him, the protagonist replied that yes, that was exactly what was being discussed, and he coolly continued that it would be his daughter who would eat it to find out if it was edible. The father froze in amazement, not believing that the bishop had decided to condemn his daughter to such a fate. The man ran away quickly, shouting no, and his voice echoed across the gloomy ground. As he approached the house, he did not understand why his daughter should suffer, and he prayed that she would not eat it. Opening the door wide, he shouted at Flutie not to eat this, his voice trembling with horror. The father stood out of breath on the threshold when his daughter quietly said that she had already eaten the flower root. The girl admitted that she was now full and did not feel pain, and her words sounded like a miracle. The man, covered in goosebumps, asked if she was really okay, his voice trembling with fear and hope. The daughter replied with a smile that Mr. Zephyros and Mr. Baal had fed her yesterday, and that she was indeed fine. The ruler appeared from behind and said that people from distant lands had managed to turn poison into food and conquered hunger. With a grin, the main character told all the demons that this dish was called potatoes. The girl said with trepidation that she could not believe the bishop's kindness and thanked him. The system announced that someone from the army was happy with the food they ate, and the first amount of happiness points was received. The protagonist froze, looking at the smiling girl, and felt his heart fill with warmth. After all, in his memories she was nothing more than furious, and that's why her smile seemed like a miracle. And the fact that he is the Lord of Darkness only increased the contrast between them. As it turned out, this did not oblige him to be constantly gloomy, and Kratos smiled slightly at this thought. With a smile from ear to ear, he said that a rat like her should eat well and grow up healthy. Everyone around trembled, thinking that the ruler wanted to fatten her up and then eat her. In Yang Chul's opinion, he looked sweetly smiling as if he was not the Lord of Darkness at all. On the cliff stood the castle of Chavan de Antor, the heart of the demonic domain, shining with dark grandeur. At night, temperatures dropped below freezing, and during the day, the scorching sun made the climate reminiscent of the Andean highlands. Centuries ago, the people of the Andes suffered from hunger and found a way to eat wild potatoes, which were poisonous when raw. History has noted that people have always come up with ways to eat things that were considered poisonous. The demon announced that the Lord could be pleased because they had laid out the potatoes. Kratos said well and ordered Baal to crush them. The general showed all his power by letting out a loud roar. Baal jumped high above the ground and his shadow covered everything around. And then the general fell with all his weight onto the potatoes, and the earth shook from the impact. We freeze the root vegetables for 5 nights, then defrost them in the open air, and Baal crushes them with his meteorite fall ability, turning them into a soft mass for cooking. This way, the poison will flow out of the root vegetables and evaporate, leaving them completely safe for consumption. We freeze, defrost, crush, and dry. After drying, the root vegetables can be stored and heat-treated without risk. It is a complete food product that is safe to consume after all stages of processing. It's time to gather the manure farmers, the Lord commanded. It's time for lunch, they'll like it, Kratos anticipated, already imagining the demons' satisfied faces. He said that there was little food, so each person had 2 potatoes per hand. It was mentioned in the conversation that there was little unprocessed potato left, but the bishop noted that this was still not enough for his army. The remaining potatoes will go to planting, and the main character declared that they will multiply its quantity by 1,000 times. The demons, in fear, began to say that this was a poisonous root and that it should not be eaten, remembering a relative who had once tried it and died. The man reminded that the Lord had found a way to make the root edible. Flute had eaten it many times and was feeling fine. But another demon, in a panic, ordered her to look at the Lord's face. He looked more like someone who was going to kill them than feed them. The demon didn't listen to the others and threw the fruit into his mouth, acting at random and without thinking. He began to chew nervously, and everyone around him tensely watched his every movement. Finally, the man swallowed decisively, and the tension in the crowd reached its breaking point. Immediately after this, the hero burst into tears and shouted, "Long live the demon lord!" The demons followed the example of their kinsmen, and one after another began to eat the root. After this, everyone froze, their gaze fixed on the ruler. After all, it was the first time they were given real food, and it stunned them more than the taste itself. One of the demons cried out excitedly, unable to contain the emotions that overwhelmed him. The others took up his cry and, turning to Kratos, repeated yes, as if confirming their loyalty. The Lord frowned, briefly thinking that the chant should be replaced with something more worthy of his status. The advisor paused, looking at the Lord's determined face and realizing that he was confident in the possibility of establishing food production in the arid region. Kratos' subjects were truly happy, and as a token of gratitude, he received a well-deserved reward from the system. Looking at the blue menu, the main character thought, not bad. Now the ruler can afford to buy himself a small boost, but he cannot decide whether to level up or save up more points. The demon decided that it was necessary to separate the farmers who were busy harvesting potatoes in the area and those who worked in the production of fertilizers. Zephyros solemnly announced that, upon returning home, the demons must tell everyone that their master had found a way to cultivate the desert lands and grow crops on them. Every demon who collects wild potatoes will receive food coupons, that is, for processed and ready-to-eat potatoes. Simple demons will find more and more potatoes, inspired by the reward and the belief that their work is finally making a difference. The generals will be busy processing potatoes and producing fertilizers, taking on more complex and responsible stages. Kratos led the process, wondering where to place the poor fellow so that he could be of use to the cause. In the end, he finally chose a place 10 steps away. The rest of the demons fixed the stick deep into the ground. The protagonist began the process of fertilizing the soil with nitrogen, carefully distributing the mixture with bloody blows. Enough manure had been produced, and now the next stage began. It was necessary to distribute everything evenly across the territory, but it turned out to be quite large. With a trembling voice, the hero asked Kratos to kill him, but he was lost in his thoughts. Having struck him with lightning, he thought, "Great demon general, he does not need food, and he has been enduring torture for a long time. Does the protagonist really have no choice?" Kratos thought gloomily, looking ahead. He asked if Zephyros had really requested reinforcements from the Star Lords, and there was a mixture of disbelief in his voice. The advisor reported that, in the name of the ruler, he had ordered the offensive to be halted and as many soldiers as possible to return to help with agriculture. Messengers had been sent to all the generals, but there had been no response yet. Kratos wondered if it was true that the messengers could have died of hunger, since he had too few people to fertilize the land. The action moves to the demonic lands, the zone of one star, the rock of the dead. The Blue Scout, kneeling, reported that Lord Kratos had indeed taken up farming and had already produced a small amount of food. The man stated that the Lord was acting this way only out of fear of him. Father of the dead Sarathul continued that the more demons that die in the war, the stronger he becomes. He asked whether he had dealt with the messengers heading to the other rulers of the stars, and heard a calm answer that they knew nothing about ending the war or about agriculture. Sarathul sternly declared that they must die of hunger, then they would become an army for him, and he will be able to kill Kratos and become the full-fledged demon lord. After his words, the father of the dead turned to his advisor Fikimir. Pointing a finger at him, the hero declared that he wanted Fikimir to destroy the fields and everything connected with them. The advisor looked at the father of the dead with shining, almost reverent eyes. The wind chilled the general's half-naked body, chilling him to the bone and causing him to tremble. The rag-clad advisor approached and said that Kratos was cruel and had turned Aseroth into a living corpse, making him an example to be followed. And he quietly said that Aseroth should not worry. Lord Sarathul liked his rage, and he would accept him when Kratos was defeated. With one hand he summoned the ghosts, and the air around him shook with their appearance. He ordered the fields to be destroyed so that no one could ever grow anything in them again. The ghosts rushed forward, blurring in the cold air. One of the ghosts pointed to the pile, informing Lord Fikimir that it was the very fertilizer the scout had spoken of. The advisor shouted for the fertilizer to be spread throughout the area, and then they mixed them with the earth and buried them deeper, not allowing anyone to collect them again. Aseroth watched what was happening with bewilderment, not understanding the meaning of the actions taking place. He remembered Kratos' words about the need to grind the manure into a fine powder and mix it evenly with the soil, and that this hard work was beyond the capabilities of their farmers. The advisor laughed, assuring that the demon lord was finished, watching as the ghosts destroyed everything. The general thought sadly, trying to understand what they were planning to do here. The castle glowed with a soft blue light, as if it were breathing a cold, magical radiance. One of the ghosts sat on a stone and complained that there was no end in sight. The kin hissed, demanding that they not slack off, because if they did not bury at least a bit of fertilizer, the demon lord would still make this land fertile. He asked why number 2718, who had never been known for his hard work, was suddenly trying so hard. The ghost replied that he didn't know. He was simply doing it at the behest of some inner impulse. He said that looking at how much land they had already plowed, he felt proud, as if they had accomplished something truly significant. The lazy man looked at him in silence for a long time, as if trying to comprehend what he had heard. And then, looking down, he quietly called him a fool, but this sounded more like warm weariness than real reproach. Another relative exclaimed that he would be a fool today, as if trying to raise everyone's spirits. There were shouts that there was very little time left and that everything was going great for them, and someone called out to the sun. The ghosts began to mutter that they were so exhausted that they had lost track of time, and in despair they repeated that it was the end for them all. It was not a death in vain. They believed that they had fulfilled their duty to the end. They all flew away into the sky, dissolving into light, as if they were returning home. Covering himself with an umbrella, the advisor discreetly wiped away a tear. He said that they had completed their task and could go where they would feel good. He said he would see what Kratos would say about it, as if anticipating his reaction in advance. Voices were heard from the hut saying that the plowing would be long and that the preparations had taken a long time. The bishop, looking at the mountain of potatoes, said that these root vegetables are in a state of dormancy, and they will sprout even if they plant them. It sounded like he was comparing it to a potato sleeping peacefully. Suddenly they would tear you out of your warm earthen bed by your hair, depriving you of peace with one sharp movement. She loses consciousness from stress and immediately falls into a deep hibernation. The demon reasoned that 3 to 4 weeks at a temperature of 4 degrees Celsius, and hibernation would cease, and then all that remained was to move them into the warm darkness. And in general, the demon believed that if Sergei had not been as angry as a dog, everything would have frozen to the required temperature long ago. And Hartok seemed to be up to something too, and Kratos knew that if he angered them both, he wouldn't be able to cope. He wanted to raise the temperature in the barn to 23 degrees, so he made the workers do squats. But they have too little strength and they get tired quickly, so the temperature rises much more slowly than he would like. The protagonist said decisively that they would go to the fields and he would do everything in his power. After all, he needed to work on saturating the soil with nitrogen, and he was ready to get down to it immediately, despite all the chaos around him. So stop! Kratos froze in shock, as if all his fighting spirit had been blown out by a draft. The entire top layer of soil was plowed so thoroughly that it seemed as if the earth had been turned inside out with one powerful jerk, and the air smelled of fertilizer so thickly that it seemed to Kratos that if he were to continue, the atmosphere itself would begin to sprout. He did not understand how the land was already plowed and ready for sowing, and he whispered in bewilderment that this was some kind of real miracle. The advisor, hiding behind a tree, laughed, noticing that the ruler's jaw dropped in surprise. Fixamir is sure that this is a pure success. Baal appeared behind the hero, appearing so quietly and suddenly, as if he had grown out of the shadows. Baal grabbed the spy and dragged him to the Lord, who recognized him as Fixamir, one of the bosses of the Rock of the Dead. Kratos wondered what he was doing here alone and asked the stranger about it. Without waiting for an answer, he hit Fixamir, and Zephyros only asked in confusion why he did that. The demon explained that it seemed to him as if he was hiding something, and beating him was the best way to prevent it. The crumpled Fixamir groaned, barely squeezing out that the Lord was cruel, but he still wouldn't tell him anything. The protagonist continued to beat Fixamir, who, choking from the blows, stubbornly insisted that he would never speak. Running out of breath, the demon realized that he was already exhausted to the limit, but the system offered him an increase in endurance, Kratos agreed. After numerous beatings, the advisor finally agreed to speak, barely keeping his voice from trembling. Under the scorching sun, he wheezed that he had been ordered to ruin the crop field so that everyone would starve. And so the Lord realized that the murder of the messengers was the work of Sarathul, and everything that was happening was part of his plan. Sitting on the throne, he muttered that the more demons died, the more numerous his army would become. Zephyros claimed that the execution of the ruler of the first star, Sarathul, would serve as a warning to the dissatisfied. But the demon thought that sabotage of agriculture was inevitable, and it was time to solve this problem once and for all. But he could become intangible, like a ghost, and that complicated everything. In the first star zone, Sarathul pursued him relentlessly, turning the passage into a deadly game of hide-and-seek. It dawned on him that if a pest was hiding in a hole, it had to be pulled out at any cost. The demon girl, holding a shovel in her hand, stared up as if trying to see something. Asurat looked at her in response, his cold, attentive gaze never leaving his face. And then he angrily asked why she was staring at him anyway. The girl hesitated, adjusting her hair, and exhaled uncertainly. She And then she suddenly lowered her head and quickly shouted out gratitude for his sacrifice that saved the harvest. Growling in anger, Aseroth yelled at her. How dare she mock him like that, glaring at her with a look full of fury. He promised to finish off this little brat, and the girl, jumping up from her spot, ran away, filling the field with frightened screams. The hero promised that as soon as he was freed, he would finish off Kratos. Somewhere off to the side, a joyful hum was heard, and suddenly everyone started talking at once. Aseroth did not understand what they were happy about. Songs could be heard in the distance. The hero's vision was still blurry, and he tried to make out something. And when his vision finally focused, the Overlord and the demon workers were already looming before him. They danced around the crucified advisor Fikamir, deafeningly beating out the rhythm on the tambourine. Aseroth was surprised by the noise they were making, and only then realized that there was a second lightning rod in front of him. His eyes lit up with hope as he realized he wouldn't have to fry like a grilled chicken anymore. Only then a lightning rod was placed right next to him, and the joy in his eyes instantly turned to anxiety. The Lord struck with a look full of fury. The hero realized that it was not about his freedom, but about the fact that now there would be two of them. And this knowledge flared up in him like a spark, tearing apart the hope of salvation. The father of the dead watched anxiously as he watched the tiny mirror, clutching it so tightly that he seemed to want to crush its reflection. He screamed furiously, not believing his own feelings, and exhaled through the pain. "This is my right hand." The protagonist, without stopping, struck blows, fast, sharp, more like desperate outbursts of rage. The advisor arched in pain, his silhouette trembling as if under the weight of an invisible pressure, and his breathing became a wheeze. The father of the dead screamed, breaking down. "Fikamir, how painful it is." The Lord had no plans to stop. His movements became more and more furious. Fikamir only moaned in pain, completely covered in lightning. The father of the dead cried, begging not to do this, his words breaking into sobs, his voice trembling. The protagonist stopped and looked away, suspecting something. A dark feathered bird sat on a branch, clutching a glowing ball in its claws. This was the same scout who had appeared in the game and was now watching here. Gritting his teeth, he promised to make the enemy regret trying to destroy his crops. The rays of the scorching sun broke through the sky, scattering into hot glare. The girl dug in the ground, carefully sorting through the clods, as if she was looking for something important. Aseroth lowered his gaze to her, in which wariness and quiet curiosity were mixed. He looked at her hand, covered with scars and unkempt nails. He asked what the little one was doing there, casting a heavy, distrustful look at her. The girl explained that both the Demon King and the 4 Heavenly Kings were involved in farming, so she wanted to help too. Aseroth smiled that she was still a silly girl from the lower class, but Fikamir plowed the entire field. The heroine thanked the man quietly but sincerely, as if her words were not just gratitude, but recognition of his strength and work. The advisor beamed, looking at her with unexpected warmth, as if her kindness justified everything he had been through. Aseroth hissed that he didn't understand the point of cultivating the field. The damned potatoes hadn't even sprouted, although according to rumors, if you heated up the warehouse, they would sprout right away. Grabbing the bag, the demoness rushed away, joyfully shouting gratitude for the sprouted potatoes. She waved her bag, scattering sparks of joy around, as if she herself did not believe in her happiness. Taking a deep breath, the hero realized that there really was nothing to take from this runt except an extra headache. Anxious discussions could be heard from the majestic castle. The advisor doubted the ruler's plan and did not believe that Sarathul would risk saving Fikamir. But the main character answered calmly, almost mockingly, that of course, he would not come. After all, first Kratos will send his people to make him jump off the cliff himself, and then he will have to kill all of the invaders' people. So that not a single one would remain, the hero's voice sounded calm, but there was a determination in it that made his chest freeze, and there was already an army standing on the street. A bird with a suspended ball flew over this army. Sarathul chuckled, looking at Kratos' self-confidence. Did he really think that if he set up camp, his warriors would just show up to him? He pressed his lips together and quietly said that he felt sorry for Fikamir, but he had only one goal. He has decided to destroy agriculture, so he has now summoned the spirits of gluttony, releasing them into the world as a tool for his sole purpose. They looked like hungry piranhas, circling in the air with the same fierce thirst as a school that has scented prey. They rushed forward with incredible speed, like a flock of invisible predators, sweeping away everything in their path with one swift impulse. The father of the dead ordered this flock to destroy all the potatoes. They burst into the warehouse, preparing to tear apart every last potato. But the main character appeared before them, calmly noting that this was exactly what he had expected. The spirits of gluttony froze in shock. They clearly didn't expect to meet anyone here. Standing on the balcony, the protagonist calmly stated that he knew in advance about the arrival of these spirits. He said that they were all welcome to their common grave. They stared at the demon, their tongues hanging out like hungry creatures who didn't understand who they were looking at. And Kratos remembered how he first encountered the spirits of gluttony in the game and racked his brains over how to deal with them. And at that moment, when the second army of Saruthul's followers moved in a group, the character was already clutching the hilt of the sword. But even if you just touched these spirits, they stuck to the player, turning into annoying monsters that quickly aged his body and mind. By copying all the skills, they became a mirror of the player, but with a perverted, destructive thirst. Kratos knew how to finish off these creatures, and confidence flashed in his gaze. He ripped the skin off his arm and declared it was a lightning attack, causing the air around him to shake. The spirits spoke, warning each other, "This is a trap, save yourself before lightning tears everything around." And the Lord laughed, anticipating the moment when the real trap would swallow them all up without a trace. The ghosts stared at the door, whispering to each other if it was blood or an illusion, and fear slid across their transparent bodies. The main character had already applied his blood to these wooden doors. Then Kratos used the second phase spell and the ghosts froze. Lightning ran along the blood that was spreading on the walls. And then the lightning reached the door, closing the circle and creating a trap from which there was no escape. The flash grew stronger, growing into a blinding column of light, ready to engulf everything in its path. He screamed out a blood strike and a yellow bolt pierced the spirit, tearing its essence into trembling shreds. The protagonist exclaimed that he could now use physical attacks against them, and he called upon the army, and worker demons appeared in the room with a crash, breaking down the walls before getting here. Their numbers grew, and the spirits, trapped, rushed about in panic. The hero thought that even though these slow and skinny ones looked pathetic, they were still mobs from the final map, and it would be stupid to underestimate them. They are incomparable on a physical level. He laughed, feeling like a demon lord king, without pity and with a mind as sharp as a blade. Kratos noticed the spirit that had not yet been set on fire, and his gaze flashed with determination. He immediately struck in the back, but without the cruelty that could have torn the body apart. Behind the main character, screams were heard, sharp, heart-rending, as if someone was calling for help. Turning around, the bishop noticed a girl drowning in a mountain of potatoes. He didn't understand how long ago this girl had been there, as if she had simply fallen out of another layer of reality. The spirit of gluttony was mercilessly advancing on the demoness, ready to devour her. The father, who was fighting another monster, tremblingly shouted his daughter's name. Flute. Kratos noted with irritation the presence of a sweet potato among the potatoes. It would be worth finishing off another fugitive. The main character didn't understand what to do now because the blood wouldn't reach there. A potato flew at the spirit with swift force. The demon flared with rage, not understanding why this girl even thought of throwing a potato at him. The potato bounced off the ghost's forehead as if it had hit a stone and flew off to the side. He picked up the potato, looking at it as if he was trying to understand the hidden meaning in it. He used red magic on it, and the tuber glowed with a soft light. Kratos froze at what he saw, unable to immediately comprehend how an ordinary potato suddenly turned out to be able to respond to magic. Some kind of red spirit flew out of the potato, flaring up in the air, and then he rolled down to another potato, while the girl watched all this with interest. At that moment, the spirits that survived rushed away in panic, not even daring to look back. Coming closer, the main character asked what it was. Sprouts appeared on the potatoes, as if they had suddenly come to life and began to reach out to the source of magic. A glimmer of insight came into Kratos' eyes, as spirits accelerate aging. And it was these uninvited guests who restarted the potato's stopped biological clock. The protagonist suddenly grabbed the girl by the waist, pulling her out of the entire mountain of his harvest. And with a crazy smile, he exclaimed that she was such a great girl. The demoness could not utter a word. She was shaking with fear before the hero's greatness. Having let the girl roll away down the mountain, the ruler announced to the farmers that the operation to lure out Saruthul had been stopped. Then the main character picked up a potato from the ground. and squeezing it, he said that now it would be more profitable for them to invade the father of the dead. Under the scorching sun, he could hear confused thoughts about where he had ended up. Asurat thought about who he was and why he lived, feeling these questions growing heavier inside. He reflected on the meaning of life, looking at the sun as the only witness to his doubts. Shivering from the cold, the hero still felt hunger, a reminder that he was alive. A child's voice called out to him, timidly and hopefully saying, "Mr. Asurat?" The demoness declared that the dried potatoes were a worthy reward for the saved sprouts and the effort expended. She continued that Lord Kratos had gathered all the farmers, and Asurat's pupil narrowed. And he went with them to plant potatoes, and the hero's gaze darted to the food. He, shivering from the cold and barely able to stand on his feet, broke into a desperate cry for food and that he wanted to eat. Taking aim at Asurat, the girl took aim, asking if he was hungry and would like to take some. And with all her might, she threw the potatoes straight at the hero. She hit him right in the eye, and the general, howling with pain and rage, barked that he would kill her. The demoness quickly apologized and, squinting from the tension, decided to try throwing the potato again. One potato hit him in the other eye, but the other landed squarely in his mouth, instantly turning his rage into stunned silence. Asurat began to cry and thought that this was an incredible delicacy, warming him more than the sun. The system stated that some warriors of the Demon King's army feel happiness from delicious food. The Lord thought about points, estimating how many points using farmers would bring in the battle with Saruthul. The protagonist shouted to the farmers that it was time to attack, and they began to hum with delight, raising their shovels. They approached the lair of the father of the dead. A wooden bridge awaited them ahead. The ghost guards who noticed them trembled and, waving an axe, howled that the bridge had to be broken down. They quickly cut the ropes, and the bridge crashed into the abyss with a roar, raising a cloud of dust. They laughed, confident that without the bridge the heroes were doomed and that they had nothing to do here. But someone's cloak appeared in the sky, slowly unfolding in the wind. But the ruler, before reaching the entrance, was torn from the flow of wind and began to fall rapidly into the abyss. The guards laughed as they watched Kratos fly down, and one of them shouted through his laughter that he was a fool for jumping himself. But the smiles suddenly disappeared from their eyes when a loud splash of sounds came from the abyss. A naked general, covered in dust, was crawling towards them. The ghost blushed so suddenly it was as if someone had splashed a bucket of paint on him. Kratos used his signature bug, flipping around in the rock textures. He kept his eyes on the guards as he approached slowly, almost lazily. They shouted that they felt bad, that it was disgusting, and that the bishop was half naked. The ghosts ran away screaming that they were very scared when the main character appeared at the entrance. He pointed forward, saying that everything was going according to plan, and there was such calm confidence in his voice. It was as if the collapsed bridge, the panicking ghosts, and the naked general had been scripted in advance. He rushed forward, admiring the genius of Kim Jang-chol and preparing to rush in alone with his bare hands. The father of the dead laughed, calling upon the spirits of gluttony, for the enemy had no potatoes. And he continued, confidently declaring that they only needed to touch Kratos, and victory would be theirs. Looking with red eyes, he realized that the moment for the final attack had come and there was no retreat. Now there will be another of his signature moves. The main character pressed himself against the wall, and the spirits froze in amazement. The Lord thought 1, 2, 3, and quantum leap movement, opus. With that thought, he dissolved into the textures of the rock, like a shadow returning to its native dimension. The ghosts started a conversation, complaining that they didn't like the way he moved and since when he could walk through walls. Catching up with the main character, they shouted that if they captured him, they would certainly win. Kratos thought the Demon King would disappear in an instant, because he had played the game 19 times and knew the map inside and out. Stopping, the hero thought that if he went through all the regions of their appearance and gathered them in one place, he could turn the battle around. Breathing heavily, he said that he was exhausted because even the Demon King could get tired. As the spirits approached, he calmly stated that he was not the Demon King at all now. He continued angrily that now he is a gamer nerd, ready to drag this battle to the end. Zephyros roared as he charged, sending up a wave of fury that engulfed everyone around him. The demon workers threw potatoes at the spirits, assuring them that they would definitely sprout. Indeed, this is how it was. When it hit them, it instantly sprouted, turning into a weapon against the spirits themselves. The protagonist continued that, in addition to being a gamer, he is also an agronomist, capable of cultivating victory literally from the ground. The advisor thought for a moment and admitted that he had been skeptical at first. But this time the Demon King had been right, as strange as it might sound in the midst of chaos. Kratos explained that while he would lead all the spirits to one place, Zephyros would take command of the farmers and lead them around the map. The old canal, in Zephyros's opinion, seemed like a dead end with nothing useful to be found. But the demon replied that he was mistaken and that there was a secret shortcut that only a select few knew about. The protagonist continued, stating that he had discovered this path after a thorough search while escaping the dreaded dead rock before reaching the final map. He remembered how he saw emptiness then, and thought that all his efforts for this were in vain. The character suddenly noticed why the texture was different and became wary, swinging his sword. After the impact, everything hissed and the wall collapsed, revealing a hidden passage. He realized that this was where the paths converged into the cave that led to the first battle with Saruthul, but he couldn't get there until the area was cleared. The hero remembered how he had managed to obtain the elixir of transformation there, and decided that if it was still lying there, it was worth saving. The workers were happy that the potatoes had finally sprouted and could now be planted in the ground, and the father cried with happiness, shouting for Flute to wait for him, that now they too could live with full bellies. A voice sounded in the Lord's head, noting how hungry Zhang Chol must be. Grandma will definitely feed him a hearty dinner, you just have to wait a little. The sound of a siren and the image of an open ambulance were still playing in his head. There was a dull, motionless emptiness in his gaze, as if the world around him had ceased to exist for him. Kratos hissed discontentedly that he was trying his best to feed them, but all this only hindered him, as if it were pulling him back at the most inopportune moment. A rough voice came from behind, addressing the Demon King directly. Baal declared that Saruthul was strong enough and promised to provide the ruler with support. He became indignant, declaring that Baal should carry the potatoes, and the rest was the master's business. At this time, the father of the dead called upon the great heart of the spirit of ice, filling the air with a cold, ringing force. He called upon the all-powerful frost, demanding that it capture more spirits and grant him even more warriors and strength, but he was interrupted by the main character, who suddenly appeared on the way and disrupted the entire ritual. Falling to his knees, Saruthul exploded in rage, screaming how Kratos even knew he was there. The demon just chuckled, rubbing his fist, and said that now was not the time for chatter. It was time to get to work exterminating the pests. A heavy pause hung between them, and the walls held their breath for a moment. The old man became indignant, calling Kratos a fool and asking if he had really come here alone to defeat him. His figure rose into the hurricane, as if the storm itself had lifted him above the ground. The father of the dead stated that the Lord had not yet seen his true power. The protagonist mentally objected that he had already seen this, and 19 times at that. The character thought gloomily that if he continued chasing Saruthul across all the rocks, he would endlessly encounter his warriors and eventually kill almost all the local mobs. And then Saruthul will escape to the room with the heart of the ice spirit, a terrible artifact created at the cost of the life of an ancient dragon, which means that the dead are kept in the world of the living by the power of his chilling soul. He will try to summon more warriors with this power, but first the paladin appears and the final battle begins. And his abilities, which the hero managed to see while being a player, Saruthul continued to grow in the air, as if his body was absorbing the storm itself. He stated that Kratos was strong, but this was a battle. The sentence was interrupted for a moment. The father of the dead spun through the air, spinning so fast that his body became a dense, shimmering cocoon. A copy of Kratos emerged from the cocoon, the copying ability allowing him to take on the appearance of an opponent and replicate their stats. The protagonist recalled how, thanks to a powerful attack and an almost cheating dodge, he managed to land a blow at the last moment. But now everything is different. The old man copies the Demon King himself. This means that in reality he is not as strong as he tries to appear. As the copy rushed towards the Overlord, the system immediately offered to spend some of his health to purchase urgent upgrades. At that very moment, Kratos invested points in agility and instantly moved away from the line of attack, as if his body had become lighter and faster than before. Without giving Saruthul the slightest hint of his intentions, he darted forward and punched him in the stomach, after which he again put everything into dexterity, and his movements became even sharper. The two fists collided with such force that the air shook and a shockwave spread throughout the hall. The copy, jumping in pain, howled, not understanding why Kratos remained completely unharmed after the blow. The protagonist replied that agriculture requires a good head on your shoulders. The enemy watched the ruler warily, sensing a hidden threat in his every move. Kratos continued to raise various stats, and the carbon copy screamed in despair, not understanding how he was becoming faster and stronger. The protagonist finally struck with blood, putting all his accumulated rage and strength into it. Sarathal's mouth dropped open in shock, unable to believe that the blood blow had penetrated his defenses. He began to burn from the impact, as if a flame had burst forth from the wound and instantly engulfed his body. After several bolts of lightning, the hero crumbled into sand, disappearing as quickly as he had appeared. He fell to the ground in disgrace, feeling defeat burn more fiercely than any blow. The system issued a summary of the characteristics, displaying the updated parameters after the battle in front of Kratos. The hero completed the task, and the system informed him that new abilities had become available to him, including the summoning of the farmer's throne, which, for 100 health units, installs durable agricultural equipment. He rejoiced, exclaiming that what he was missing was a large amount of new equipment. Puddle turned to him, barely holding her shape, but a moment later, Sarathal began to seethe, asking if the Lord had seriously thought that this was the end of it. Kratos looked at the old man without interest, as if his outburst of rage was not worth a second of his attention. The father of the dead turned into a dragon, roaring that this was his true source and this is what the ancient evil dragon looked like. The overlord stated that he was huge, with an incredibly powerful attack and a huge amount of health, which is not surprising, since they were facing the final boss of the region. But then he smiled and, as if remembering something important, said, "By the way." Baal burst into the room at that very second, scattering the air with rage. The protagonist asked what would happen if all the inhabitants of the region came here, as if testing how far the dragon was willing to go. He froze for a moment, looking at the crowd, as if realizing for the first time how many of them there were. And then he hesitated, awkwardly asking to talk. The workers rushed at him, shouting a bumper harvest, turning the attack into an unstoppable wave. The warriors beat the dragon, indignant at how he dared to interfere with their agriculture, and demanding that he die under their blows. The Lord thought that he could probably handle it himself, but since the dragon was talking and moving, killing it with his own hands seemed somehow awkward. Kratos noted that they were already exhausted, and even if they beat him for a very long time, the dragon still would not die. They should beat this snake a little more effectively to at least get closer to the result. And now he activated the skill, summoning the farmer's throne, which descended from the sky in a second. He began to fall downwards with rapid force, as if the earth itself was pulling him towards itself. The throne fell straight onto the dragon, driving it into the ground with the weight of the blow. The main character clearly didn't expect this and froze in surprise. The farmers came closer, not believing their eyes. The demons began to chatter, vying with each other in admiration and horror, assuring that the demon king had split the dragon's head open with one blow and finished him off, calling him a monstrous, cruel devil and admitting that they, pathetic little bugs, could never compare to him. And then they all roared, "Hurrah, Kratos, hurrah," raising a roar that made the walls shake. The second lightning rod suddenly gasped, surprising Aseroth with its behavior. At that very second, a ghost burst out of the advisor, saying as a parting word that he was going to the next world. The entire field was plowed, and Aseroth was left alone, standing among the scattered earth. And the potatoes that the farmers carried on their backs had also sprouted, and now they were stretching upwards with fresh green shoots. Moreover, the pests that threatened the crops were destroyed, finally completing the devastation. This meant that it was time to plant potatoes, and the field itself seemed to invite people to work. At that moment, strange, trembling sounds came from the crystal, as if someone inside it was trying to break out. The system announced that the protagonist had already captured Saruthala Rock 20 times. Kratos wondered if this was added to the 19 times from the game itself. As a reward for this, a secret event is revealed to the Lord, and the source of power, locked in the heart of the ice spirit, awakened. Thick steam began to escape from the crystal, and a sharp hissing sound was heard. The hero came closer, squinting from the heat, and asked what it was, but the crystal only hissed louder. Inside lay a small blue dragon right on its back. He looked at him in surprise, as if he couldn't believe this event. The little dragon noticed the Demon King and jumped up so abruptly as if he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly squeaked loudly and joyfully, "Chipon." The main character slowly approached the unknown object. The little dragon became curious as to whether this creature really was his father. He reached out his hands to it so carefully, as if he was afraid of frightening the fragile miracle. The little dragon giggled, producing a ringing kiapon, as if inviting the hero even closer. The baby thought he was so scared in the dark egg. But now he has hatched. And finally Dad found him, the Lord, who smiles so strangely and evilly. This is quite frightening, thought the little dragon, and tremblingly turned to his dad. The farmer shouted at him to chew it and eat it, clearly not realizing that this was no ordinary animal. The baby was scared and cried quietly in Kratos' arms, clinging to his hand. The Demon King turned around and yelled that the fools didn't understand that when he grew up, they would be able to eat even more. The little dragon started whining. It looks like Dad wants to eat him. Suddenly the Lord raised his head. His gaze became surprised and wary. The residents greeted them, joyfully shouting that the farmers had returned, the potatoes had sprouted, and they were all great fellows. The girl ran to her father, hugging him so tightly as if she was afraid of losing him. The baby blushed, realizing that these creatures emanated real, living warmth, completely different from the cold of his crystal egg. And I thought that they weren't scary at all looking up, but the evil face of the ruler was waiting for him there, and the little dragon realized that no, they were still scary. The castle towered over the cliffs, gloomy and heavy, as if it held the sky on its stone shoulders. The baby, huddled in a corner, was shaking, curled up into a tiny ball. He looked away with fear, expecting something, and he saw the terrible Kratos, from whom hot steam billowed, making him even more menacing in the semi-darkness. Then he turned back to the wall, afraid that the Lord was simply waiting for the dragon to grow up so he could pounce on him. But the hero was tormented by the thought of what to feed the dragon, because instead of the necessary stones, he only had rusty iron. The advisor came to my lord with a report, bowing respectfully before his majesty. Zephyros reported that, as expected, they were having problems with the construction of the beds. Ridges are mounds of earth that are made at the boundaries between fields or between beds where agricultural crops are planted. And it is obvious that for their construction only land is needed, nothing more. The soil turned out to be so rocky that the farmers' picks broke one after another. Looking at this, the baby was afraid that they were all slaves and that they could treat him the same way. Kratos, holding the trembling dragon in his arms, thought gloomily that this was not a field, but a real mine, and that clearing it of stones would take too much time. If so many people were constantly recruited, the dried potato supplies would quickly run out, and even the help of other lords would not save the situation. He stroked the dragon with his fingernail, thinking how he would like to summon a beast like a wombat that would clear the entire field of stones at once. Behind them, the sound of a small demoness furiously digging the ground could be heard, throwing stones in all directions. The effort was so clearly visible on her face, despite the fact that it was not that useful. The main character, looking at this, realized that he needed to stop whining and look for a solution. After all, unforeseen difficulties constantly arise in agriculture. After this thought, the frightened cries of the workers were heard, breaking the silence over the field. It was a wind of blades as they whispered around, and a huge tornado appeared before the heroes, lifting earth and stones into the sky. Compared to him, the ruler seemed like just a tiny drop in a raging whirlwind. He clenched his teeth and muttered through them that he had completely forgotten about it. He remembered that in the game, blade winds would randomly appear in these wastelands. And if they get sucked in there, they won't be able to get out, and they'll just be chopped into mince right there. The Lord shouted, calling on everyone to run and take cover behind the rock. Everyone obeyed and rushed towards the shadow, falling to the ground as low as possible. Clutching the little dragon to his chest, Kratos thought that the epicenter was still far away, but the wind was already too strong. While in the game, it seemed like a simple joke. While everyone rushed for cover, the girl suddenly rushed in the opposite direction. The main character, noticing this, turned around sharply, trying to understand where she ran. It turned out that she was running straight towards Asurat, not paying attention to the roaring wind. The father rushed to save his daughter, and the demon only thought with irritation that this little brat had gotten herself into trouble again. The Lord handed the little dragon to his father, holding him back from making a reckless dash. He moved to save the little one, leaving the man to look after the baby and not to follow. Otherwise, it would result in death. Baal growled, assuring the Lord that it was too dangerous and that he would inevitably die. He only thought that he himself understood this, but he could not lose his precious workers and the lightning rod. The demoness tried in vain to pull the stick out of the ground, and Asurat ordered her to leave immediately. Kratos ran towards them as fast as he could, torn between fear and rage. The girl cried out when she saw the king and held onto the stick with all her might. The main character quickly kicked the stick so hard that it cracked in half. The general began to fall rapidly downwards, losing support under his feet. Finally, he fell face down on the ground, but his hands and feet were still tied to the stick. A fine scarlet dust rose into the air, not having time to take on clear outlines. Flute desperately tried to untie the rope, but the general shouted that she was capable of immobilizing 4 generals at once. He assured her that she would not untie this rope anyway, and told her to get out as quickly as possible while there was still a chance. The girl was picked up in her arms and she howled, not wanting to let go of Asurat. The lord picked up the stick with the general hanging on it and threw it over his free shoulder, as if he weighed no more than a sack of grain. The little dragon felt the power of the ruler and honestly noted that his father was not strong at all. The main character screamed loudly, unable to contain the overwhelming emotions. He ran for cover with all his might without looking back. The baby watched what was happening with alarm, not even daring to breathe. The Demon King rushed with his subordinates on his shoulders, and behind him a tornado was rapidly approaching. The wind of blades was getting closer and closer, whistling at the very heels. A thin stream of blood spurted from the protagonist, not having time to color the air with frightening details. The lord suddenly grabbed his heart with his hand, as if a sudden pain had pierced him from within, and he collapsed to the ground, powerless, involuntarily knocking down the others. Pushing away Flute's father, the little dragon rushed forward, realizing that his father was a truly kind creature. The kid moved straight to the very epicenter of the tornado without flinching. He absorbed all the icy air, allowing the cold to fill every scale. Then a huge wave of icy air burst from his mouth, accompanied by a quiet shippon. It rivaled a tornado in size, rushing straight towards its center. Opening his eye, the lord noticed that the wind of the blades had noticeably weakened. Could it be that the frost had managed to weaken the furious flow of wind, causing the tornado to tremble? Kratos thought to himself that no, this isn't a dragon, he's clearly imagining things. His eyes closed with the last thought that the little dragon could not have done such a thing. The tornado actually weakened a little so that it was possible to get closer to it, which is what Baal, the father, and Zephyros did, taking away those who remained lying near that damned wind of blades. The sky above the castle became calmer and seemed filled with magic. The main character was lying on his bed, resting peacefully. The confident steps of 2 generals were heard in the corridor, and the air immediately became heavier. Their faces showed ill intentions, and the shadows on the walls seemed to follow their gloomy mood. The hero declared that while the ruler slept, they would have time to cut off his head, and the girl said that later they would deal with those 2 idiots, Baal and Asurat, and one of them will become the new ruler, but until then, they will remain allies. The door to Kratos' room swung open, letting a cold gust and a heavy presence into the silence of the corridor. The generals approached him, ready to strike, and an ominous silence fell over the bed. The magic burst from their hands, flaring in the air with a dangerous, shimmering light. But suddenly something stopped the heroes. They froze in place. The lord opened his reddened eyes and mouth, and a primal, frightening force seemed to flow from him. They hesitated, not suspecting such a turn of events. But their determination quickly returned, and they exclaimed that there would be no other chance. The other 2 generals appeared at the door, coldly asking what they thought they were doing. Baal explained that the ruler was sleeping and could not be disturbed. The heroes were surprised how it was possible to sleep like that, even if he was the Lord of Darkness. Baal continued that the consequences would be far worse than their plans. Hartok asked if even Asurat supported the Lord who had once forced them to become farmers. He replied that not really. It was just that recently he owed the Lord his life and did not like to remain in debt, so next time he should invite him directly to his place. The man yelled that growing these potatoes was the reason they were in so many troubles. The harvest was ruined, there was no food, and they would die of hunger unless these narrow-minded fools finally realized the obvious. Asurat was silent for a while. Flute's studious face came into his mind, focused and stubborn. Then the hero replied that it was simply necessary, remembering the girl's diligent movements. To avoid starvation, he is forced to put his life on the line. Asurat continued that if he dies anyway, he will first fight for his life. This is truly his style, bold and stubborn. The man only replied that they would regret it. Then the traitors quickly left the room, trying not to look back. The sounds of the Lord awakening were heard. Heavy, muffled breathing and a strange voice of Amnyamnya. Holding his head, Kratos asked hoarsely and uncertainly if it was really Asurat in front of him now. The general chuckled and said that they had heard after all. He was not on their side and simply did not like to remain in debt. The hero exploded angrily, demanding to know why this living lightning rod was walking around, and he talks to everyone as if it's completely normal. The entire castle burst into a web of lightning, meaning the Demon King had dealt a bloody blow that made the walls shake. Baal carried the roasted Aserat on his shoulder, and the ruler, barely containing his rage, said that time was short and everyone needed to be called together to continue uprooting the stones. Baal replied that the stones were almost gone. Zephyros had already collected them all. The main character froze in complete stupor, uttering only one stunned, "What?" Zephyros appeared before him, calmly directing the workers. The protagonist told Zephyros that they had a leak and where he put all the stones, looking at him as if he personally sold them on the black market. The advisor calmly pointed his finger forward, calmly informing them that they were there. The dragon T-Bone was flying in the sky, describing wide circles so cheerfully and smugly. There were so many stones in his mouth that the baby could no longer close his mouth. He chewed it all up and swallowed it as if nothing had happened, as if the stones were just a snack for him. He decided that he was too small to handle the wind blades, but if he ate everything in sight, he would definitely grow. The ruler called out to the little dragon, and the baby, bursting into joy, exclaimed, "Dad!" He fell head over heels into the arms of the Demon King, who, without hiding his tenderness, stroked the baby's head. Wind blades don't appear often, but if T-Bone keeps an eye on the sky and uses his icy breath to stop the tornado, he can avoid them. The fields are almost ready, so it's time to prepare the potatoes. Kratos knew that the farmer's first enemy was the weather, the second was cost, and it was these walls that they had to overcome. The corridor was filled with cold air, wafting in thin, almost tangible streams. Sergei sat in front of the mirror, slowly removing her helmet. A beautiful elf appeared from underneath it, a blonde with luxurious, softly flowing hair, which scattered over the shoulders like a golden waterfall. But this stench of manure never went away. Even if you didn't go out into the fields for a whole day, it seemed to eat into your skin, the girl reasoned. Sergei heard a knock, and Kratos' voice behind the door, was surprised by his arrival, and coldly replied that she had nothing to talk about with him. The main character said that he really needed her help and asked her to open the door. She suggested that they stop the pointless conversation and leave, but the hero declared that continuing to talk through the door was stupid and that he would come in anyway. Sergei turned around sharply and, almost shouting, repeated that they had nothing to talk about. He was already passing through the door naked, as if its materiality did not exist for him. The heroine flared up with indignation, shouting out whether he was out of his mind to burst into the ladies' chambers like that. The Demon King immediately fell to his knees, as if all his authority had crumbled to dust in an instant. Sergei's face froze in complete bewilderment, as if what was happening did not fit into any logic known to her. The hero lowered his head and admitted that he couldn't do anything without her. Sergei continued to look at him with the same bewilderment, and a second later she blushed, as if her body itself had betrayed what her mind was still trying to deny. The Overlord stated that he would kneel as many times as necessary if it would save them time, and that right now he needed her sharp blade. Twirling a lock of hair, Sergei muttered sheepishly that if he had told her earlier, then okay, at least she would listen to what he needed. Kratos was confused and thought that this was some kind of absurdity, not understanding why she had suddenly softened so much and whether she had really gone completely crazy. The heroes were already standing in front of a whole mountain of potatoes, as if in front of an impregnable hill that they had to overcome. The Demon King, looking at her, calmly demanded that all these potatoes be cut in half before planting. Sergei couldn't believe what she was hearing, as if her mind refused to accept such a ridiculous request. Sergei, gritting her teeth and trembling with tears, exhaled that the ruler was only playing with her. Kratos calmly explained that everything was extremely simple. Don't touch potatoes with 3 or 4 eyes, and if there are more eyes, cut them. You need to cut it so that each half has approximately the same number of sprouts, after which you declare that it is time to sprout. The heroine was indignant, not understanding why the ruler had even decided that she would agree to such a thing. Having thrown the potatoes, Kratos briefly commanded the cut. Drawing her sword, Sergei followed the command without hesitation. Numerous potatoes flew into the air, already cut by her swift swing. There were so many of them that the air literally trembled from the flying halves. Even the Lord involuntarily opened his mouth in amazement, watching her skill. He ran up to the scattered halves on the ground and exclaimed how she managed to do it so evenly. Turning to her, he said with triumphant confidence that he had known this from the very beginning and that he needed only her. Sergei asked him if he thought she would fall for his sweet talk. Flaring with rage, she burst into shouts, calling him a liar, a scoundrel, and a villain. A ruler appeared before her, and Sergei involuntarily recoiled, seized with sudden fear. Kratos took her hand, and she was confused, not understanding what he was going to do. The protagonist carefully placed the cloth on the blade of her dirty sword, and with one precise movement he brought the blade to a mirror shine. The girl turned pink and quietly asked what was going on. The demon calmly explained that the blade was covered in potato juice and he simply had to clean it. Sergei was confused, thinking that he had completely lost his mind, not understanding why he needed all this and why he was suddenly so sincere and tender. The bishop said that everything was now clean and good, because if the juice was not wiped off immediately, it could harm the rest of the potatoes, so it was important to maintain cleanliness and sanitation. Moving closer to the girl, the protagonist quietly said that he would say it again. Kratos said that he only needed Sergei, but something flashed through his mind, that she is the only one who can cut a potato without damaging the chuño. The girl declared out loud that she would help only this time, but she chuckled to herself that she would forgive him the first time, since the stupid ruler could do nothing without her. The bishop joyfully exclaimed that he would go for boiling water and grab more rags, because none of them would sleep that night. While cutting the potatoes, Sergei thought with irritation that he was also aroused for some unknown reason, a real idiot. Hartok watched them from the balcony, hearing worried voices below about not getting tired so quickly. Kratos excitedly exclaimed that he knew a song that would cheer her up, singing about sprouting potatoes, emerging leaves, and flowers to come. The general let out an irritated breath, cursing the fact that she had joined the fools, because all he had to do was say a couple of compliments and she was already crawling at his feet. Aseroth, standing under the scorching sun, reflected on what life is and what it is like to truly live. What is the meaning of a lightning rod's life? And can a life full of silent anticipation of a strike be called life at all? A demoness suddenly appeared below, loudly announcing that the adults had very little food left and offering to play chuño throw with them. He flared up with rage, confident that one of the 4 generals would never play with such a worthless person, and he promised that as soon as he came down, the first thing he would do was eat her. The hero cursed irritably, indignant that she couldn't even throw it properly. Hartok laughed, declaring that Aseroth was finished, that he had been made a laughingstock, and that his soul was now in turmoil. There was a rumble in the distance, and a group of farmers announced that they had brought cut and dried potatoes for sowing. The demons joyfully rushed to meet the potatoes that would soon be sown. The general noted gloomily to himself that Baal had always been an idiot, so there was nothing surprising about this. The farmers bowed respectfully before Sergei, warmly thanking her for cutting all the potatoes for them. Hartok flushed with indignation and sharply said, "What kind of stupid look did she take on? She was a powerful general of the demonic army, not a confused girl. How can sprouted potatoes cause such joy? These demons themselves have no shame." Hartok roared, calling everyone fools and assuring that, as the smartest of the higher demons, he would certainly take the throne of the ruler. The bishop ordered not to be distracted from sowing, reminding that very soon potato sprouts would break through the ground. Kratos muttered wearily that after this they would have to cut out the eyes, to which Baal asked whose exactly, but Kratos waved it off, ordering him to forget it. Holding up 4 fingers, he calmly remarked that potatoes usually have at least 3 sprouts, less often 5 or 6. The Demon King asked thoughtfully whether it was better for potatoes to have more sprouts, or fewer. Hartok laughed, calling them pathetic and wondering why demons would even know such things. The demons argued in bewilderment as to why fewer sprouts were considered better, when more, they thought, should be more beneficial. The general was outraged by such stupidity and clenched his teeth so that the wrinkles were visible. He explained irritably that each sprout required nutrients just like the edible roots, and if there are too many sprouts, the potatoes simply won't be able to properly nourish them. The protagonist turned to him in surprise, amazed that he was so passionately explaining the basics of growing potatoes. Then he asked how Hartok knew so much and whether he had studied agriculture anywhere. He irritably replied that such a primitive task cannot be learned, since sprouts and roots feed on the same substances, and isn't that obvious? Kratos, with the same surprise, asked what number of sprouts was considered ideal. He replied that no more than 2 sprouts would be ideal since 1 seemed beneficial, but if it broke, the roots would be left without nutrition, something they had not even thought about. The bishop asked hesitantly what stage followed after the cutting out of the eyes, as if he himself doubted the logic of what was happening. The next step is to prepare healthy soil with compost and dig it up to add oxygen. Although such soil will appeal to more than just potatoes, Hartok announced to everyone's surprise. Weeds will also draw nutrients, so they will have to be gotten rid of, and they would have come to this conclusion themselves if they had the habit of thinking. Pointing to the general, the Demon King demanded thunderous applause for Hartok's incredible agricultural genius. Everyone clapped and shouted out loud that he was a genius. Hartok's face twitched in embarrassment, as if he was clenching all his muscles under the deafening screams. Standing under the tree, he remembered how his mother called him narrow-minded over and over again. The demon burst into tears, completely not understanding what was happening. The protagonist approached the general and called him the wisest and most knowledgeable demon. Kratos solemnly asked him to lead the group of farmers as their leader from that moment on. He chuckled, throwing in that as a demon he was made for theft and murder, and not for some kind of farming job. Then the Lord loudly demanded that everyone immediately express their respect to the supreme demon. The workers all raised a cry, calling him supreme. Gritting his teeth, Hartok barked, demanding that these creatures shut up immediately. He ordered them to follow him unconditionally from that day on. The system solemnly declared that he had emerged victorious from 4 psychological battles. Looking at the menu, he still couldn't understand what it said. The system explained that he had worked through Baal's lonely childhood and thus made him his loyal subordinate, gave Aseroth the friend he never had, and thanks to this, his cruelty levels were reduced. He won the heart of Sirga, who had never known the taste of love in her life. The system summed it up by saying that he had given Hartok what he wanted most: recognition. His reward was blood vision, the ability to see the weaknesses of a target, be it a living creature or an ordinary object. He was delighted to receive the bloody vision that could mark even the heavens. A brilliant idea about weather forecasting suddenly came to his mind. Somewhere between the abandoned lands of demons and the territory of people, there is a village of exiles with old houses. A man walked along the path and said that he was healthy again. The servant remarked that this was a real relief to him, young master. The hero thanked Dwiro for everything he had experienced with him and admitted that in another life he would have liked to have been born in a more resilient body. The guy replied that he would like to be born a rich aristocrat with a mountain of gold and power over those around him. The gentleman approached him, saying that they were going to return to the kingdom and offered to join them, old Kimchi. He answered briefly that he himself no longer knew. Kimchi admitted that he had said this before. He was not sure who he was or what he was, but it seemed that he was definitely not from the human territory. The hero recalled how, as soon as he entered the village, he immediately realized from the looks of the residents that he was not welcome there. He didn't understand how anyone could be happy to see someone like him. The 2 heroes looked at him silently, not knowing what to say. The young gentleman then advised him to simply change his clothes with a light, unobtrusive smile. The heroes asked Kimchi if he had really decided to give up his strange image, since it seemed he was very attached to it. The guy thought sadly, he himself had wanted to take off these clothes for a long time, but he couldn't do it, as if these clothes were an extension of his own skin. The boy thanked them for their help and promised to pass on their story to the king, as living here simply because of their origins was too cruel. Kimchi thought that the aristocrat exploring the demon lands by royal decree was kind and considerate, just a good person. The character thought that then he himself seemed to be just a lost wanderer who did not fully understand who he was. He continued to carry out the mission assigned to him and only killed, again and again. He didn't understand whether someone like him was capable of anything other than cruelty. The demons watched the tiny sprout silently, their eyes filled with curiosity. A second later, they were already joyfully celebrating that a tiny sprout had broken through. The others ran up to them, deciding that it was all true and he was not alone here. The demoness shouted to Aseroth that the potatoes had sprouted, and he irritably asked what he had to do with it. Kratos announced to the squad that it was time to hoe, and everyone immediately turned their gaze to Hartok, saying that they were listening to him. He said that when hilling, you need to carefully sprinkle the stem of the sprout with soil. This will prevent the potatoes from being exposed to light, otherwise the root vegetable will change color and the taste will become worse. In some cases, a poison may be released, which will make the chuño uncookable. In other words, the potato will become cursed. Everyone clapped, showering him with applause as if he were a true genius. Looking at the sky, the protagonist decided to check the weather, as if it determined what to expect in the coming hours. He invested 200 points into his weather vision ability, and the blood vision became stronger, To activate it, he had to hold his eyes open for 200 seconds. Kratos set to work, tears streaming from his eyes because he didn't blink. The demons began to hum, thinking that the ruler was crying with joy. He was probably touched by these tiny sprouts. The next 6 hours will be warm and dry, so you might even want to get out the humidifier. The protagonist fed T-Bone, glad that there would be no windblades again today. Zephyros approached the Lord and quietly reported urgent news to him. A subordinate of the second star master Planus arrived, clearly bearing news that could not be delayed. From the castle came the voice of Laploa, the loyal advisor of the second star master Planus, greeting the Lord. The tree told that immediately after the order to cease fire and send aid for agriculture, they were attacked by the third star master Raster. He stated that the ruler was weak and therefore he intended to take his place. The advisor noted that if the third star master subjugated the second and united the troops, it would become extremely difficult to deal with them. Kratos thought that before the second star master fell, he should hurry and defeat Raster, but he couldn't leave the field. The second star master's territory lay at the far foot of the Death Cliff and was called the Marshes of Decay, which, if compared to the game map, were 10 times larger and located absurdly far away from them. He also remembered the abandoned well that controlled the game's power-ups and changes, but he noted that the one hidden under the demonic lock does not work and will not help to quickly reach the goal. The protagonist suddenly realized that he didn't have to worry at all because he was the Lord of Darkness, and he laughed evilly. Sergi crossed her arms and declared that she had no desire to fight for the ruler. Baal was ready to do anything to protect Kratos' good name and carry out any of his orders. 2 of the 4 generals will lead the warriors, and with them he will send several powerful but useless on the field's demons. Once they enter the final boss area, all the shortcuts will open, allowing them to reach the swamps of decay much faster. The ingenious universal broad-spectrum sprayer has rushed forward. For now, Hartok and the Lord focused on growing potatoes, and that was all that was decided. A fierce battle took place between the heroes, and each of them fought to the limit of their strength. Second Star Master Planus growled, accusing Raster of brazenly disobeying his overlord's orders and attempting treason. Coming closer, he admitted to treason, but explained that he had no choice. Third Star Master Raster stated that surrendering their weapons would lead their race to decline. The tree growled, assuring that the ruler had already foreseen everything. He wrote about the land of Delia, with the help of which they would be able to feed everyone without attacking people. The warrior noted that this was not the issue at all. He swung the sledgehammer, declaring that the battle was the pride of their demonic race and part of their history. The blade bounced off the tree trunk without causing the slightest damage, and everything rose up and flew away. Raster turned to the side, catching the footsteps of strangers. It turned out to be 4 great generals, approaching the heroes through the fire. Sergi admitted that the warrior was right and that their history was indeed filled with battles. They enjoy it and genuinely enjoy killing. The little demoness rushed along the narrow path, barely touching the ground. The girl asked at what point this became the norm and when their life turned into an endless battlefield. Flute ran into her home and quickly called her father to the field. Sergi assured them that they should understand now, and a living fire flared up around her. Preserving life, not killing, sounded especially harsh against the backdrop of the cheerful demons around. This, according to her, is something the demons should be proud of. A flowering potato field stretched out before the residents. The demons were truly happy, sincerely enjoying what they saw. Even the callous Asurat could not resist and shed a tear of joy. The advisor and Hartok were proud of the work they had done, and the ruler silently watched the happy residents, allowing himself a rare gentleness. Flute rushed towards the heroes, filled with such delight that it seemed that in another moment she would fly above the ground. She beamed with delight, seeing such beauty for the first time in her life. The main character only smiled tenderly, watching her delight. Meanwhile, Sergi fought her way through the blazing fire. A 3-star warrior fought back against her, barely holding back the onslaught. Then Baal quickly grabbed him by the neck, ending the fight with one movement. And the warrior was already completely immobilized, deprived of the ability to continue the fight. The bishop noted that there were too many flowers in bloom, as if nature had overdone it. Raster shouted, demanding to know why the words about mercy were at odds with the actions, and who had decided that murder was not a reason for pride. Sergi calmly admitted that he was right, but added that sometimes, in order to survive, one has to resort to murder. The warrior shouted that he didn't understand what she was talking about, stunned by her words. The bishop ordered all the flowers to be cut down, deciding to stop their excessive growth. The residents froze in amazement, their mouths involuntarily open in surprise. Hartok laughed, noting that even in front of such a landscape he remained merciless. No wonder he was the Demon King. And then he ordered the workers to immediately cut all the flowers, without any delay. Touching the flower, the demon trembled slightly, as if he were encountering something incomprehensible. He saw him crying, shocked by his unexpected fate. One of the demons cried out that he was unable to carry out the order. They had grown these flowers themselves, and for the first time on their lands, something so beautiful had blossomed. The man was indignant, declaring that if everything was left as is, the sun's nutrients would go to the flowers and seeds. While the Demon King's grand plan requires all energy to be directed towards growing potatoes, Kratos laughed like a madman, claiming he could hear potatoes growing and rejoicing in the destruction worthy of a Demon King. The generals reported that they had managed to take Raster prisoner and presented him before the ruler. Sitting on the throne, Kratos coldly asked why he had raised a rebellion if even the First Lord had fallen. The warrior replied that the demon, who had lost his honor in battle, was already dead and asked to simply kill him. Then the hero screamed, receiving a bloody blow, and Kratos left a scarlet mark on the stone floor. But the warrior laughed, saying that his body was like armor, and such blows were just like a mosquito bite. The overlord chuckled and said that Raster had indeed taken almost no damage, and so he had a better idea. And the hero began to take the blows upon himself, becoming a living lightning rod for the ruler's rage. The protagonist pointed to Asurat, asking him to untie the first lightning rod, who was already not coping well with the blows and deserved to retire. The rope quickly fell down, hitting the ground softly, and along with her, the general collapsed, and the girl immediately rushed to him. The demoness was frightened when she saw him coughing, as if she feared for his life. Asurat looked at her angrily, remembering the mockery and promising to first devour her and then Kratos. Flute became even more frightened, her gaze flickering from Asurat's rage and the threat in his voice. He towered over her, rising like a red storm of anger. But then he stumbled, losing his balance. He fell helplessly to the ground, losing even a shadow of his former rage. The hero realized that he hadn't walked for so long that his legs couldn't support him. Baal stepped closer and grinned as he watched Asurath rapidly regress to a helpless infant. Asurat shouted at Baal, accusing him of madness and demanding that he stop treating him like a princess. He tied the hero to his back with a pink sheet like a baby, causing a storm of indignation in him. Baal explained that this was the order of the Demon King and ordered him to sit quietly. Blushing, the general thought about the shame he would never be able to forget. Kratos, watching them, reflected on how the bloody eye had helped avoid the commotion, and he decided to let him go after learning that he wouldn't be able to move for another 6 hours. Pointing his finger forward, he shouted that the harvest was near and it was time to speed up. The flowers disappeared in an instant under the onslaught of Surga's lilac lawnmower. With Hartok's ultimate, watering the field turned out to be a piece of cake. The main character was thinking about how little dried potatoes were left and how the farmer's wages were falling. Despite his efforts, he saw how the demons were exhausted and getting used to hunger. Even the little demons looked exhausted, despite their attempts to get used to everything. The demon was called out to, addressed respectfully as my lord, and he turned around with barely noticeable surprise. Bowing, the tree-like lord thanked for saving him, calling himself the second lord of the fortress. Kratos looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant by thanking him, as if he had not expected recognition. The tree also looked at him questioningly, as if not understanding what exactly had caused such a reaction. And then the lord became angry, his face was frightening, and the lord involuntarily recoiled, looking in confusion at the angry Kratos. He was indignant that he was thanked empty-handed, without sparkling wine or even ginseng. The tree nodded in agreement, promising to direct the workers together with the third lord. Then the bishop decided to urgently harvest the potatoes, dry the fruit, and make a reserve. After all, he wants to see his workers well-fed and happy. The demon wondered why he had decided to take up farming in the first place. But the lord interrupted his thoughts by talking about an urgent reorganization of the army. Looking at him, the lord wondered how a lowly boss with no skills could be so devoted to the idea of truth. Kratos wondered if the plant lord Pianus could help with agriculture. He walked through a field of sprouting potatoes, his creaking footsteps echoing. His wooden legs felt that this soil was fertile. For the first time, he felt the nourishing power of the earth, inaccessible in the swamps of decay. Since he was a sapling, he had not seen anything edible in any of these lands. As he leaped, The Lord thought only of the ground, full of a power he had never felt before. As he went down, the hero said, "Since the Demon King made her like this." At the same moment, new branches began to sprout from its upper part. The Lord's roots clung to the stone wall. This wall was crumbling before our eyes, and the tree said that it could become stronger. His fiercely glowing eyes showed the words that he could become the Demon King himself. The roots did not stop growing, cutting through the stones. They crawled further. The sun appeared behind the rocks, blinding us with bright rays of light. Kratos shouted a demonic charge, causing the air to shake with the power of his voice. He showed the workers simple exercises, counting 1 and 2 and raising his arms up and down, setting the rhythm. Then he spread his arms out to the sides, showing the workers the next element of the warm-up. Everyone counted after the ruler 1-2, trying to repeat each movement as clearly and confidently as he did. Then the demon began to squat, and the little dragon diligently repeated his every movement. Kratos noticed how the once useless workers followed his instructions precisely, filling themselves with demonic power. Even when he gives sudden instructions, the workers react instantly. They instantly turn to the left, as if they were a single unit, and they react just as quickly to the right, maintaining the same impeccable synchronicity. Baal ran up to the king, shouting about the impending problems, barely catching his breath from the rush. He explained that all the potato tops had suddenly turned yellow. Kratos looked at Baal silently, and there was heaviness in that look. The leaves were indeed yellow and gnawed, as if the earth itself was trying to warn of impending disaster. The demons were already examining this area, thinking carefully. Zephyros suggested that they had simply overdone it. Sergei didn't answer, looking sadly at the ground, as if trying to hear its quiet, dying whisper. And Hartok said that even he didn't know what to do about it. Maybe there wasn't enough wind or water. He clicked his tongue and thought, "What idiocy! What else can you expect from agriculture?" My lord was approaching them. His steps were quick and his face was tense. Without saying anything, the protagonist sat down next to the potatoes and carefully examined the leaves. He abruptly pulled out the stem, and a dry crunch echoed throughout the garden bed, and a lot of potatoes came out of it, unexpectedly abundant. Hartok was stunned by the pile of fertile potatoes. Surprisingly, although the tubers were pale, there were 2, even 3 times more of them than in the first batch. Kratos asked if he should tell him that the potato tubers had awakened. The hero showed the tuber, explaining that they grow by sucking everything from the leaves to become even bigger. He thanked everyone for their work, acknowledging each one, as if recording in his memory the contribution of each demon to the common cause. After all, it was they who tried, the bishop continued. The heroes bowed in reverence, acknowledging the greatness of the moment and paying tribute to the forces that had brought them to this turning point. And Baal and Aserat shed tears of happiness. Moonlight filled the castle and its surroundings, softly gliding along the stone walls and turning the night into a quiet, silvery breath. The bishop lay on the bed, immersed in deep thoughts. A quiet, almost reverent, "we raised them" sounded in his head, as if the thought itself arose from the depths of his experience. Cherry tomatoes appeared in front of him, flaring up in the air like bright scarlet sparks. The grandmother noted that it was he who raised them, saying this with such warm confidence, as if fate itself confirmed his involvement. Memories again returned to the carriage, hidden in the semi-darkness. When the hero ran to her in tears, the carriage seemed to dissolve into the fog, and the world around him narrowed to a single desire to make it in time. Inside lay a grandmother with a breathing apparatus, her weak breathing barely audible, breaking the silence of the carriage. The main character silently looked at the ceiling, returning to reality. Kratos thought that with his personality type, he shouldn't give in to such sentimentality, but the memories still surfaced. He thanked everyone for their work, looking forward to how soon he would be able to gorge himself on potatoes. But he knew that if the potatoes got sick, they would be in danger of famine like in Ireland. Turning over onto his other side, the Lord thought that he urgently needed seeds of other crops. His room began to shake, and the main character became confused. Jumping out of bed, Kratos screamed, "Is the building collapsing or something?" The floor began to split into different pieces, and something was coming out from underneath it. This something turned out to be the huge roots of a tree, against the background of which the main character looked like a bug. Kratos paused with one knee on the floor and looked up. Confused about what this was, the demon became angry. The little demoness looked at the yellowed leaves, which were already falling off on their own. And I remembered that the Demon King said that the potatoes grow, and that is why the leaves die. But the leaves began to fall at an incredible rate. Flute started to run, realizing that something was wrong, clearly wrong. She picked up one of the sprouts, which immediately crumbled in her hands. The girl screamed, "No, a potato, it can't be!" Rushing forward, she sobbed that everything needed to be told to the adults immediately. But a shadow loomed over her, blocking out the sunlight, and then the demoness looked up. The castle was completely covered in tree roots, breaking windows and walls. With these roots, the tree caught the main character, who tried to escape. But his unsuccessful attempts only made the villain laugh even more. Kratos was furious. Could this really be that little tree named Planus? The Lord laughed even more as he explained that the potato field, full of nutrients, was created by the Demon King. Thanks to this field and Kratos himself, this tree grew so huge. The demoness fell to her knees, exhausted, as dead leaves flew around her. The main character clenched his teeth, squeezing out of himself, "Oh, you Lord!" He yelled and asked what this rotten tree had done to their food. How dared it? Planus asked if the Demon King was really mad. Wow, his eyes were shining with a mischievous smile. And stretching the ruler even more, the Lord asked what this pathetic bug could do to him. Swinging it, the hero seemed to throw the carcass to the ground, in such a way that the blow landed directly on the demon's spine, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Hartok pushed through the massive roots with the other demons, urging them to hurry. Baal cried out that he was coming to the king's defense and would not let him fall. After all, the ruler is very weak. Baal realized this when he lifted him in his arms. The roots continued to pierce the stones, causing them to fly in all directions. The planet seemed to grow larger with each passing second, towering over the rocks. The demon began to fall into the abyss, helplessly spreading his arms. The generals ran to the scene but quickly stopped, examining the surroundings. The advisor looked ahead in amazement, and I realized that this was the same skinny and small Planus. In a rough voice, the tree declared that the demons should listen to it. And with a victorious look, he declared that Kratos was dead. Baal and Aseroth were filled with distrustful looks. Hartok and Sergi were overcome with emotion, and fear was visible in their eyes. And Zephyros, with the little dragon on his shoulder, literally lost the meaning of existence, and their world collapsed. The inhabitants were also stunned. But Planus continued that everyone should remember the old order of the demons. Their power comes from strength. And from that moment on, they will not have a weak king, but a strong, huge tree. The enormous Planus ordered all demons to bow before his enormous power. Hartok realized that this tree had simply absorbed all the nutrients from the earth. And after the death of Kratos, Planus became the most powerful in these lands. Kneeling down, he thought that the demons must and would follow the strongest. The girl pursed her lower lip. It was clear that she didn't want this. But there was no way out, and she had to bend down. The generals were already on their knees, exclaiming that they bowed before the new ruler of these lands. Only one advisor silently watched such betrayal. Aseroth rudely hissed at Zephyros, saying that he was standing there like an idol, and he should show at least a little respect, instead of making such a face in front of Planus. Then, covered in goosebumps, the advisor finally bowed down. This was the final stage of their betrayal. Everyone, without exception, was ready to follow the new ruler. Zephyros realized that he had betrayed his lord and burst into tears. The Lord appeared in my memories with a sunny day in the background. The mother invited a boy named Zhang Chol to play hide and seek. The protagonist did not understand why the memories brought him to that very day. The mother told her son to close his eyes and count to 10, after which he could look for her. The boy was counting. The numbers had already reached 6. The bishop watched with sadness. The hero believed his mother and pressed himself tightly against the tree, continuing to count. And so his count came to an end. The number 10 was heard. It was time to search. The child's voice kept saying that it couldn't find its mother and that it should finally come out. The boy started screaming, asking her to come out, and that he was ready to count to 10 again. The hero continued to count, but it was all useless. Kratos continued to sadly watch what was happening. The son fell to his knees, tearing his throat with screams that had already counted to 10. Then the demon lord burst into tears as the memories choked him. He looked like that little boy who was torn apart, looking for his mother. The system called Kratos, saying that it was time for him to come to his senses, and he woke up in complete darkness. He barely opened his eyes, not understanding why the text window showed his real name from the world of the living. And then I thought, text box, where is he and did he really die? The voice told him to move in order to live, but the Lord could not move. And then he noticed that he could move his hand, and he should dig it out at least a little. Pressing his hand to the ground, Kratos began to count to 5. Then he continued counting to 10, clenching his teeth from the colossal effort. His counting continued again and again, the effort increasing. Meanwhile, Planus examined the demons and called the advisor to come closer. Placing his hand over his heart, the hero introduced himself as Zephyros and greeted the new demon king. The tree stated that the advisor must write down in detail the first step. The demons will invade the lands of people, and they will rule over them. Demons will grow them and eat them. Hartok thought gloomily that this was the starting point. Asurat decided that it would be fun. They would be able to fight and kill to their heart's content. Sergei stated that demons have lived like this since ancient times. But Baal was only interested in one thing, to eat more. However, the heroes could not understand one thing. Why does this make them so angry, all 4 great generals? Meanwhile, immersed in complete darkness, the protagonist continued counting, reveling in the hope of getting out. He was covered in blood, but he continued counting. But Kratos no longer had anything to breathe. Planus commanded all the demons that it was time to take up arms and rush into battle. Zephyros looked down and thought about something, but did not dare to tell the ruler about it. But raising his head to the tree, he declared that it would be difficult for them to go into battle. The tree felt that it was not being obeyed unquestioningly, and the joy in its eyes was replaced by confusion. The advisor continued that now the demons only had a few potatoes left for food. The generals stood silently. This is too little for a military campaign. Sensing the fear of his interlocutor, the little dragon hid behind his shoulder. Planus's gaze changed from confusion to anger, and he hissed that their advisor was a complete idiot. Holding out a twig, he shouted that the demons always had plenty of food. The branch, like a sharp spear, moved forward, and with a firm grip it grabbed the girl, lifting her above the ground. The father rushed forward, shouting his daughter's name, and something changed in Asurat's gaze. He became worried about Flute. Showing everyone the small bug, Planus asked if such small and worthless demons wouldn't be suitable as food. She screamed through tears that they were no longer like that and would help them survive without eating each other. The girl screamed that it was all thanks to Mr. Kratos, their true king. The tree's ominous gaze was directed straight at the girl, and then his thin branch loosened its grip, and the little demon girl flew down rapidly. Full of blood, the main character even stopped counting. Holding his heart, Kratos said to himself that his heart was stopping. But if he dies, the residents will probably starve. Barely opening his eyes, the demon realized that there was only one way out, and without letting go of his hand from his heart, Kratos struck with blood, striking himself with a multitude of lightning bolts. His eyes rolled back in pain, but he couldn't let anyone go hungry. The count began again, and Kratos' hand slammed into the stones with fury. With all his might, he continued to believe that each new blow to the stone kept him from falling into his own thoughts, and the ruler began to crawl upward, clinging to every ledge. Lord Planus's gaze sent shivers down my spine, as if a cold shadow had slid across my skin and made my heart clench. In front of him stood Asurath, holding the little demoness in his arms as carefully as if he were protecting the most fragile creature in the world. The protagonist was already losing strength, sinking deeper and deeper into the rocks, and the earth itself was pulling him down. He struck again, delivering a bloody blow, and with a faint smile, he realized that this was what was giving him his strength back. He didn't give up and crawled up, clinging to the rock as if stubbornness was his only breath. He continued despite the weight, and each upward jerk became his only support. Looking at his hand, the Lord tried to understand how far he had already crawled, and whether he was moving in the right direction. Squeezing his hand, he hoped that this would produce results and open the way forward. In complete darkness, Kratos lost his strength again, feeling the cold emptiness pulling him in from all sides. Hartok looked up in surprise, not immediately understanding what exactly had caused his heart to skip a beat. A cold sweat broke out on Serga's face, and the tension in her gaze became almost palpable. Baal watched the events with tension, and he did not even have the right to blink. After all, before them stood the image of Asurat, who saved the baby, holding her close to him so confidently and calmly that even the most resilient for a moment forgot to breathe. The girl turned to Lord Asurath in tears, barely keeping the trembling in her voice, and the new ruler growled, "How is this supposed to be understood, and has the demon gone mad?" The hero looked up at the tree with an angry gaze, and a flame of determination flared in his eyes. But that flame died out in an instant, and something so alien and inexplicable appeared before him that even his rage could not stay on the surface. Planus towered over them, black with anger, the very darkness flowing towards him, outlining every line. Licking flute, Aserat lied that she was his emergency supply and that he had long wanted to eat her before she spoiled. But a tree root rushed towards them, rising from the ground with great speed. Planus knocked the heroes off their feet, unleashing a force that made the earth shake. Aserath flew past Zephyros, leaving behind a jagged trail of air. Then he rolled along the ground near the other generals and flew on. And he fell unconscious, far from everyone, when his strength finally left him. Zephyros looked intently in his direction, peering at the slightest sign of movement. The Lord shouted to the demons, repeating the order one last time to prepare for war. The advisor's glasses flashed with determination, reflecting a willingness to accept the inevitable. Zephyros shouted, looking straight at the tree, that they had no reason to do this. Then a sharp tree root rushed straight at the hero, standing upright, tearing up the earth in its path. The booming whistle of an axe was heard, cutting through the tense silence. Baal struck the root with his axe, splitting it with one powerful swing. The new king clearly did not expect this and looked at him with complete confusion. Hugging his advisor, Baal howled that the Lord had already given Zephyros the task, and that without him no one would count the harvest. Planus was outraged that these bastards decided to start a rebellion, violating the orders of the Overlord. On his knees, Hartok replied that this was not the case at all, and that they had no intention of rebelling. He angrily explained that the path of the previous ruler was the most reasonable and should be continued. Sergi's face darkened, and she said she had a question, her voice sounding wary. Raising her head, she resolutely asked why start a war if the previous ruler had avoided senseless deaths. The Lord became enraged, screaming parasites, his voice shaking the air with anger. Planus emerged from the darkness like an ancient tree monster with green eyes, radiating fury and magic. His green mouth grew wider, and he screamed that the power here belonged to him alone, filling the space with oppressive rage. Hartok answered briefly, but no, looking at him with cold confidence. The general said that authority must be earned by adopting fighting postures and preparing for an attack. The workers also shouted that their master, Lord Kratos, was theirs and demanded payment for the destroyed potato fields. But huge roots rose above them, darkening the sky and stirring menacingly in the air. Hartok channeled his magic, shouting fog shield, and a thick, smoky wall instantly appeared in front of them. She also saved the inhabitants, and the roots were unable to break through her magic, being stopped by the foggy barrier. Baal, holding Sergi in his arms, shouted forward, calling on everyone not to retreat, and he threw the girl with the swords up, sending her straight into the center of the battle. Sergi chopped through numerous roots with her hands, turning them into flying splinters with one swift jerk. She found herself right above the new king, hanging in the air like a falling blade. Sergi pointed her sword at him and shouted threateningly that she would first gouge out his eyes, her voice ringing with steel and fury. But it didn't work. The ruler threw this bug off himself in anger. He tied Baal with roots, pulling him so hard and strong that he almost fell to his knees, feeling the living wood squeezing his chest and arms ever tighter. And Hartok found himself under a huge root, which fell on him with such force that the earth shook. He screamed at them. How dare they test the power of their master, demanding that they all die. Their deaths will prove that Planus is stronger than the wretched Kriatos, he growled, enjoying his own rage. The workers were scattered by the swinging of his roots, and Planus screamed that their master was pathetic. He didn't even try to resist, the tree screamed, pressing Hartok to the ground even harder. Baal fell down exhausted, and Planus asked why they were still on Kratos' side. What's so special about him? The Lord growled in confusion, while Sergi remained motionless, lying on the ground. The advisor tried to run away with the girl in his arms, holding her to his chest so tightly, as if that alone could protect him from the force raging around him. Suddenly, Planus was asked why he had such low self-esteem. The question came so suddenly, like a bloody fist that suddenly appeared. It was the Lord. He abruptly stopped the root falling on Zephyros and Flute, intercepting it with one swift, almost inhumanly precise grip. With such force that the root broke in half, cracking loudly and sharply, as if a lightning strike had passed through wood. The hero looked at Kratos with fury, unable to ask anything. On the brink of death, the protagonist acquired a new system and skill, and a quiet, stubborn glow flared up within his body. Concentrated nutrient mode activated. 10 minutes ago, the hero was trying to climb up, clinging to life with his last strength. His eyes were already closing. It was difficult for him to stay conscious, and the world around him was rapidly sinking into darkness. An elderly woman sorts seeds in a quiet room while a young man watches her from his seat next to her. Then, looking at him, the grandmother asked what he said, without stopping to carefully stir something in the bowl. The hero replied that everything was very complicated, barely keeping his voice from trembling. He asked in tears why live if it was so difficult. The elderly woman looked silently at her grandson, and then the grandmother took out the seeds and said that they were the same as people. The boy looked at his grandmother with emptiness in his eyes, unable to find the strength or words. She explained that every living being is a seed that can sprout even in difficult times. When the sprout emerged, it produced new seeds, and young shoots began to fill the space. The little boy watched silently as the sprout emerged from the crack in the road, not looking away. And then one day there will be more sprouts, and life around will slowly begin to regain its strength. And everything around will blossom green, and the boy will become truly happy. The hero burst into tears and said that he had enough of this nonsense, unable to contain the accumulated pain. He continued to scream, asking why his father died of overwork and why his mother abandoned him. Bursting into tears, the boy declared that he would live only for himself and achieve success for his own happiness. And again, the memories surfaced. The guy ran forward as fast as he could along the road, and through the breathing apparatus, his grandmother spoke to him. Her voice remained quiet and confident even in this fragile state. And Jang Chul stroked her hand with tears in his eyes. And these words about them all being seeds awakened a new strength in Kratos, causing his heart to tremble. The system repeated that he had experienced the pain of death and rebirth, overcome himself, and unlocked a new characteristic. And the system announced that as a reward for the third resurrection, his mana seeds would open with 3 levels at once, strengthening all stats. Then the main character thought that with a 30% increase in his characteristics, he had a chance to escape. He looked wearily at the blue screen where the name of the new skill, Nutrient Concentration, flashed. He came to his senses, seeing that he could concentrate all his powers into one characteristic for 10 minutes. He chose to activate the mana seeds, and a soft glow erupted in the darkness, filling the space with power. The seed glowed, and all characteristics leveled out by 39%, filling the body with power. The hero screamed, activating the concentration of nutrients, and everything around him shook with his determination. The hero channeled everything into strength, and his body was filled with power, ready to burst out. It was at that very moment that Planus became enraged, and the air around him seemed to tremble with tension. Something began to break through the ground, creating cracks. Finally, raising clouds of dust, Kratos' hand appeared. His cloak fluttered in the wind, emphasizing the power of the moment and his return from underground. He appeared before the huge lord, and their gazes met in tense silence. Then Planus asked how Kratos had managed to survive, looking at him with disbelief and growing rage. The protagonist chuckled, considering this question ridiculous and unworthy of an answer. All the demons cried out that Lord Kratos stood before them, and their roar echoed throughout the valley. They were happy because the ruler had returned, and a wonderful harvest awaited them. A dragon was flying towards him at full speed, its wings spread and leaving a whirlwind of dust behind it. He fell into his dad's arms, caressing his cheek and quietly purring with joy. Raising himself slightly, Hartok thanked the Almighty, but there is one nuance. The girl continued his words, that now Planus was too strong. Her face was covered in bruises. Baal was sure that the ruler would not be able to overcome this huge tree. Planus stated in a frightening tone that, although it was even better this way, because now, after these words, the hero began to glow with a green light. On a red background, the tree promised to kill him and all his subordinates. Smiling, Kratos declared that this villain would not be able to lay a finger on any of them. The protagonist understood that he didn't give a damn how much Planus had gained, since he was still acting according to the game's templates. The Lord thought that if he treated the attacks as normal, just with an increased radius, he would be able to dodge them. And the farming squad became much more effective after training with him and his crazy exercises every day. The king shouted for everyone to stand behind him and line up, and then began his warm-up exercises. A huge shadow from the root hung over them, blocking the light and causing everyone to freeze. Kratos ordered a jump to the left, and everyone simultaneously raised their toes, repeating his movement. And the root did not hit them because they dodged at the last moment. Then came a jump to the right, and the formation again perfectly repeated the movement. The army then assumed a prone position, descending in perfect synchronicity. Kratos shouted, ordering everyone to spin to the left, and the army spun, matching his rhythm. Then everyone leaned back, avoiding the blow and maintaining formation. And they jumped back, showing flexibility and maintaining perfect rhythm. The tree became angry, not understanding why it couldn't hit them, and roared, calling them a ballet. Frozen, the protagonist thought, realizing that after this, Planus would take a long time to recover his strength. The dark-haired, horned commander bared his teeth, clenched his fist, and turned around. They rose up on their toes at the same time, demonstrating precision and absolute discipline. Pointing their fingers after the commander, the three grinned, repeating the gesture with mockery and smugness. This enraged the villain. His eye flashed a poisonous green and his mouth twisted into a furious grin. And its roots began to fly in all directions, tearing the air in rage and chaos. Kratos smiled as he watched his enemy's rage spiral out of control. Having released the dragon, the protagonist declared that they were now acting according to the logic of the ordinary world. He began to inhale the cold air, filling his chest with frosty energy before the next blow. And he spat out cold air upward, turning the sky into a sparkling whirlwind of frost. And this stream hit Planus, who froze in shock, not even having time to raise his defense. The protagonist understood that even with the power-up, it was useless to simply beat this huge carcass. Realizing that in front of him was just a plant, the hero decided to freeze this carcass to the limit. It began to expand, and the bark on its body cracked with a crunching sound, tearing at the seams. Smiling, Kratos noted that. And then, the dragon continued to blow on the roots, intensifying the frost and causing them to crack even more. The root cracked with renewed vigor, flying apart under the pressure of the icy breath. The villain's gaze became frightened, trembling at the sight of the splitting root. And the bishop concluded that the larger the cabinet, the louder he falls, and the Lord burst out laughing, enjoying the moment. Meanwhile, the baby flew up to his dad, hovered nearby and proudly spread his wings. And after that, he fell on his hand, trying to catch his breath, and Kratos, with a satisfied smile, admitted that T-Bone was a good guy. Having handed the baby over to the advisor, Kratos said, "Now it's time to do one last thing." He squatted down, bouncing with tension, preparing for the decisive throw. Swinging his fist, the ruler jumped high into the air and promised to bury the tree in the ground itself. He approached the terrified Planus, looming over him with growing fury. He shouted that the weakness of any tree is hidden in one, specifically in its hollow, where the most vulnerable point was hidden. The hero swung, and the air around him trembled with tension after the blow. After the impact, the hollow cracked slightly, releasing a weak but ominous crunch. And then, much more powerfully, the blow passed through the bark, shattered the hollow, and threw the debris into the air. Planus roared in pain, his cry echoing across the field, shaking branches and bark. Zephyros mentally asserted that all this was true. The ruler had won, although he still did not fully believe it. The nutrient concentration skill was deactivated as the Demon King plummeted into the abyss. The villain went out, but continued to scream, shaking the air with the last bursts of rage. His gaze froze and faded, losing the last glimmer of rage in the depths of his green eyes. And then everything disappeared and closed, leaving only a crack in the silence. The advisor was surprised, his eyes widening and involuntarily taking a step back, wondering if Planus's face had really disappeared. The tree continued to fall, scattering splinters and shadow across the scarred ground. The exhausted Kratos thought, looking at the motionless body, which, contrary to all the rules of the game, did not disappear. He felt reality and illusion intertwining, and in this silence every breath seemed alien. Suddenly, something began to break through the ground, spreading out to the sides like living roots. It looked like a wooden mummy, withered and gnarled, with empty eyes and a body woven from roots, with one green eye. Lying on the ground, the Lord thought how strange it was that the body remained. The strength disappeared, and the world seemed to freeze in anticipation. A wooden brute appeared before them, gnarled and heavy, with eyes glowing through the cracks in the bark. The workers were surprised and clenched their teeth in shock, unable to believe what was happening. The monster explained that it had absorbed all the nutrients and, sensing death, created a new body. Walking towards Kratos, he called himself a rotten sprout that grew out of a poisonous swamp. Approaching him, he declared that having obtained the power of the ruler, he would drown the entire world in poison. Planus swung and yelled, ordering the protagonist to die. Baal swung his axe, and the air around him shook with the force of the blow. But this did almost nothing to the monster, and he only moved forward even more. And the main character thought that they were all seeds, while the axe was dissolving in the planis. This surprised Baal, and he froze, not believing what he saw, after which he flew back from one swing of the villain, who struck with monstrous force. Sergi swung at him with all her arms, bringing down a furious blow on the hero. But it didn't help, and Kratos' thoughts continued. They were just watching and gaining strength. Hartok attacked from above, and the monster buckled under the blow but did not flinch. On the contrary, it angered him, and he knocked over the general, shouting, "Damn bastards!" His throat cracked on both sides, and the Lord declared that they were all seeds. It was the work of Asurat, whose dark power split his throat. He shouted at the tree, telling it to pray for a bountiful harvest. And the head flew upward, describing an arc in the air, and the blood splashed across the stones, like the seal of Asurat's rage. The Demon King watched the events unsteadily, barely able to maintain consciousness in the face of the growing chaos. Green smoke seeped from the monster's decapitated neck, billowing through the air as if its very rage was trying to escape. Then it began to fall apart, and the smoke grew thicker, thick green clouds escaping from the cracks. The roots began to disappear, as if they were being sucked into an invisible funnel, and the enormous planis began to evaporate towards the sky, stretching out into a thin, trembling stream of green mist. Its remains rose higher and higher, as if someone invisible was pulling them along, and the air around vibrated with a strange, low hum. This caused beautiful lights to appear in the sky, like sparks scattered in the wind, flickering with a soft green light, and the demons came closer to them. Kratos lay in the dust, breathing with difficulty, and through the pain he thought that the bastard deserved it. The generals began to rise from the ground, staggering but regaining their fighting stance. Hartok heard a voice behind him, returning to the question of treason. Writing something down in his notebook, Zephyros declared the victory of the ruler's army. Hartok's lips pressed together firmly as if he were truly happy. Raising his fist into the air, the general shouted "Da Kratos," his voice echoing across the field, raising morale. The rest of the villagers rejoiced, shouting "Da Kratos," and their voices filled the field with a jubilant roar. The generals also rejoiced, raising their fists and echoing the general celebration. On both sides, the bishop was surrounded by workers and generals who continued to rejoice and fill the space with deafening joy. But he nervously yelled that he had said enough, and the jubilation immediately stopped. Everyone froze in the same positions, but silently, and the silence hung heavily over them. The Demon King's gaze darted to the side, his brows furrowed. There were many leaves lying on the ground, around which green dots swirled, flickering in an alarming rhythm. Then Kratos' heavy gaze dropped, again turning his attention to something. This time it was an ordinary little rustling leaf that rolled closer, barely touching the ground. The protagonist looked down in despair, saying that his entire field was lost and he would have to start over, feeling hope slipping through his fingers. The worst part is that they will go hungry again, and he has to force them to start from scratch after everything they have already been through. Gritting his teeth, the hero declared that he would never be able to force them to work again. The generals watched Kratos' behavior in silence, not daring to intervene in the growing tension. A very bright green light flew from above, cutting through the air. He was getting closer and closer to the ground, and the green glow became so bright that it began to hurt the eyes. It approached a shabby, lonely leaf, and the green glow was already beginning to flow around its edges. And finally, it lay completely on the leaf, as if absorbed into its dry surface and causing it to tremble from unexpected force. After which the leaf began to glow along with the ball, and their combined glow caused the large ball to shatter into many small ones, lifting the dry leaf. In the cell, it was heard that someone had recently spoken with the head of livestock, and heard that the ruler had changed several days ago. The boy listened while they pondered what difference it made who was in charge now, if they were still just food. A green brute approached the bars, breathing heavily and looming over the prisoners. One of them turned around in fear. At that very second, a huge hand inserted the key into the keyhole, causing the grate to shake. When he entered, all the demons ran away screaming. Then the monster's eyes shone, searching for something in the depths of the chamber. And then he saw a little boy who didn't even look in his direction. He puffed, moving even closer to the demon, confusion in his eyes. But the boy continued to stare blankly into space, and this lifeless gaze only further emphasized how far he was from what was happening around him. Then a huge hand grabbed him by the jacket and jerked him up. The brute lifted the boy high above himself, holding him with one powerful arm. But he continued to stare lifelessly at the monster, not reacting to either the movement or the threat. Then, filled with rage, the brute swung his huge sword, and he had almost touched the boy's body when the blade stopped a few centimeters away. From behind, the Lord held his helmet, preventing the blow from landing. He pulled the helmet towards himself, and the monster immediately let go of the sword and the little hero. The helmet flew off with great force, ringing on the stone floor and continuing to roll until it hit the wall and stopped. A heavy shadow loomed over the prisoner, and Kratos said quietly, "Boy." His eyes red and filled with rage, he leaned closer and hoarsely asked why he hadn't even tried to beg for mercy. The boy said that he had nothing to fear and that he considered death a relief. He continued that it didn't matter how they fought, because food didn't live, and the best thing to do was to shorten the time he spent trembling in fear, waiting for death, that's why. With a smile, the Demon King noted that he was different from the others. He ordered them to go with him and declared him the new chronicler of the demonic race. Turning around, Kratos continued that it would be a waste of resources to turn someone like him into meat, although they would still have to eat their own kind for some time. He confidently declared that someday he, Lord Kratos, would solve this problem. He called it a tragedy of killing their own children. It was Zephyros's childhood, a painful memory he carried with him all his life. And now he saw how the ruler who had once saved him was weakening, losing strength before his eyes. The advisor thought for a moment, then pursed his lips, making a decision. He turned decisively in the direction opposite to the king's. Taking up a hoe, the advisor began to work in the field, immersing himself in the heavy rhythm of the earth. All the generals suddenly turned to look at him, their eyes raising warily. He stubbornly continued, not paying attention to their looks. Hartok frowned, lost in his thoughts, distancing himself from what was happening. He turned sharply to the group of farmers and shouted at them, asking what they were doing. He furiously ordered them to hurry, level the ground, and build beds. They joyfully grabbed their tools, as if they had been just waiting for the opportunity to get down to work. And with joyful cries, they ran forward to work. Kratos turned around at them in surprise, not immediately understanding what had made them so excited. Farmers sang that the ruler had reached unprecedented heights, and that he was even strangling the potatoes themselves. "This is what any vegetable garden on the map of demonic lands looks like," the song continued. The protagonist shouted furiously, ordering the first group to find the living and the rest to grab hoes. The Demon King then ordered Sergei to cut the potatoes and Zephyros to wipe the blades. Kratos continued to command, ordering Hartok to act with the first group and Aserat to bring tools. The demon's cloak fluttered in the wind. He spread his arms, shouting in the name. And he continued in the name of a great harvest, after which the workers enthusiastically raised their hoes. Baal took the rope in his teeth, preparing to pull the demons. The workers were already lying on their stomachs, pressing their hoes into the ground. At that very second, Baal rushed forward, and the farmers turned into living tools for plowing. The bishop reflected on real agriculture, recalling the disasters, failures, and the eternal struggle for the harvest. Suddenly, the demon girl noticed a tiny sprout breaking through the plowed earth. She ran quickly towards the sprout, barely touching the ground. Touching the sprout, Flute whispered that at least one had held out. But she couldn't pull out the sprout. It clung to the ground as if it were its last hope. Then another, paler hand lay on top of hers, gently helping her pull out the sprout. Aserat warned the brat to hold on tighter so that the sprout wouldn't slip out of her fingers. They began the countdown, and the general pulled with such force that the ground shook beneath them. They were shocked when something huge emerged from underground. They were enormous potatoes, so massive that they looked more like stone blocks than fruits. And they flew straight towards the living lightning rod, towards the poor guy, who didn't even have time to realize that an entire avalanche of demonic potatoes was falling on him. Aserat shouted what kind of madness was going on, looking at the gigantic harvest. And the girl was simply sincerely happy and smiling. For her, this was a miracle. A child's cry was heard, calling for the ruler, thin and piercing. The Demon King's gaze turned to her, to the little girl, and then at the huge potato, which the girl proudly showed to Kratos. The protagonist, still not believing his eyes, carefully poked his finger at the giant tuber and asked where Flute found it. She explained that she pulled on a sprout and a whole pile of it burst out of the ground. Then the Lord remembered that there was something similar in the game, after the victory over Planus. After his death, green patches appeared on the earth, filled with his remains. And now the villain was 100 or even 1,000 times bigger. The protagonist immediately ordered the detachment of farmers to drop everything and dig deeper. The farmers followed the order, and one after another began to dig up the huge fruits. One of the demons raised a potato over his head and exclaimed that the harvest was alive, and everywhere there were whole bunches of huge root vegetables. And here too, there turned out to be an incredible amount of potatoes. The heroes watched in amazement as the earth continued to throw out gigantic fruits. All the demons rejoiced, clutching the huge harvest to themselves and beaming with delight. The advisor coldly asked the Lord if this was really the miraculous harvest. With a smile, the king said that Zephyros was right in acknowledging the miraculous harvest without a shadow of a doubt. And then tears came to his eyes, because the ruler was happy that the residents would no longer go hungry. On the rock stood a crooked old hut with a white flag, alone among the wind and stone. On the throne, Kratos took stock of the situation, assessing everything with cold clarity. He started from the territory of the first Star Master, marked next to the palace of the Dark Lord. Sarutul rebelled against him and was killed, and after the heart of the forest was destroyed, all the minions disappeared. Next came the territory of the second Star Master, covered in darkness. But even here, after Planus' death, all his subordinates were in complete shock, unable to move. Finally, it was the turn of the third Star Master's territory. Lord Raster hung there, acting as a lightning rod, and the question of the punishment of his sixes remained open. The fourth Star Master turned out to be the reptilian Tartu, described in the game as very loyal. The hero wondered how to organize the remnants of the demons and lizards so as not to cause famine until the next harvest. The advisor came in and announced the start of cutting the sprouts, receiving approval and an order to issue food coupons. The dragon then announced that orders were being sent out to the regions, expressing doubt about their reliability. He then said that the fourth Star Master refused. Kratos exclaimed in anger, not understanding why they disobeyed again. The king was angry to learn that the messenger had not bothered to find out the reason for the fourth master's refusal. The protagonist hit the dragon in anger, unable to contain his irritation at its uselessness. He screamed in fear that the fourth master had almost no servants left and there was nothing there. They continued to argue, and the hero, with irritation, asked why the servants had disappeared and the messenger had not asked them a single question. The bishop was very angry, shouting about disappointment and comparing his interlocutor to a dumb white collar. The advisor reflected, noting the exemplary behavior of the ruler and his expressive face, considering it the ugliest in tens of thousands of years. Zephyros consoled the dragon and then turned to the Lord, promising to try to find out where the fourth Star Master had disappeared to. The crying dragon screamed that demons had invaded the people and were going to use their corpses as fertilizer. At first, the protagonist listened calmly to the creature, allowing it to speak out without interrupting with a word. And then he was shocked out loud by what he had just heard. Around this time, an ancient paladin awakens, destroying all demons in his path. The longer demons leave people alone, the longer the paladin leaves them alone. But if the fourth Star Master suddenly attacks them, then the character will appear not only for the fourth master, but for all of them. Kratos lunged forward with all his might to stop the overgrown lizard before it could cross the border. The advisor suggested that perhaps reinforcements should be called in to contain the looming threat. But the retreating hero declared that it would be faster on his own. After defeating Planus, the mana seed was upgraded to level 4 and infused with nutrients. The Lord put everything into dexterity, using glitches and shortcuts to minimize time. And now, in full view, lay the abandoned lands of the demons, gloomy, lifeless, saturated with ancient magic. And this is the border between the lands of demons and humans, the fortress of Magrat. Looking through the telescope, one of the knights frowned and asked who was appearing on the horizon. And then he exclaimed that Evai Asrahan had returned, but with him was only an ugly servant and one unknown person. They were met at the huge gates, and Asrakhan was thanked for his hard work. The commander of the fortress, Magrat Volkos, asked what happened to the warriors who went with the hero. He sadly admitted that they were attacked by monsters along the way, and they were not even able to get close to the border. The man replied that this was an order from His Majesty to explore the demon lands, and that there would be casualties. And opening the gate slightly, he silently stepped aside, inviting them to come inside. The heroes began to enter in a single file, step by step disappearing behind the massive gates. But the last guest was stopped by the commander's naked sword, blocking his path. He made it sternly clear that everyone could enter except this character, whose path he firmly blocked. The heroes froze in amazement, not understanding what was happening. Then old Kimchi looked angrily at the man, irritation and silent challenge flashing in his gaze. The hero hesitated, but Levi explained that he had met him in the no man's land when he was wounded, and he had helped. The knight replied that only those who had passed through the gates from the city could enter them again. The servant assured that there had been a misunderstanding and no one had intended to break the rules, and he quickly began to rummage through his pockets, trying to find the item he needed. With a sly face, he handed over the coins, assuring that no one was asking them to turn a blind eye to the violation. However, he received a slap in the face and fell to the ground, and the coins clanked and scattered across the floor. The commander yelled, cursing him and 3 generations of descendants, calling him a potato degenerate. Barely holding back his tears, the humiliated servant looked at him with a trembling chin and a dull gaze. And pointing the tip of his sword at Kimchi, he demanded that he immediately remove his cloak, threatening execution at the slightest suspicion. Evie was frightened, recoiled, and turned pale, realizing that under the cloak everything really did look suspicious. The hero looked back at the servant silently, his gaze expressing a silent question and concern. And then he moved forward threateningly, forcing everyone around him to involuntarily retreat. His actions frightened the commander, causing him to nervously grip the hilt of his sword. But their tension was interrupted by a drawn-out sound of a horn which split the silence. The invasion was announced and that they were already under attack, causing everyone to instantly forget about the previous conflict. In the deserted distance, a huge army could be seen, advancing on the city like a black wave. Everyone panicked as they saw the demons rapidly approaching them. The commander ordered everyone to line up, trying to keep the army from panicking in the face of the approaching demons. And the character thought, demons. And a strange curiosity flashed in his gaze instead of fear. He watched intently as they approached, listening to the hum that grew louder and louder. And I remembered how I once controlled it with a joystick, ordering it to kill monsters. Meanwhile, Kratos ran as fast as he could, stumbling over the sand and breathing heavily, as if the desert itself was trying to hold him back. There was only one thing in my thoughts, that those fools would not touch people. He understood that otherwise everyone would die, and this thought sent a chill through him from within. The lizards rolled the sharpened stake forward, hurrying to attack. They aimed their tips straight at the goal, increasing the chaos with each blow. The knights began shooting at them with bows, increasing the panic. The demons twirled their weapons in their hands, preparing to strike, and while arrows were flying at them, they fought back with stones, holding back the onslaught. Some knights fell lifelessly from the fortress. There was complete chaos all around. Everything was seething, and the battle was rapidly getting out of control. The gates gave way and began to slowly collapse, letting in the growing pressure of the furious siege. Small stones fell from the ceiling of the shelter, foreshadowing the imminent breakthrough of the crumbling gates. Kimchi wondered why he instinctively rushed into battle. Perhaps these are the echoes of 19 lives, each one leaving a mark, and now everything has merged into one impulse, pushing him back into the fight. If Duke Elbia had not held him back, he would have rushed into the thick of the battle, accepting it as fate. The character noted that everyone was trembling with fear, and perhaps it was at moments like these that he was obliged to fight. The gate buckled, and a gaping hole appeared in its center. The residents panicked, realizing that the fortress gates could no longer withstand the growing onslaught. And so they fell down, crumbling under the weight of the blow and opening the way for the enemies. Immediately, a crowd of demons rushed into the city, filling the gap and sweeping away everything in their path. The lizard ordered that no one be left alive and that the fallen be turned into fertilizer for their fields. The commander shouted to destroy the bridge, insisting that since they would not all survive, it was better not to let the enemy reach their homeland. Echoes of the order to destroy the bridge were heard from the main gate, and cries of destruction of the bridge spread throughout the fortification. The main bridge began to explode rapidly, bursting into fiery flashes and collapsing under its own weight. Residents began to discuss the fact that the bridge no longer existed, and anxiety quickly grew among those gathered. The servant panicked, not believing that they could really die, and he had never been with a girl. Levi smiled and noted that Duiro shouldn't be upset, because even if he got out alive, he still wouldn't get close to anyone, finding a strange peace in this. The guy darkened and thought that in his next life he would become an aristocrat and drive him to the end. Everyone covered their heads, trying to protect themselves from the sharp sounds and increasing shaking. A lizard pierced the ceiling from above, splitting it with its huge hammer. Seeing this, the inhabitants screamed, and their cries instantly filled the space, mixing with the sound of the falling debris. The monster's paw came closer, stretching forward with 4 massive fingers, and the air around it seemed to compress with its heavy, predatory movement. And he grabbed the little girl, hugging her. The heroine burst into tears, calling for her mother, and her voice cut through the noise around her like a thin thread, making what was happening even more terrifying. The woman desperately reached out to her daughter, trying to reach her through the chaos and roar of the monster. The residents were determined and frightened, clenching their fists. The character's gaze darkened, and a heavy determination appeared on his face. At that very moment, the monster flew away, releasing the girl from its clutches and hitting the far wall. The servant's mouth fell open in surprise, unable to comprehend what had happened. Evi held someone's daughter back from falling to the ground. The gray cloak fluttered in the wind, revealing a silhouette. The hero rose above the scorching city, as if the light itself cut through the smoke and heat. The hero also flew quickly towards the demon, landing abruptly in front of him, blocking his path and forcing him to stop. The lizard looked forward in surprise, not immediately understanding what had happened. In front of him stood a character in a pink suit with a heart-shaped wand, glowing against a backdrop of smoke and fire. What happened to his clothes? The demon wondered, not believing it, that such an absurd and strange creature stands before him. Kimchi stated that he did not want to fight and demanded that the demons retreat. He laughed, shouting that he would not listen to some costumed clown, and demanding to know what he would do to him if he didn't leave. The hero threatened that in that case he would destroy his tribe and his entire family, speaking calmly, but in such a way that the air around him seemed to become heavier. This angered the demon, and he grabbed his sword, preparing to attack, and the character looked at him with an empty gaze. He closed his eyes and wondered if this was really the only way out. Clutching his wand, he continued, "If this was his destiny, then he would accept it, and he will destroy all demons," he declared with burning eyes, accepting his fate without a shadow of a doubt. Kratos darted forward faster than thought, and the lizard was thrown back by the blow before the hero could do anything. Kimchi stood frozen, watching what was happening without interfering with either movement or word. At that moment, the demon flew across the ground, not having time to understand what had thrown him back so abruptly. The Lord stood bent over and tried to catch his breath, maintaining his balance after the crushing blow. His frightened gaze shot up, catching sight of the figure that had appeared before him. The character looked at him with dark anger, and in that look there was neither doubt nor mercy. He screamed in his head, not understanding why old Kimchi was here, as if fate itself had decided to play a cruel joke on him. The hero called out to the Lord, and his voice cut through the roar of battle, causing the demon to flinch. Kratos merely kicked him in the face, sending the lizard crashing back into the dust with stunning force. The protagonist rained blows down on the lizard, screaming in rage, demanding an explanation for the attack on people. He then turned to the character and, noticing that he was still looking, felt the tension in the air become almost palpable. He continued to attack the demon, shouting that they had agreed to live in peace, work on the land, and be quiet as a mouse. The Demon King was angry, shouting that they were already coping, demanding to know why he had attacked without permission. He did this for mercy from Kimchi, clinging to the last chance to save the lives of his people. The character said sharply that he knew him, and there was something in his voice that made the air seem heavier. Kratos froze and did not dare turn around, as if he felt that the gaze behind him could cut the air. His shoulders tensed, and the demon turned sharply towards the sound. Kimchi narrowed his eyes, as if checking what he saw with his memory, and asked if it was really the demon lord in front of him. The protagonist broke out in a cold sweat and fell silent, feeling fear tightening his throat. He realized it was time to buy a place in the cemetery, and a cold sense of doom gripped him from within. The army froze, and a whisper ran through the ranks that the Demon King himself stood before them. He seems to be saying something, but the distance is too great and the words are lost in the noise. The protagonist barely managed to squeeze out that Kratos sounded like some kind of computer operating system. Kimchi calmly replied that he was not asking because he did not know, and asked what a computer was, receiving final confirmation of his suspicions. Then the demon realized that old Kimchi was completely confident, and his pupils began to dart around noticeably. He rushed forward, realizing that if he continued to disconnect, he would definitely be attacked. And now the only thing he could do was to act first. His claws dug into the ground, and the tension in his body rose to its limit. The character watched his actions angrily, and intense distrust flashed in his eyes. At that moment, the The ruler drove his horns into the ground, and the blow rolled across the field with a heavy vibration. The warriors stood frozen in amazement, unable to comprehend what was happening. Kratos was already standing upside down, keeping his balance with only his hands and horns. Kimchi watched his actions calmly, showing neither alarm nor surprise, and then he became noticeably embarrassed by his strange pose, not knowing where to look. The lizards hissed, assuring each other that the enemy was in complete confusion, and the Lord was demonstrating a new pose of intimidation of the Demon King himself. The hero asked in surprise what was happening to him, not understanding the reason for such an absurd stance. The bishop hastily babbled that this was called a great bow, a gesture of deepest gratitude or apology, and that the Demon King Kratos was not going to invade the human world, and the lizard acted of his own free will, and that is why the king rushed to stop him. The demons hissed in admiration, insisting that before them was the threatening pose of a bull butting the ground, as befits the great Demon King. Kratos knew he looked pathetic and shameful, but he knew that if he didn't do this, all the demons would die. As a leader who takes responsibility for his people, he had no right to retreat. He remembered once seeing a man kneeling, and how one of them then burst out laughing, rudely, mockingly, almost choking on his own complacency. The hero quickly assured that they were very sorry and that something like this would not happen again. This was deeply imprinted in the little boy's memory, becoming his first lesson in the power of humiliation for the sake of others. And now he is ready to endure everything for the sake of his people, not allowing himself a single step back. The earth flew away from his horns, rising up with each furious blow. Kimchi coldly declared that all this was useless and that he lived only for the sake of killing the Lord. His eyes turned red and he slowly pulled out his wand, preparing for the inevitable. He promised to kill him first and then kill all the demons, not hiding his rage. Old Kimchi thought that he had to kill him, but this guy was breaking his resolve. First, Kratos delivered 10 powerful blows, each of which shook the earth. And then he also took a short break, and another 10. There was something painfully familiar about it, as if he was repeating 10 times 10. The character's eyes widened sharply, reflecting the sudden realization of what was happening. This is the same joystick that controlled him, and this power now pulsated noticeably within the demon, filling him from within. Kimchi remembered that he always counted 10 times, even when he was just rolling around in the dark. And these phrases, completely uncharacteristic of the Demon King, turned out to be strangely familiar. The character froze, not understanding why the hand of destiny appeared before him in the form of the Demon King. Kimchi said briefly that he had stopped banging his head on the ground. Kratos slowly raised his exhausted head towards the character, barely maintaining consciousness. The hero replied that it would be better for him to disappear, because his thirst for murder was too great. The Lord immediately smiled with joy, not hiding his blazing delight. Grabbing the lizard in his arms, the demon declared that he would never forget his mercy for the rest of his days. He shouted that the fourth army of the Demon King should retreat and run as fast as they could. The warriors froze, not understanding why everything had changed so suddenly. But the Demon King just gave the order, so we have to run. Old Kimchi began to recede, disappearing into the echoing chaos of the retreating army. Having come to his senses, the lizard noticed this and raised his head, looking for his opponent. Finally, he found the back of his head among the crowd of other warriors, catching sight of the only figure he needed. And he started yelling, asking how this worthless person dared to do anything at all. He tore himself from Kratos' shoulders and rushed forward, not hiding his growing rage. He was already approaching, preparing to strike, and the tension around him was growing thicker. The Demon King screamed no, holding out his hand and trying to stop the fool. In one movement, the enemy flew into pieces, as if his body could not withstand the force of the blow. And the ruler froze in fear, as if reality itself had momentarily ceased to exist for him. After all, the fool's body simply fell onto the rock, and it began to slide disgustingly, leaving behind a sticky trail that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Then Kimchi turned to the protagonist with a cold, merciless gaze, in which there was no fear or doubt left. The demon's pupils began to dart around again, twitching in different directions. The character gently replied that it was not Kratos' will, and he understood that the decision belonged to the lizard himself. The protagonist listened to him without interrupting, allowing the words to lie between them like a heavy, inevitable truth. A second later, Kimchi's cloak flew after him, unfolding in the air in a wide, dark semicircle. As he walked away, he threw out a comment about what if he saw his horns again in the lands of people. and he continued that there would be no mercy and he would kill the ruler. Kratos watched the character with a frightened gaze as he disappeared into the gathering darkness. The fortress rose through the chaos, cutting through the swirling darkness with a heavy and unshakable silhouette. The character was met by two people, asking what had happened and where he had disappeared to. Kimchi explained that he had simply gone off to fight, and Evi asked in amazement if he was really going with demons. But before they could get an answer, they were distracted by the commander, who asked if his name was really Old Kimchi. The commander, with a slight bow, stated that Mr. Old Kimchi Mook Inji had dealt with the lizards with lightning speed and asked for forgiveness for his recent rudeness. Evi whispered in surprise that Mr. Old Kimchi was strong, although he had no idea how strong. The man ordered the army to praise Lord Old Kimchi, who had protected their fortress. The warriors raised a roar, shouting hurrahs and raising their swords above their heads in a single impulse. The hero thought, for the first time in his 20th life, escaping a fate drenched in blood from endless murders. He nodded slightly to the warriors, acknowledging their enthusiastic roar. His cloak fluttered in a gust of wind, and he quietly said that he had chosen the path of salvation, even though he had killed two. The residents noticed his strange outfit and became noticeably embarrassed, but did not dare to say a word. The Forsaken Lands, the fourth region of the Storm Wastes, is a harsh and scorched expanse. Kratos ran through the dust, barely breathing. He did not slow down. He just thought that he had finally arrived, and that moving with such a crowd was too long a task. Kratos turned to the lizards and barked at them to hide in their castles and houses. They didn't stick their heads out and got out quickly, otherwise they wouldn't get away alive next time. The Overlord, striding forward, grumbled that following the gameplay without glitches excluded shortcuts, and that was why everything was taking so long, and he needed to go back and check the potato fields. The hero noticed an abandoned well and thought with annoyance that if it worked, it would have made his journey much easier. The wells were his systems of amplification and teleportation, but after checking each one, he was convinced that none of them worked. Sitting by the well, the demon sighed, thinking that teleportation would come in handy now, but wells apparently don't work because he's not a paladin. A menu flashed from the well, informing that after the meeting with the paladin, a new game system had opened up and teleportation through the abandoned well was now available. The Lord was quickly drawn into the well. All the wells he has visited since arriving in this world are activated and waiting for him to go wherever he wishes. Kratos saw the well in the Demon King's castle among the options, and went there. Aseroth and Flute were discussing their latest breakdown among the rocks, while the girl just sighed, dreaming of at least one useful tool for farming. Flute suddenly noticed a sharp, blinding glare ahead, cutting through the gray rocks. The king's evil face, distorted with rage, flashed before her and emerged from the radiance. She screamed as Kratos himself began to burst forth from the broken ground right in front of her. The girl looked at this phenomenon for a long time, unable to look away. And unable to bear what she saw, she collapsed in a faint. Aseroth, watching Kratos burst out of the ground, only grimaced darkly. The Lord, seeing Flute fall unconscious to the ground, instinctively covered his mouth with both hands, desperately trying to hold back the nausea that was rising. The rainbow stream finally broke through his tightly clamped mouth, bursting out despite his desperate attempts to hold back. The general instantly rushed forward, reacting faster than thought. He rushed forward and collapsed over the girl, taking the entire impact on his back, like a living shield covering her from the rainbow stream. The protagonist, sitting right on the edge of the well and holding his stomach, groaned that the pain was simply unbearable and expressed indignation at why teleportation couldn't be as smooth as in the game. The heroine, having barely come to her senses, looked at the rainbow Aseroth with tears in her eyes. The Lord, still wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, chuckled contentedly that it was a small price to pay for the journey. While Flute was crying over Aseroth, Kratos put his foot on the well and announced that the time had come to mass-produce the truly royal potato. The action moved to a wooden warehouse that towered along the cliffs. Looking at the pile of potatoes, the king noted that the fruits looked truly wonderful. However, something about these perfect tubers made him wary. Kratos began to carefully examine each tuber, and for a while he simply remained silent. He picked up one potato and asked what it was and why they kept rolling down. He again delved into studying the fruit, turning it over in his hands and trying to catch the slightest oddity. Finally, he understood and screamed no, as if he had realized something truly terrible about these perfect tubers. Sorting through all the fruits in the pile, he shouted that there was nothing here either. They were all lost. Zephyros cautiously asked the gentleman if there was something wrong with the potatoes. Exhausted, the protagonist replied that all these royal potatoes were useless. The bishop added that the potato is smooth like a butt, without eyes. The advisor cautiously suggested that this meant that the fruit would not sprout. The demon answered that it was true, and there was a heavy finality in his voice. He grimaced and announced that all these potatoes were sterile. And in his voice there was an almost physical disgust for this ideal, but dead smoothness in the large warehouse. A white flag fluttered in the cold wind above the temporary castle. Sitting on the throne, Kratos said that even if they planted these potatoes, nothing would grow from them. Hartok said his nature had been unnaturally altered, resulting in mutation and loss of reproductive function. Baal asked if they were inedible, and Sergei nervously stated that no, shrimp brains, you just can't plant them, we can only eat them. The bishop added gloomily that they could not rely on potatoes forever, as they were susceptible to disease, and if one became infected, it was the end of all the fields. Asarat frowned. He would have to grow other plants too, since potatoes wouldn't save him anymore. But what else could thrive in such soil? Kratos darkened and replied that nothing, but he knows a place that is full of seeds and can give them a chance to start over. And these are the lands of people, the ruler continued, and a heavy decision sounded in his voice. The generals became wary, catching in the ruler's words a hint of an upcoming campaign. Baal yelled that invasion and robbery were tantamount to war, and Sergei growled at the idiot to wait. She reminded him that their king hated war more than anyone else, and looked at him with regret. The hero sat silently on the throne, lost in his thoughts, without raising his gaze and as if distancing himself from the entire hall. The Lord ordered Zephyros to immediately prepare a gigantic quantity of chunyo, and stay to help Hartok manage the army of farmers. Meanwhile, Sergei, Baal, Asarat, and he, the main character, continued. They will sell chunyo in the human world and buy seeds for money. Kratos barked that the old kimchi was no obstacle as long as they didn't cross paths with him and there would always be a way out. Zephyros said that going to the human world and selling chunyo was a bold decision, and he asked to look at the three generals, pointing at them with his hand. One of them looked like a real monster from nightmares, and there was no doubt about it. The other looked like a walking red flag, with the skin of a serial killer and the eyes of a madman. The third resembled a humanoid squid with pale skin after severe enteritis. The advisor reflected that people would definitely decide that they were facing a race of demons and would immediately grab swords and pitchforks. Zephyros was restrained, and Asarath, with his sword, barked that they were very rational and would turn him into squid sashimi right then and there. The hero yelled that Zephyros was right and everyone looked strange except Baal, and Asurat snapped that Baal was the one who looked the most like a demon out of all of them. Hartok grinned, confident that no one could match his refined, gentlemanly style, which made all others pale in comparison. The girl laughed, calling them offended, and in response they told her that she was the least human of all and that she should go to hell. She had enteritis. After all this, the demons rushed into the fight at once, turning the dispute into a chaotic melee. Kratos, watching this, thought that everyone had a huge ego and appearance was a sore subject for them, and sometimes he even felt sorry for them. The protagonist stopped them with a single gesture of his hand, thinking that it was time to defuse the situation. He grinned and told them to stop throwing punches, reminding them that none of them were fit for the parade. The bishop, looking at their sour faces, noted to himself that the joke wasn't funny, but everyone calmed down and it worked out perfectly. He raised his head to the advisor and reminded him of the thing he had asked him to pick up during the robbery of Sarutul's castle. And Zephyros clarified whether they were talking about the find from the secret passage and handed it to the demon. On the fabric lay blue tadpoles, neatly laid out like a strange find. Sergei raised an eyebrow and asked what that thing was in front of them. They told her that it was an elixir of metamorphosis. By eating it, one could turn into a creature that did not resemble a demon. This way, they will change their appearance with the help of the elixir and will be able to penetrate the human world without arousing suspicion. The girl squealed, not believing that they would have to eat it, and Kratos noted skeptically that such an elixir was not rubbed into the skin. Baal jumped forward, grabbed the tadpole, and declared that it was not at all picky. The demon threw the screaming creature into his mouth without hesitation. He began to chew the oddity with juicy sounds, looking at the three frozen generals. The hero roared in rage, declaring that this was some real vomit. Baal immediately burst into a completely golden glow, blinding everyone around him. Kratos watched it glow and wondered what form it would take according to its inner nature. He prayed that his form would be anything but aggressive. A human silhouette gradually emerged through the blue smoke. He had a handsome face, and Kratos quietly noted that Baal had indeed been transformed. The system declared that after consuming the elixir, the player would take on a form that matched his inner nature. The protagonist blushed slightly, realizing that the essence of Baal's soul was in a cute human form. Seeing what was happening, Sergei grabbed the curiosity and shouted that the ruler's orders were unquestionable. She swallowed it immediately, and thick blue smoke quickly enveloped the entire space. An animal appeared through the curtain of smoke, slowly becoming visible in the deepening light. Zephyros held a mirror up to her, and in the reflection she saw an alpa. Sergei screamed, looking in the mirror, and the king silently understood that she was a cold monarch, and she just wanted to become a little warmer. Baal held Asarath back, and the king commanded him to eat it. Then the demon turned into a singing bird. The blood-drinking prince was lured by freedom after years of serving as a lightning rod. Now it was the turn of the ruler himself. He began to chew the artifact. But the silhouette behind the haze remained almost unchanged, remaining the same. He turned into a nasty student with no particular success in life. The hero looked in the mirror and involuntarily wondered if everything would go as it should now. He shouted, demanding an answer as to whether he looked like a man with a diseased liver, and he declared that it was time to move out. The Seed Expedition Detachment was ready for the campaign, and they set out, Baal and Kratos walking in front, and behind them the animals pulling the cart through the dusty wind. The system informed Kratos that no points would be awarded while using the elixir of metamorphosis. This infuriated the Lord. He clicked his tongue because there were so many restrictions. If you take damage and use a skill, you will return to your original form, just like in the game. They teleported through an abandoned well, holding hands to enter human territory. But there was a problem. After the teleportation, everyone was sick. Even the ruler couldn't resist, and it still remained unclear how they could get inside the fortress, hidden behind impregnable walls. Kratos thought that if he and old Kimchi had crossed paths in the past, it meant that he himself had gone deep into human territory. Enough time has passed, and he has probably already reached his goal and left the area. Well, even if Kimchi was nearby, it would have been impossible to recognize the ruler in this form. But the main character was still afraid that he might be recognized, even under his new guise. The horn blew, announcing the approach of a suspicious group to the fortress. The knights became wary, initially thinking that it was demons again, although this time something in their movements and silhouettes did not match the usual threat, and even those looked painful. The commander appeared before them, appearing suddenly and confidently. He assumed that from their appearance it was clear that the heroes came from the village of outcasts, and he ordered them to turn around, because there was no way through these gates for them. Asurat and Sergei whispered that it would be strange if everything went smoothly. The Lord thought the same. After the recent demon attack, it would be stupid to let just anyone through. He considered himself a seasoned veteran, having read all 239 logs of the history of the world 10 times. The commander looked at the group silently, assessing them without a single unnecessary movement. The main character also did not dare to move, trying not to show even a shadow of excitement. Kratos laughed, calling the exile pathetic and assuring him that he had returned from the demon lands with an offering. The man became wary and asked again if he had really returned from the lands of demons. The protagonist smiled, remembering that the human king himself sent a scout to the demon lands, wanting to learn more about them. The commander asked if the carcass in the back was the offering, and the Lord confidently confirmed it. He smiled, claiming that he had brought monsters from the demon lands with him. Pointing to the animals, he assured that their meat was incredibly tasty and surprisingly tender. They stood calmly, showing neither fear nor irritation. But then they realized what they had heard, and their eyes widened in shock. The man looked at the animals harnessed to the cart, assessing them with growing distrust. He asked sullenly if these animals were really monsters from the demon territory. And in general, they looked like ordinary animals, and not monsters worthy of offering to His Majesty. Kratos was surprised to hear that alpacas and pelicans were considered common in a world similar to medieval Europe. The commander growled, demanding that the worthless creatures be removed immediately and disappear from sight. Sergei puffed up, veins appeared on her face, and her gaze became threatening. She howled the word Alpa at the top of her voice, filling the area with a furious cry. Then the man turned his gaze to her, warily noting her sudden outburst of anger. And he asked how an alpaca could even speak as clearly as a human. Then the main character realized that this was their chance. While the enemy was stunned, They could make an impression. He stroked Sergei, smiling that the little animal from the lands of demons really did speak very clearly. And looking at Asarat, he declared that even this creature could cry sincerely. Kratos tore out his feathers with fury and Peli screamed, shaking the air with a piercing wail. The commander said that the group could enter and permission had been granted. The man stated that despite the rare offering, they still remained outcasts. The hero noted that they were forbidden to wander around the kingdom without an escort. By a happy coincidence, they were sent to the capital along with the royal envoy. Evie's laughter was heard, pleased with the lucky coincidence and the opportunity to appear before the king not empty-handed. Kim Jang-chul introduced himself as a resident of the outcast village and tried to name his friend, but stumbled. Evie thought about it when he heard that he was from the outcast village, and his gaze became more attentive. The hero then stated that he had lived in the village for some time, but had never met them. The knights raised their swords and shouted, demanding that the documents be placed on the table and that they explain whether they were demons. The servant stated that Lord Evi was again forgetting the faces of those he met, and he began to hint that in front of them stood the same resident from the house on the left, whom he had already seen. He whispered to the master to just bring them with him, in case the king might need them. Then the hero exclaimed that he had definitely seen him in the village, but had just not had time to talk properly. Kratos smirked at the boy who dared to use him as a pawn. The fat man decided to squeeze the skinny one dry and throw him away later, grinning with contempt. Evi urged them to leave small talk and hit the road, as another one had joined them. He pointed to the character, introducing him as a volunteer bodyguard nicknamed Old Kimchi. The protagonist's gaze immediately became frightened. He pulled back and sweat poured from his face. The character looked gloomily at the guest, clearly trying to figure out what kind of guy was standing in front of him. The demon, stuttering from the tension, squeezed out that he was pleased to meet you, giving his name. Kimchi noted that he looked unwell and advised him to take better care of his liver. Kratos froze, as if he had momentarily lost control of himself and could not move his lips. Evi said that empty chatter was not getting them any closer to the capital and urged everyone to move on. Holding his heart, the protagonist finally relaxed. The elixir of metamorphosis worked, and he was no longer recognized. But the character's gaze was filled with distrust, as if he was trying to catch a trick, not fully believing what was happening. The moon was barely covered by dark clouds, and their ragged edges let through a pale light. The heroes sat by the fire, and the animals were tied nearby. Kratos sat by the fire, watching the flames anxiously, knowing that one blow would rip away the disguise. The capital was still far away, and he decided to sell the chunyo, buying seeds without them. Kimchi watched him closely, not missing a single movement. This frightened the protagonist, and he felt tension tighten in his chest. Controlling himself, he waved his hand at the character, trying to hide his anxiety. Then Kimchi's gaze softened, but he did not stop looking. Turning away from the hero, Kratos thought that a brick factory could be built from just one glance. The hero realized that he had to run. They would escape when the others fell asleep. The street became empty, and the animals were already asleep, plunging the camp into a quiet night slumber. The Lord slapped Bale on the cheek and shouted at him to wake up, and he muttered that he needed 8 hours of sleep for normal growth. Sneaking up, the protagonist gestured to the animals to remain silent, disappearing into the silence of the night. They walked quietly past the tent, trying not to disturb those sleeping there. Sergei, suddenly speaking quite normally, asked where they were going at such a late hour. The protagonist stated that there was no reason for them to stay with the annoying little people, and there was no need to take root with them. He reminded them that their mission was important, and that disclosure would bring many problems. Old Kimchi appeared in front of them and asked what exactly they needed to reveal. The character looked down at them, holding them under a heavy and watchful gaze. The demon's mouth fell open in surprise and he froze, unable to find a reaction. The abandoned lands of Chavin de Huantar shimmered in the moonlight, revealing their cold emptiness. Hartok and the advisor watched silently, revealing neither their thoughts nor their intentions. Before them stood the demons, frozen in silence and assessing them without a single movement. The hero asked what was going on, since there was no order to gather here and he did not understand why they had come. One of the demons said that their master was here and they heard that there was food nearby. Hartok thought for a moment and admitted that there was almost no food and they could only wait for the demon king to return with new seeds. Suddenly shouts rang out demanding an explanation of what these chitinous creatures were doing here. The plants screamed, begging the Lord to let them in and insisting that they had nothing to do with Planis's rebellion. From behind, a desperate plea for mercy was heard, begging him not to destroy them. The lizards declared that they had come a long way and were hungry, looking at the others with tired impatience. Everyone begged for food, their voices mingling into one desperate roar. Hartok asked Zephyros how much chanyo they had left, and he quietly replied that they had very little. He continued that hungry mouths needed to be fed, but the main question was how many more days they could hold out like this. The man's face darkened with ignorance, and he closed his eyes, trying to hide the anxiety that was rising inside him. The Lord appeared before his eyes and ordered him to replace him in his absence, ordering him to think and act like the Demon King. He then ordered the territory to be divided according to race, declaring that each group would be allocated its own plot. Hartok declared that he would make sure there was enough food for everyone, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Kimchi caught them by appearing suddenly, causing everyone to suddenly fall silent. He asked who Kim Jang-chul really was, and his voice sounded harsh and demanding. Baal coldly asked him why he was stuttering, declaring that he would get rid of him if he just gave the order. The protagonist turned to Baal and whispered that he was an idiot, and there would be no fights, ordering him to take a closer look at him. Old Kimchi doesn't seem like the type of person with predictable fighting characteristics, and admitted that he found him very scary from the start. The character admitted that he could hear them, and in the silence it sounded especially harsh. Kratos's eyes widened sharply, and genuine shock flashed in his gaze. The hero thought about how the call of duty and the Demon King Kim Jang-chul had drawn him into a cycle of carnage. And now he was talking about peace, and he was trying to understand his true intentions and the reason why he had gone so far. The demon admitted that they were not there to bring gifts to the king, and there was a heavy frankness in his voice. The character listened to him sullenly, not hiding his growing distrust. Kratos continued that food was hard to come by in their area, but they still continued to farm. They explained that they wanted to sell the chunyo to use the proceeds to buy seeds for other vegetables. The protagonist, with a trembling voice, insisted that they wanted to escape for fear of being discovered and were planning to bypass the capital, heading to the nearest city. They are very sorry and they can hardly contain their hunger, asking for understanding. Kimchi didn't look away, holding them under a heavy and wary gaze. The demon looked for a clue in him, peering at him as if their fate depended on it. The character understood this look and decided that he was clearly hiding something, but not lying. Once the demons began to attack people because of hunger, the hero thought, exhaling. Kimchi stated that he understood them, but still could not let them escape. He firmly added that Mr. Azrahan had helped them, believing that they were carrying tribute to the king, and he could not allow him to experience the bitterness of betrayal. The hero suggested stopping in the city, selling the chunyo and buying the seeds, but still going with them to the capital. He reminded them that, as had been originally agreed, the two animals would be given to the king as tribute, and they trembled with fear. The Lord shouted that these creatures were nothing to them and were as common in their hometown as the grass underfoot. Grinning, Kratos mentally declared that everything would go differently, and as soon as they got the seeds, they would immediately run away. Evi inquired. The protagonist said that he had to sell the chunyo and asked to show what it looked like. The Demon King replied that of course he would show it, nothing special, just a big potato. Lifting the cloth of the cart, he revealed to their view several huge, heavy potatoes. The servant stared at the fruits in amazement, as if he couldn't believe that such gigantic tubers could even exist. Evi wished him luck with the sale, and the servant hesitated noticeably, then motioned for the young master to come over. He exclaimed that this is precisely what should be offered as tribute. It is much more valuable than any animals. The protagonist burst out laughing and asked what was so good about her. If size really mattered, the tallest man would become king. The gentleman chuckled and remarked that the servant seemed to like the potato, as it looked so much like his own face. The hero swore with an irritated look that he would get rich and buy them all into slavery. The demon admitted that the potato head was right, and the strange potato could be offered to the king for a reward. Hiding from old Kimchi is more important, and they need to escape before the plan is revealed. Evi noticed with a sincere smile that here he was. A bright view of the bustling trading city of Daparahia opened up before them. Thanks to Prince Azrahan's generosity, he and Baal were given one room, while old Kimchi's team got another. The animals, of course, received nothing and remained tied up in the yard. He could not have imagined that in a busy trading city there would be so many empty and at the same time such squalid rooms. He didn't care, because for them it was much more important to sell the chunyo. The bird anxiously asked if the ruler was really going to give them to the human king, but he snapped that it was not worth the nonsense. Sergei interrupted them, noticing something strange and admitting that she expected to see crowds at the human market. and I noticed that it was even emptier here than in the demon lands. The protagonist agreed, noting that everything had seemed strange since their arrival. The economy here was at rock bottom, and it was unknown whether they would be able to sell the chunyo. He pressed his lips together and decided that there was no point in worrying, because he had to act first and think later. Kratos laid out the potatoes on a cloth spread directly on the ground. He was calling out to the people at the top of his voice, offering potatoes the size of a head for 20 for 1 and 30 for 2, urging them not to be shy and to choose. The bishop clapped his hands and shouted to the brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, uncles, and aunts to choose what they liked. Baal muttered sheepishly that he felt awkward and that this man was their demon king. Kratos shouted that shame was nothing when it came to survival. Demons ate their own kind to escape hunger, and if that's what you have to do to survive, then it's worth being grateful for. Baal also clapped his hands and enthusiastically shouted about the huge potato. The protagonist suddenly attacked the animals, asking why they were standing silently. In most stories, when people from the modern world end up in a fantasy world and try to sell something, they immediately create something grandiose, for example, ice cream or food with monosodium glutamate. The bishop understood that this was just a huge potato, and people might buy it out of curiosity. But then the interest would quickly fade. Sitting on the shoulders of his comrades, the hero understood that they needed to give it their all because it was about survival. Survival is doing the best we can. The man came up and hesitantly asked if one really cost 20 gold pieces. Kratos replied that he was the first customer and that if he took 2, it would be even better. A noisy crowd instantly gathered around them, shouting out in turn that she wants to buy 4, 6, no, 10. The ruler stared in amazement at what was happening, unable to understand how the sudden market frenzy had been able to work so effectively. The animals began to talk, hurrying to sell faster and rejoicing that the Demon King's plan had worked again. Shouts were heard demanding that people get in line. The bags flew off one after another, disappearing into the crowd faster than they could be handed over. Kratos looked happily at the bag, confident that they had already sold 1/3 of the supplies, and at this rate, everything would be gone tomorrow. The king ordered the demonic generals to return to the tavern, while he himself stayed behind to buy seeds. They enthusiastically praised the generous and excellent harvest. The man behind the counter asked him in surprise if he wanted to buy some seeds, wondering if he was joking. He explained that there was no way to get seeds in this city. The protagonist stared at the seller in shock, almost shouting out what this even meant. The man explained that most of the food and seeds had already been bought by large trading guilds. The salesman with a country accent asked why the customer's face was so pale. But suddenly his face was distorted with fear when he noticed something behind the hero. He turned his back abruptly, muttering that Kratos could ask the guy behind him about it. Then the Lord turned to the boy, assessing him with an attentive gaze. A hero with green hair appeared in front of them, with a guard standing behind him, and he asked if it was Kratos who was selling large potatoes at the fountain. The main character admitted incredulously that it was him, but the stranger introduced himself as Ruslan, secretary of the Richmond Guild of Merchants, responsible for all its operations. The demon asked incredulously why they needed him, remembering that the fat man had mentioned this Richmond Guild of Merchants. Ruslan calmly got to the point, offering to buy all his potatoes at a price 20% higher than the original. The protagonist wondered if he had misheard, amazed by such a generous offer. But I still decided to check at what price the guild sells cabbage seeds. With a smile, Ruslan replied that the price today was 100 gold pieces per handful. Looking at the hero, Kratos only thought that this was pure madness. He estimated from the markets that the fair price for seeds barely reached 50 gold, and the Richmonders were charging twice as much. The protagonist realized that these were speculators who buy up everything, control the market, and then make huge profits. This old, crumbling hotel was barely hanging on by its warped beams. The dead market district stood empty and burnt out. And most importantly, desperate people who don't have enough, even for the most basic needs. It's all because of them, which means the demon decided. He laughed as if a brilliant plan had just flashed into his head. Ruslan froze, amazed at what was happening to his face. The Lord smiled, realizing that even if he sold all the chunyo, he still wouldn't be able to afford the seeds at their current price. Even if such a rule does exist, there is no need for a demon to obey any human restrictions. The protagonist noticed the gray cloak and realized that old Kimchi was watching his every step, as if he sensed something was wrong. He smiled, confident that he had found a way to get rid of it and get the seeds at the same time. Kratos asked if he wanted to buy some chunyo potatoes, and Ruslan calmly confirmed that he was ready to do so right then. With a fastidious look, he demanded to call the boss. This seemed to anger the hero, and irritation flashed in his gaze. Ruslan slammed the table and coldly declared that he was responsible for all operations. The Lord sneered, calling him a private and declaring that he was incapable of accepting his offer. Hesitating, the hero stuttered, calling himself the vice head of the Merchants Guild and assuring that he had the authority to make almost all decisions. The king sharply demanded 200 gold pieces for one potato and asked whether he would take it or not. The merchant cried out, insisting that 200 gold pieces was exorbitantly expensive. Kratos drawled mockingly, calling him a cheapskate and asking if he was even capable of making a decision. He confidently explained that large processed potatoes were easy to store in large quantities and that selling them to the royal army or other buyers could be a real jackpot. And he asked who would ultimately lose if he raised the price by 20% and a third party received the royal contract, the guild or himself. Ruslan grimaced with anger, barely containing his fury. The demon meanwhile ordered to call the chief immediately. The sky quickly became covered with heavy clouds, thickening the gloomy tension above them. And then came the downpour, instantly washing away the remnants of light and plunging the stage into a heavy curtain of water. He hit the beasts on the heads, waking them up. Aseroth roared that he would not forgive the demon king, and Sergei sharply cut him off, reminding him that if word got out about their ability to speak, they would find themselves in the spotlight. The bird was indignant, screaming, since when did the girl become so devoted, and isn't she angry that they were dragged into all this? She coldly admitted that she was even happy with what was happening, as if everything was going the way she needed it to. After all, she was always curious, and since childhood, Sergei wanted to know what this place was. They said that people had a lot of food and neighbors did not eat each other, and therefore this place always seemed to her like something out of a dream. The heroine sadly admitted that her parents had been consumed by a more powerful demon, and their death had long since become something she took for granted. She quietly added that he probably felt the same way when stronger demons devoured his younger siblings. The city is poorer than Sergei thought, but people here do not eat each other, and she saw it at the market. How a father, seeing his child's hunger, first gave him the potatoes. It flashed through her mind that if they had been born here, their families would have lived happily. Sergei could barely hold back her tears, and raindrops ran down her face. The bird asked, "So when she experiences difficult emotions, she does not add pa to the words." Bursting into tears, she admitted that she had simply gotten used to this form. Aseroth raised his wing, shaking it with drops of water. He covered Alpa with his wing and said that now even demons would be able to experience an era of happiness. Kratos appeared in front of them and shouted, "Hey, you two!" The two animals shouted that this was a misunderstanding. Sergei was too self-confident and Aseroth was bullying her. Taking the animals in his arms, the protagonist said that it was time for them to go to a strategic meeting of 4 generals. The rain quietly pounded on the roof of the old hotel. Aseroth asked if it was true that they were buying up all the supplies and then selling them at exorbitant prices. Sergei was surprised and asked why they were doing this if there was enough food here and there was no need to store it. The bishop replied that they were doing this not out of fear of hunger, but to increase profits and enrich themselves. Baal knew that once basic needs are met, the hierarchy shifts towards increasing demand. Aseroth stated that it was no longer a question of needs, but of pure stinginess, even though they had more than enough food. He recalled the image of a terrible monster from his childhood. The girl became indignant and exclaimed that even though the city was full of starving people who simply had no money, and Sergei remembered the remains of her parents' hands, a fragmentary, terrible image. Baal frowned and declared that he was very angry. The protagonist reminded the 4 demon generals that human nature is unchangeable. So they need to keep a cool head and act strictly according to their goals, and they will act like real demons and loot the warehouse. Mist rose among the rocks and dawn was born. A soft, magical glow flared below. It opened wider and wider, turning into a huge, shining whirlwind. The residents watched in amazement, not understanding what exactly Mr. Hartok was doing. He screamed, and a powerful magical purple glow emanated from him. The demons were discussing how he suddenly ordered them to create a huge cauldron and had been summoning tornadoes like this for a long time. Hartok strained with all his might, and the tense veins on his body bulged. The magic suddenly dissipated and he fell to his knees, exhausted. Leaning on his knee, the hero felt his strength rapidly fading. Suddenly, he noticed that everyone around him was watching him closely. He shouted at them, to which the demons stared, reminding them that now was not the time to rest. The advisor noticed that the gentleman seemed to have taken on too much. Looking at the huge number of cauldrons with water, Zephyros only wondered why he needed so much water. The general noticed that there were so many demons that they couldn't be counted, and that dried potatoes alone couldn't feed them all, so other measures were needed. With the same amount of food, he can feed more demons, so he plans to boil potatoes in water. The hero shouted that there should not be a single hungry demon on these lands. Zephyros thought, because he does good deeds, but his expression is as if he is ready to kill. And I thought that maybe since Hartok is a demon, he simply doesn't know how to do it any other way. Things started to change here when the Demon King announced that they would be taking up farming. Cruel and cold-blooded, Hartok did everything he could to get food for other demons. What made the cruel demon change so much? The hero chuckled quietly, demonstratively baring his fangs. He just wanted to hear more praise for his efforts. The advisor noted that it would take too much firewood to heat such a huge boiler. The general replied that this could not be accomplished unless they defeated the lower-level demons. He announced that they were heading to the sealed volcano, the third star zone, to catch the fire predator. The gloomy trading town stood in the middle of a bright green day. Someone was walking slowly along the stone path, dressed in expensive clothes. It was the merchant Richmond, accompanied by an assistant and several servants. Looking at the old hotel, the old man drawled that this was the place. Without finishing, he turned to Ruslan and said that he was disappointed in him. The merchant asked how he could be afraid of the tales of an uneducated villager. And is Ruslan capable of great deeds if he turned out to be so stupid? After such words, the guy lowered his head. Knocking with his stick, the old man headed toward the door and ordered them to watch and learn how to take away everything they had acquired from the ignorant. There was a knock on the door of Kratos' room, and the main character calmly asked who was there. The guest introduced himself as an ordinary merchant of this town, Richmond, and said that since the hero wanted to see him in person, he had come. The merchant was calmly informed that he could enter, and the hero opened the door with a smile. One thought flashed through his mind. These ignoramuses relax in front of feigned politeness and do not understand that kindness is just a mask. The main character appeared before his eyes, sitting on the animals, and everyone was looking at him with red eyes. The old man froze, seized by a sudden and piercing fear. The demon asked imperiously if the old man would sit down. Sitting down on a stool, Richmond wondered why they gave him the impression that he was dealing with real demons. He wondered why they were in this room at all. I was puzzled because they are animals. But why do they have such human expressions on their faces? And with horror, he noted for himself what a huge, drooling, handsome man was standing in front of him. Steaming from his breath and a gleaming red eye, Kratos asked if the merchant had heard of the offer. Trembling, Richmond blurted out that the Lord was asking 200 gold pieces for the potatoes. The protagonist grimaced and asked if it really wasn't 300. The old man's eyes widened and he shouted that 300 was too much. Kratos noticed that the young master Azrahan was with them. The merchant trembled, because if he was from the Azrahan clan, then arguing with him was pure madness. The Lord laughed, confident that this family, which received orders directly from the royal family, could now show its strength. The old man came out into the street and announced that they had agreed on 300 gold pieces, which took Ruslan by surprise. Darkening, he said that they would have to move everyone into the mansion and prepare separate rooms even for the animals. And when they asked why, he coldly reminded them that it was written in the contract. The boy did not understand and exclaimed, turning to Richmond, why he had treated these ignoramuses so generously. Enraged, the hero exploded with a scream, insisting that any losses were repaid many times over and that he truly did not understand anything. The merchant quickly turned away from the boy, trying to hide his own fear. He was really so scared that he could hardly hold himself back. Ruslan bit his lips from anger and humiliation, barely containing the irritation boiling inside. Sitting on the bed, they discussed how Baal hadn't understood anything, as it would have been easier to kill everyone and take the seeds, to which the second only chuckled, admitting that this was indeed his style. Kratos noted that if a battle had begun and their transformation had been disrupted due to the damage they had received, it could have resulted in a war between humans and demons. He emphasized with a smile that they needed to avoid fights, so the safest option was to steal everything and run away. Raising his finger, the bishop declared that they first needed to hear the plan, since this scoundrel needed cover from the law, huge capital, and something else to make money. He explained that they needed a warehouse where they could store mountains of food, and that first they would infiltrate the mansion to find out its location. Sergei was surprised and asked how the main character knew human psychology so well, as if he had been living among people for a long time. Kratos looked at her silently for a moment, taking his time answering. And then he calmly explained that, being the king, he was omniscient and simply used a cheat code. The protagonist only gloomily noted to himself that this was to be expected from the Demon King. Fools are easy to convince. A man in a raincoat stood near the door of the room, hiding in the shadows. Kimchi frowned, wondering if the hand of destiny itself had decided to rob a human. No, it was clearly the Demon King Kratos, the character decided to himself. Richmond's mansion shone in the sunlight, striking in its luxury. The light walls, ornate balconies, and large fountain in front of the entrance created an almost ostentatious grandeur. Evi ran up to the hero, amazed at how Kim Jang-chul managed to get them such a luxurious room. Kratos stopped him and calmly remarked that he had simply sold their giant potatoes, thanking him for his interest. The boy muttered in surprise that he thought it was just a big potato, and the servant jumped up, assuring him that it was unrealistically huge and that the king definitely needed to be informed about it. Evi muttered that it would be nice for him to become like this potato, to which he became indignant, demanding an explanation, and the hero only sheepishly suggested that he take a rest. The potato head anxiously asked if the gentleman had sold everything. Having received the answer that everything had been sold out, the servant grabbed his head and screamed hysterically. The demon darkened darkly and admitted that he was going to steal everything back to get his potatoes back. Without thinking, the guy smiled grimly and declared that they were in business. Pushing him in the face with his palm, Evi exclaimed, asking how the Lord even intended to pull off such a thing. The protagonist chuckled and admitted that it was as easy as pie, since everything in the cart turned out to be complete junk. The guy started screaming, stuttering that he was a law-abiding citizen and simply could not accept such a fact. The demon stopped him and gloomily noted that he knew perfectly well. Since he can't stand this, it means he also can't accept that the sale of food products by one monopolist undermines the city's economy, right? Evi froze, completely not understanding what the Lord was getting at. A carriage surrounded by guards passed by the window, and Ruslan walked behind it. A voice called out to him and noticed that Ruslan was currently extremely busy. It was Kratos, who, walking with his hand in his pocket, asked if they were really going to send their chunyo to the warehouse. The guy frowned, glancing briefly at the hero, and thought that this simpleton was too suspicious. The demon, with an almost friendly smile, asked if they would mind if he looked into their warehouse to make sure that their potatoes would be stored in proper conditions. Evi and Kratos locked eyes, arguing over why their warehouse was considered confidential. Kratos howled, demanding to be shown all their secrets immediately. The Lord rolled on the ground, shouting to be shown the warehouse, since he had spent so long cultivating it and putting in so much effort. Ruslan shouted to the coachman, demanding that he drive the cart faster. The main character immediately jumped up and ran on all fours. He collapsed in front of the coachman and yelled that since the guy didn't agree, he would only drive over his dead body. They tried to lift Kratos, but he jumped up, demanding that they take their hands off his precious buns. The main character began to sing that the window was high, opening his mouth wide. Ruslan frowned sharply, outraged by what was happening. The generals watched him from the window as the Demon King continued to sing his song. Ball, with genuine curiosity, asked what exactly the ruler was doing. Sergei darkened and said coldly that she did not want to consider this their ruler and she was ashamed. Evi also watched from the window as the four men dragged the demon by his arms and legs, trying in vain to lift him up. Burning with shame, the guy realized that this was it, the very thing to give him some cringe. Behind his back, a servant quickly assured him that the ruler was in fact a real macho. This position degrades human dignity for the sake of the goal, he said, adding that he needs to learn and apply this until the afterlife. But he received a furious warning from Evi that if he did something like that once, his hands would be cut off. The gentleman recalled Kratos' words that they could uncover all crimes and punish the guilty. But how long will it take to collect evidence and file a complaint with the kingdom's court? A year, 2, or an eternity will pass, and the dear citizens will still be starving, and he is unable to come to terms with this fact. Evi covered his mouth with his hand, desperately trying to hold back the tears that were welling up. The bishop continued, without losing his pathos, declaring that he believed Mr. Azrakhan felt the same, and therefore he called on everyone to join forces to restore justice. The boy, watching from the balcony, reflected on dedication and selflessness, and firmly decided to do everything in his power. The protagonist promised to find out the location of the warehouse and asked Azrakhan to prepare what he asked for. Evi figured they just needed to figure out his location, But now it looked like that was the end. Kratos rolled his eyes up but continued singing. They swung him by his arms and legs, trying to somehow stop him. And finally, on the count of 3, the main character flew far away from them. The Lord rushed after them on all fours, moving unexpectedly fast and furiously. They just laughed at him, glad that they had finally gotten rid of him, and hurried each other to move on as quickly as possible. The protagonist lowered his head, unable to hide the weight of the thoughts that were rolling over him. Choking on tears of joy, he rose to his feet and shouted that he had succeeded. The system coldly informed that Ruslan would remain irritated for 7 hours. He will head north from his current location and reach a secret warehouse hidden in a coal mine outside the estate. Kimchi also watched the Lord from the window, closely following his every move. He thought for a moment, deciding that if he really wanted to, it wouldn't be difficult to grab him by force. The character tried to understand whether all this was really for the sake of justice, or whether it actually looked like ordinary looting. Hartok was pacing around the bars, trying to somehow figure out what was happening. The advisor cautiously asked if they should have taken Legino with them, since the Fire Eater was indeed strong. The general snapped that the Fire Eater was strong, and that if he took a group of weaklings with him, the number of wounded would only increase. Taking hold of the bars, he continued, as if thinking out loud, to take care of them and take the initiative in case of danger. Hartok said that this was a job for the 4 heavenly kings, and forcefully broke the gate, bending 2 beams. Zephyros and the dragon did not expect this and trembled. Hartok turned around and asked if the advisor had managed to write everything down. He quickly began writing something down in a notebook. Walking along the rift, the hero thought that the Lord would definitely praise him, because Hartok was a true genius with enormous endurance. He thought about the Fire Eater, noting his low intelligence and high aggressiveness. Looking into the lava, he thought that they wanted to execute him for cannibalism, but because of his strength, they had to simply seal him here. Hartok ordered the Devourer of Ygritte to show himself, claiming that work had been found for him. Tiny bubbles appeared in the lava, quietly bursting on the surface. The lava suddenly began to boil, rising in heavy, hot waves. She almost reached Hartok, burning the air around him. The lava rose much higher than the general, soaring ever higher. A huge red dragon appeared, roared, and said that there was food in front of him. Looking down at Hartok, he admitted that he was hungry. At first, he did not show fear, keeping his facial expression calm and confident. He thought hard, wondering if he had always been this big and could barely contain his shock. A drawn-out sound, similar to a cue, was heard in the wasteland. It was a contented little dragon playing with Zephyros. The advisor stroked his belly, and the animal continued to croak loudly. The hero watched the little dragon with satisfaction, covered in a slight blush. The baby became more and more cheerful, smiling happily. It felt like a warm, almost family-like spectacle, like a father playing with his son. But they were interrupted by a rapidly fleeing general who, without looking back, advised them to do the same. A huge dragon rushed after him, sweeping away everything in its path and leaving chaos in its wake. Fire seeped out of his mouth, spurting out in a stream. He took aim and breathed fire towards the fugitives, and the flames rushed forward. The heroes argued about what had happened as they ran, while Hartok shouted that the creature had grown, devouring the lava. The advisor jotted down a caustic remark about Hartok as he ran, and the general yelled at the freak to stop writing it. He insisted that it was a tactical retreat and that they would simply return to consider a counterfire strategy. Before his eyes appeared hungry subjects sitting in tents. Stopping, Hartok said there was no time for that. A clod of purple magic flared in his hand, pulsating with living light. Jumping up to the dragon's mouth, Hartok shouted that he was one of the 4 generals and would not spare his life for the sake of the goal. The hero continued to scream, drowning out the dragon's roar and his own fear. The little dragon in the advisor's arms spat out ice. The ice flow landed on the dragon's cheek, being so small that he didn't even notice the blow. But at that very second, the ice began to grow with a crackling sound, spreading across the scales in a swift, frosty web. And in a moment, the dragon was completely frozen, covered in a thick crust of rapidly growing ice. The general froze, unable to do anything before the dragon suddenly froze. The advisor silently watched what was happening, and the little dragon in his arms snorted angrily. Hartok simply descended to the ground, gradually extinguishing the remaining magic in his palm. Zephyros noted with a grin that one of the 4 commanders-in-chief looked embarrassed. The hero barked, demanding that such recordings be stopped immediately, his voice breaking. The Richmond mansion was no less luxurious at night, shimmering in the moonlight. The protagonist ordered the three to wait for his signal, while he himself would go check the warehouse. Evi stated that Mr. Kim Jang-chol seemed to be a good person, but his face was extremely suspicious. And he asked why they were hiding the plan from old Kimchi, to which he heard the answer that he would attract too much attention in all respects, and ideally they only needed the two of them. But the hero looked at Baal. Then he turned gloomily towards the animals, and a heavy shadow of discontent crossed his gaze. He answered with a smile, making it perfectly clear, and thought that he could object. But perhaps he would just shut up. The plan was to collect the seeds while completely avoiding contact with the old Kimchi. The Lord moved naturally, keeping him at the maximum possible distance. Turning around, the king thought that fortunately he was not pursuing him right now. In general, it is necessary to carry out the operation as quickly as possible without wasting a second. Kratos appeared in a cloak on the roof of the guarded mine. He crawled past the guards, clinging to the ceiling and moving almost silently. Hiding behind the boxes, the protagonist thought that security was high here and one wrong move would result in an inevitable massacre. The biggest drawback of the elixir of metamorphosis was that any damage taken would break the camouflage. And if old Kimchi with his powers finds out about this, it will be the real end for him. Kratos turned around sharply, not understanding whether he had imagined it or not. There really was a character behind me who appeared so suddenly. The Lord was frightened, and in response he heard a question about why he had flinched so much, since now his face looked even more terrible. Kimchi admitted that since he was going to share food with the townspeople, he would help him. Trying to catch his breath, the protagonist asked where this character came from. He replied that he had excellent hearing, and he can hear everything they are talking about from several floors away. After such words, Kratos opened his mouth. He realized that he had heard everything they had talked about with the four generals, who had been calling him master all this time. Kimchi noted that it didn't matter now and said that they should hurry. Smiling, the protagonist consoled himself with the thought that if the character had really heard everything, the ruler would already be lying here like minced meat. The king blurted out that he simply needed to crawl behind him to confirm the route, and Kimchi wondered why they were sneaking around. After all, it would have been much easier to just kill them all, and he admitted that he himself would have done just that. The protagonist turned to look at the character with a hint of fear. He remembered how he once controlled a joystick. Kratos knew how strong and pumped up the character he created was. The hero explained in a detached manner that life is precious, and it is better to end everything without a fight and unnecessary sacrifices. Kimchi looked at him silently for a moment. He nodded, realizing that this was exactly what Kratos had decided. The protagonist exhaled quietly, trying to regain his composure. They came out onto the illuminated rails of the mine, where a dim light flickered on the metal sleepers. The bishop noticed that the further they went, the fewer guards they encountered. Suddenly, a roar was heard that rolled through the mine and made them freeze. Golems emerged from the darkness ahead, blocking their path. The hero realized that he had seen it in a game magazine, a weapon created by the people from the Magic Tower. In the game, all of them had already been destroyed, so they never appeared. Before Kratos could finish his thought, old Kimchi had already dealt with the golems. The Lord was indignant, reminding them that if they had made a noise, the plan for a quiet passage would have failed. The character calmly replied that since they were not alive, there was no problem with this method. He thought, trying to remember this word that he had heard so often. Having remembered, he stated that this way the cleanup would go faster. Hearing the familiar phrase, the main character froze for a moment, as if something inside him had trembled. And then with a crazy smile, he replied that yes, exactly. The golems walked around the area, their heavy stone legs moving rhythmically and tracking everything around them with a blue light. Kratos noted that there were 3 golems in the area, and if they were spotted and made a noise, the whole plan would fall apart, so the patrol needed to be eliminated first. The character replied that the route needed to be checked more than a dozen times, and when the opportunity arises, remove them one by one, starting from the farthest one. The protagonist reflected on what he had recently said as if he had learned it. Is it really true that Kimchi still has this from when he controlled it? Kimchi took a closer look and noted that there were almost no loopholes, and the only chance was to strike simultaneously. Those are the ones standing closest, and then he asked if it would be possible to remove them one by one when they dispersed. He heard an uncertain answer that there was no guarantee of destroying the golem with one blow. In fact, Kratos noted to himself that he couldn't use force, otherwise he would lose his disguise. The hero suddenly held out his wand, assuring him that it made him feel stronger. The Lord noted that this was one of the hidden ultimate weapons, Bragius's cute heart-shaped hammer. He recalled that at first he thought this cute heart-shaped hammer was just a joke, but the more he learned about the weapon with a dangerous aura, the more he realized how cheating it was. Kratos felt that as soon as he took the weapon in his hand, his parameters increased by 30%, and with it he could really fight. Kimchi rummaged through his cloak and said he would go with this. He pulled out a huge sword, and the protagonist was stunned to think that it had really saved everything that he had once thrown into the game inventory. The character said that it was worth waiting a minute. He rushed forward sharply, throwing out that now was the time. The Lord was indignant, certain that he should have waited for him, since they were going to get rid of them at the same time. Kimchi remained in place without even moving. This surprised the Demon King, causing him to lose track of what was happening for a moment. He realized that the character was simply waiting. Kimchi looked defiantly at Kratos, and the heroes simultaneously rushed into battle, entering into combat with the golems. Kimchi chopped down the golems without the slightest mercy, swinging his sword furiously and confidently. The Lord tried not to give in to him, striking him with his stick again and again. But the noise was such that the other golems could notice them at any moment, and it would be impossible to escape. The rabbit thought to himself that he needed to dodge, spin, and under no circumstances let them notice him. But as if reading his mind, Kimchi repeated the movement at the same second, acting with perfect synchronicity, and they simultaneously took off and rolled head over heels towards the enemy, like a single, perfectly coordinated mechanism. And at that very moment, the character cut the golem down with one swift, almost invisible blow. Kratos stared at him in shock, as if trying to comprehend what had just happened. And in general, Kimchi was not just fast, he moved so synchronously, as if he knew in advance every next step of his ally. Two guards with torches stopped at the empty corridor, looking at each other and asking each other in bewilderment where the hell the golems had gone. Behind them, the heroes whirled in a swift whirlwind of movement, as if dancing their own battle dance. With sharp, almost imperceptible movements, they hit the guards in the neck, and they passed out. They were quickly dragged into the cart and rolled along a dark corridor. The main character still didn't understand what was happening. They danced in battle, not figuratively but literally, and they acted as if they were a single organism. Every turn, every lunge, every step of one was instantly reflected in the movement of the other. Looking at the back of Kimchi's head, the Overlord suddenly caught himself thinking that he was walking side by side not with an ally, but with a creature whose true nature was far more dangerous than any golem. But that made it even more awesome, the main character thought with a smile. In this small, silent body, there was such a concentration of strength and predatory instinct that it became uneasy. Kimchi smiled, thinking that the one who taught him to kill and sought to destroy humanity was now asking him to stop and yearning for peace. As long as he just walked next to him, he felt happy. Old Kimchi squeezed the other man's neck too hard, which angered the Lord. The protagonist noted that there are not many villains in this world who truly deserve to die, and perhaps some of them are just trying to earn money to feed their families. He thought that there might already be deep scars on their hearts, and he didn't want to hurt them even more. It touched him so deeply that for a moment he even forgot to breathe. Kimchi noted that they had already gone far enough and had not encountered any more guards or golems. Looking around, the Lord noted that they could not even imagine that someone would be able to get so far without making noise. The hero put his finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. He noted that there was a huge door ahead, even larger than the golem. Smiling, the demon said that he felt it with his ass. "This is that very warehouse, heh heh heh." The character stopped him with a wave of his hand and quietly said that someone was coming. Something beeped briefly ahead, causing them to simultaneously become wary. Richmond walked there, accompanied by golems. The guard flashed red lights and let out a sharp beep-beep, demanding their names and declaring that they were not allowed to be there. The golem warned that if they did not leave the area within 3 seconds, he would attack. The old man simply held out his hand with the ring, stopping him without a word. The guard scanned it and the light on the body changed to a soft blue. He announced that Richmond's blood had been confirmed and calmly offered his welcome. The huge door slowly opened, releasing a heavy stream of cold air from the depths of the room. The protagonist was surprised, not believing that this was actually DNA identification. He noted with a smile that getting inside would be even easier than expected. Rows of shelves stretched into the depths, going beyond the visible and disappearing into the cold semi-darkness of the warehouse. Kratos watched what was happening with admiration. It was impossible to believe that such a huge amount of food was stored inside. Vegetables of various kinds lay in neat rows, shining with freshness among the shelves. Even the seeds were present, and their condition was astonishingly perfect. The protagonist quietly whispered to old Kimchi that their plans had changed. Just perfect. The three golems moved together in one direction. Kratos asked him to deal with them in one blow. Kimchi replied that it was easy and quickly jumped towards the enemy. At this time, the ruler suddenly jumped up and ran somewhere while a character was fighting in the background. The old man was suddenly tapped on the shoulder and asked who was there. As he turned around, a sharp blow landed in his face, knocking him off balance. Old Kimchi glanced sharply in their direction, instantly assessing the threat. Richmond was already falling, blood gushing from his nose, leaving a scarlet arc in the air. The character remembered the king's words that there were already deep scars on their hearts, and he did not want to hurt them even more. The hero wondered gloomily whether Kratos was really sane. At the entrance to the mine, the guard still stood motionless, as if carved from stone. Inside the mine, the old man finally came to his senses, looking up with difficulty. He woke up tied up in a chair and shouted where he was. The ruler quickly approached him, looking straight into his eyes and leaving no chance to look away. The protagonist began the interrogation by reminding him that he was in a torture chamber that he had built himself, and demanding to know why an ordinary merchant needed such a room. Richmond hesitated, muttering that this was nonsense and that it was just a training room in front of him. Kimchi looked at the strange hook, trying to figure out what it was there for. The protagonist grabbed the merchant by the face and jerked him higher. The man trembled, overcome by the thought of how terrible everything was. The system reported that Richmond was planning to capture Kim Chang-chul, intimidate him, and steal the source of the giant potato. Crying, the bishop thanked him, smiling and acknowledging that all doubts were dispelled. The old man froze, unable to understand what exactly had caused such a change in the ruler's behavior. As he turned away, Kratos ordered them not to leave and promised a front-row seat for the upcoming masterpiece. Looking down, Richmond's expression darkened and he shrank back. Raising his head with a smile, he remarked that the stupid country bumpkin shouldn't have underestimated his security system. A huge golem appeared in front of the heroes, blocking the entire passage with one heavy step. The old man yelled, calling on the totem destroyer to smear them across the ground with Class A defense. The brute had already raised his fist, preparing to bring it down with crushing force. But suddenly the ruler held out a handkerchief with blood, and the golem began to beep strangely, confused by the blow. Stepping back, the thug acknowledged Mr. Richmond's blood, instantly changing his demeanor. Kimchi crushed the stone guard with one swing. The old man howled in horror, realizing that in front of him was an abnormal demon and a swordsman who could cut his golems in half. He didn't understand what the heroes intended to do to him, and his fear only grew stronger, while two of them were already running along the roof. The character noted that even after Richmond's imprisonment, security measures will be tightened. The king noted that the actions of the enemies were meaningless in the face of the huge crowd. And that goes for you too, Kratos noted, thinking about the aged Kimchi. The generals piled up on top of each other to form a living tower and shouted at the top of their voices that a sale was starting at the guild warehouse. Dancing with musical instruments, they shouted about the guild's bankruptcy and called on everyone to grab everything they owned. The residents whispered among themselves, not believing that you could simply walk in and take whatever you wanted. Then the main character appeared on the roof and, drowning out the noise of the crowd, shouted, "Listen!" He held onions and cabbage in his hands, standing on the roof and calling the crowd forward. They rejoiced, raising their fists and promising to return everything that was taken from them. The guards narrowed their eyes and froze in amazement, asking what the hell was going on. The crowd along the path turns into an unstoppable force, with torches in the hands of the people. And the crowd, blazing with torches, advanced, ready to break through the stunned guards. While defending the mine, the guards shouted that it was private property and the passage was closed. But they were told that it wouldn't work to pull the wool over their eyes. The guild was bankrupt, and they should get out of the way. After these words, the golems were given the order not to let anyone through. And everyone was afraid that he would take everything with him, even if he died, leaving no one a crumb. Handing over a handkerchief with blood, Kratos asked if Mr. Richmond had given permission to clean out the warehouse. The golem beeped, confirming that Mr. Richmond's blood was genuine. Then the inhabitants rushed forward, knocking down the guards and sweeping away everything in their path. They were pleased, happy that they would finally be able to take what was theirs, and the Lord told Kimchi to go forward and remove every obstacle in his path. He replied that he had accepted and rose above the crowd, scouting out the situation. The main character just laughed at the naive idiot. He shouted that as soon as they reached the warehouse, everyone should immediately run for the seeds and then retreat, strictly according to plan. Residents greedily raked everything they could from the shelves, and Credo shouted at them to move their buns and wave their arms. Ruslan burst into the room and found the gentleman tied up. The guy untied the gentleman and said that the merchant had brought the townspeople, and they were taking everything out of the warehouse. It was necessary to activate the elite golems. There was no other way to stop the looting. The old man stood hesitantly, frowning. Jumping up, he yelled that he wanted to make money, not shed rivers of blood. The guy looked down, gathering his courage. Raising his head, Ruslan growled that they had already sucked all the money out of the townspeople, and this was no different from bloodshed. And he continued that he would not follow those who went bankrupt. Residents fled with food, not believing that what was happening was not a dream. The golem declared that he could not allow the theft. His protocols did not allow otherwise. Kimchi appeared behind him with a sword, ready to intervene at any moment, and he split it with one precise blow, leaving only crumbling fragments. While loading the sacks, the Lord thought that Kimchi was probably too busy protecting the fleeing townspeople, and those two ran away at the mention of people and are no longer his concern. The king smiled, wondering how much he would pluck if he ran away now. Turning around, he said that the boys should run while there was still a chance. The ceiling suddenly began to crack, and a dull, vibrating rumble passed over it. Kratos didn't understand why the ceiling was cracking and threatening to collapse at any second. The huge boulder began to collapse, threatening to crush everything beneath it. People were sitting below, covering their heads with their hands. The Lord commanded 4 demonic generals to hold him. The mother hid her daughter under herself while the boulder above cracked and fell inexorably. They waited tensely, and tears of fear and helplessness appeared in their eyes. They trembled, not understanding why the boulder still hung above them in dead silence. It turns out that the stone was held from above by demons, preventing it from falling on people. The protagonist heard a strange sound and suddenly glanced in that direction. Ruslan stood above them and called them vile thieves, looking at them with cold fury. And he promised to kill everyone with these golems to the last one and return the riches back. The rising sun illuminated the rocks, painting them blood orange. Farmers threw chunyos into the water and watched them fall into the water. They tied the dragon's mouth with thick ropes and ordered them to prepare the fire. The demon swung the bat and, breaking into a furious roar, shouted for them to set it on fire. And he hit him on the nose with all his might, and a dull, meaty crunch was heard. A huge flame spread throughout the boilers. The potatoes began to boil, and the first bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. Everyone was happy that everything had worked out. The water boiled furiously, the boilers hummed, and thick steam rose above them. The advisor bowed and informed Hartok that everything had happened exactly as he wished. The general remained gloomy, and Zephyros decided that he was upset because he had not been able to heat the boilers to the desired effect. The boy recorded that T-Bone had tamed the Devourer's flame, and Hartok had fallen into despair from defeat. However, something was missing, and these words truly surprised the hero. The Dragon Chill raised his thumb, showing that everything went as it should. The advisor reminded that everything became possible thanks to the plan of the smartest demon, Hartok. The demons cried out in delight, welcoming the success of Hartok's plan and the increase in supplies. All the demons praised the leader at once, jumping with happiness. The general pressed his lips together, hiding the tension. The hero blushed and looked away, unable to hide his embarrassment at the praise. The protagonist's hand still held the boulder, preventing it from collapsing prematurely. He was already shaking all over, holding on with all his might. Bending over, he thought how heavy the bastard was. Baal also understood that he could not bear it any longer and was about to let go. The animals were also exhausted, barely able to stand on their own legs. The system announced that thanks to the unbending force, a new skill of the Throne of Sorrow has been discovered. The skill that spawned bloody thorns became the last hope to keep everything from falling. The demons screamed at the people, demanding that they crawl away immediately. And they began to move rapidly, saving themselves with the last of their strength. But suddenly something completely covered in sharp thorns fell in front of them. A voice was heard, hoarse and threatening. If not a boulder, then a golem will crush you. Ruslan advised staying under the boulder, considering this the only chance to survive. He noted that these pathetic nobodies were born only to crawl on their knees. The protagonist responded with one word in anger, bastard. The huge stone began to sink lower and lower, threatening to crush everyone beneath it. Kratos clenched his teeth, continuing to hold on to the stone with the last of his strength. As he approached, the boy contemptuously said that Richmond was a feeble old man, unworthy of mercy. He added that it should have been crushed long ago so that there was no chance of recovery. Ruslan swung his leg, preparing to strike. Stepping on the resident's hand, Ruslan increased the pressure, preventing him from rising. This angered the lord, and a cold rage flashed in his gaze. He increased the pressure on his legs and began to rise. People trembled from the noise, feeling the rumble go straight to their bones. The system announced that the protagonist's happiness points had been increased thanks to the harvest assessed by the army of the Dark Lord. There were already almost 4,000 happy people, and the system continued to record growth. Large hands made of leaves wrapped around the plate of food, as if protecting it from strangers' touch. One cast of plants ate contentedly, devouring their food with leisurely satisfaction. The second cast also ate with the same calm, almost smug satisfaction. The general and the advisor watched everything that was happening without interfering for a moment. There were almost 16,000 happy people, and the hero shouted, demanding that the Throne of Sorrow be immediately unlocked. The system announced that the Throne of Sorrow has been unlocked, but using happiness points will weaken the effect of the Elixir of Metamorphosis. He ordered all 4 generals to lift the stone, and the earth shook from their combined effort. Kratos decided to raise the level of the Throne of Sorrow to the maximum, spending 15,000 happiness points to increase his influence and power. Ruslan froze in amazement, not believing that a person was capable of raising the Throne of Sorrow to level 13. The guy was scared when he realized that there was a demon in front of him. The residents all opened their mouths, shocked by what they saw. The pointed foot rose up, preparing for a swift strike, and he stamped his feet quickly, and the earth shook from the force of the blow. And then the thorns shot out of the ground, rising with such fury that the air around them seemed to crack with tension. Kimchi stood in front, protecting everyone from the golems with his unshakable calm. He turned around gloomily, and the silence around him immediately became heavier. The thorns penetrated the stone, holding it at its point. Everyone thought about it and admitted that there was no doubt that a demon stood before them. But the strangest thing is that they were saved by a demon who destroyed the usual ideas about good and evil. He walked, raising dust with each heavy step, and the air around him thickened with tension. The boy pointed at the demon, shouting about the death of the human race and demanding immediate reprisals. The protagonist asked if he should speak, and there was a calm bewilderment in his voice. He took out his wand and shouted whether the hero was sure that it was demons that were threatening humanity. Ruslan froze, not understanding what he had in his hand. In the background, everything darkened with confusion. Could it really be that lovely heart-shaped hammer of Bragia's shining in the darkness? The assistant couldn't remember the real name, and the wand in his hand was already plunging into dark magic. A yellow eye glowed in the wand, and the darkness around him trembled. The wand bore the name of an ancient god of evil, and the yellow eye at its core confirmed this. Kimchi ran towards them quickly, feeling the tension thicken around every movement. There was shock in his eyes, and he stopped, unable to comprehend what he saw. Bragias's holy sword appeared before them, its radiance cutting through the thickening darkness. Kratos stated that he would never forgive those who manipulate others with food. At that very second, golems rushed towards the demon, and the earth trembled under their heavy steps. The protagonist raised the magic sword above himself, gathering strength for the strike. The Lord struck the ground with it, and a wave of light emanated from the place of impact. At that moment, a crowd of golems with saws approached him, and their roaring metal drowned out everything around. The force of the sword destroyed all their defenses in a wave. Ruslan froze, watching everything, as if the world around him had slowed down. Some little part bounced off the ground, ringing against the stones. She flew to Kimchi's foot in white boots, making a soft clang on the sole. The character asked if the demon had really tried to kill the man, his voice sounding firm. He continued condemningly, calling the demon ordinary and insignificant in the end. Ruslan sat between them, looking helpless. He said coldly that his demonic nature had finally been revealed. Kratos looked worried, the tension in his gaze betraying his anxiety. The hand with the sword dropped down, and the tension around immediately became heavier. The sword flew out of his hand with long black claws. It hit the ground with a dull thud, raising a short, trembling response. The huge sword turned back into a wand, as if all its power had dissipated in an instant. The main character calmly asked to spare everyone who was near him. Baal did not understand why the ruler was saying such things. Confusion was clearly visible in his gaze. The animals also looked perplexed as they peered at what was happening. Kimchi looked at the ruler with a heavy gaze, not hiding the growing internal tension. He nodded with such calm that the tension around him seemed to dissolve. Drawing his long sword, he admitted his regret, his voice heavy with sincerity. After all, he wanted to get to know the main character better. Sergei abruptly declared that it was time to drop the disguise. She suddenly kicked the bird in the face with her hind legs. The bird gave the alpa a sharp slap in the face. Baal was hit hard in the stomach and doubled over. Everyone turned to Kimchi, calling him a fool, and the silence around him immediately became taut as a string. The demons declared that the Lord could only be touched through their corpses. Kratos tried to stop them, saying that it was not necessary, but his words were lost in the growing chaos. The character was already flying towards them with a sword, and the air around him was tense from the swift dash, and the demons were already aimed at him, squeezing the space around them with one furious impulse. They were stopped by a resident, demanding that the pink warrior stop. The man said that they were demons, but reminded them that it was they who saved them. They are not the only ones who can torture people, the heroes admitted. Ruslan sat silently on his knees, his head bowed. He bit his lips, realizing defeat, and his breathing became uneven from the heavy silence inside. Raising the artifact above himself, the guy declared that if he was unable to win, he would simply grind everything here into dust. Kratos looked at them in shock, unable to comprehend the rapidly escalating situation. Richmond ran towards them, shouting that it was a self-destruct device and everyone needed to be careful. Ruslan pressed the button and it lit up red. There was a night silence around the mine, thick and motionless. But suddenly an explosion broke the silence, tearing it apart with a sharp roar. People standing in the street were stunned as the explosion shattered the silence and rolled through the night. The explosions grew louder, tearing everything into fragments that shook with the roar. As a result, the entire mine was covered in fire and the flames rose above it. The heroes screamed that there were people there, and their voices cut through the roar. Evie looked up, catching movement at the edge of the burning shaft. And there were 4 demons, soaring up so high that their silhouettes intersected for a moment with the moonlight. He peered, trying to understand what exactly had appeared before him. 4 demons were dragging heavy sacks behind them, and their silhouettes stood out sharply. Then they jumped to the ground, and the heavy bags with them. The Lord ordered an immediate retreat to the base, realizing that they had been exposed and there was no more time left. The old man asked why they took him along, looking at the demon with anxiety and incomprehension. The protagonist replied that the old man was too meticulous in keeping track of his supplies. From now on, he will be the manager of their warehouses, and not a nasty merchant. And they rushed to run, dissolving in the roar of their steps. The residents looked at the mine, whispering that someone's husband was still there, plus a friend. People noticed a vague silhouette in the fire and pointed out to each other that there was someone there. The silhouette came closer and closer, rising from the fire so slowly and inexorably that the people instinctively took a step back. The character used a wand to fan the flames, extinguishing the flames with one movement, and the inhabitants followed him in a tight line. Evie ran up to the hero and blurted out in desperation that they had just seen a group of demons running away. The gentleman asked menacingly whether it was their doing. Kimchi looked away and quietly said no. A small group of fleeing demons was still visible on the horizon. The character admitted that those creatures were not demons at all, but only looked that way. I remembered the crazy Ruslan who pressed the device and set off a chain of events, and it was because of his reckless gesture that an explosion occurred, destroying the mine and causing panic among the residents. Then the Lord gave the order to the generals to immediately shelter people from the explosion. Baal immediately covered some of them with himself, taking the brunt of the blast wave. Sergei dispersed the blast wave with her swords, cutting the air so sharply and precisely that the blow fell apart. Asarath held back the fire with his sword, containing the blazing stream at the edge of the protective circle. And Ruslan laughed madly, enjoying the chaos that he himself had created. A huge rock hit him, stopping his mad laughter. Kimchi called out to the demon without a hint of excitement, and he declared that he would save the people and ordered them to take the seeds and leave immediately. With a smile, he wished for peace to grow in the land of demons. The main character did not expect this and was momentarily speechless. And now they were running, out of breath, across the field, stumbling over hummocks and not looking back. Kratos looked back, trying to see what was left behind in the clouds of dust and fire. The patient Kimchi immediately guessed everything, but still did not take a single step. as if he accepted his choice as inevitable. But Kratos understood that it didn't matter now when lives were at stake. He ordered that the capture of the seeds was successful, and as soon as they returned, everything would be planted at once. Taking a deep breath, the Lord prepared to say something, and he shouted that an unprecedented harvest awaited them, capable of changing the fate of their world. The servant was trying to dig something out of the rocks, hastily clearing away the debris. The heroes reasoned that it would take a desperate man to create a self-destruct device to keep secrets, and that the reason was probably that most of his savings were essentially stolen goods. And why did Mr. Kim Jang-chul suddenly run away, even though he shared food with the residents and could have received a reward by going with them to the royal capital? Kimchi said he may have simply panicked after vandalizing someone else's property. The gentleman thought for a moment, realizing that he was not at all a timid person. They started arguing about whether these were the same demons, although he firmly repeated that there were no demons there. The character countered that even the villagers said they hadn't seen anyone. And if Mr. Kim Jang-chul really was a demon, then why would he protect the villagers? Kimchi's gaze darted to the side and he said in a low voice, "By the way," he wondered what Karto, his servant, was doing there, and the owner replied that since the place no longer belonged to anyone, he was simply collecting everything of value. Evie noted with displeasure that the greedy idiot, who, if he had been born a nobleman, would probably now be fabulously rich. But suddenly he looked in his direction with surprise, as if he noticed something that had not been there before. Having pulled out a large potato, the hero noted that the find was clearly worth the effort, and that it was Chunyo, and they decided that they could present the king with a worthy gift. Magrat Fortress, the rear part of the fortification, hidden from direct attack and serving as a support for supplies and defense. Something gurgled dully in the water near the fortress, breaking the still silence. Demons emerged from the water, and the fortress of Magrat, standing near the abandoned lands and fortified from the wasteland side, made stealth entry impossible. Each of the 4 demonic generals possessed swordmaster-level skills, so walking along an unguarded path was as easy for them as taking candy from a child. The knights looked through the telescope, not understanding what exactly was flashing there. Something was moving towards the abandoned lands, but that side gave no warning, and the knights decided that it was probably just wild animals. The protagonist, clutching his heart, did not understand why it was beating so wildly and why he was suffocating while in the body of a demon lord. The sun began to rise behind the mountains, spilling the first pale reflections of light across the sky. It illuminated the wooden building, bringing it out of the pre-dawn shadows, and inside it, a girl was having breakfast, sitting calmly with a plate in her hands. She finished the entire meal, carefully lifting the dishes higher. They and their father contentedly placed their plates on the table, happy with the simple, warm start to a new day. The man asked Flute if she wanted more food, and she calmly replied that she was no longer hungry. And looking at the remains on the plate, the demoness noted that they should start saving. After all, if the Lord couldn't bring new seeds, this might be their last bowl of chunyo soup. The father calmly noted that they needed to believe in their ruler. He would definitely get the seeds. The heroine noted that even if he doesn't bring the seeds, it's not a big deal. They already know what it's like to eat their fill, and she is very grateful to the Lord. Tears of joy appeared in the man's eyes. In the courtyard, it was heard that the bishop had returned. He also brought seeds, which immediately and truly delighted Flute, making her smile wider than the morning light outside the windows. Running out into the yard, she saw the demons walking leisurely with heavy bags. The heroine joyfully ran to Lord Asurat, barely containing the hope that overwhelmed her. The old man's face filled with sudden, burning fear. He saw them as terrible, as if distorted, frightening silhouettes had appeared before him. The girl hugged the general, and he, rolling out a thunderous laugh, exclaimed that she should feel honored because she was standing before Asurat again. The little dragon hugged the ruler, and he, laughing, said that he also missed him, his dear Taibon. The advisor noted that she had worked hard and that all the demons were deeply grateful to her. But Sergei flared up with indignation, declaring that she had not gone through all the difficulties for them. The protagonist approached Hartok and said that Taibon had told him everything. This is exactly what one would expect from the most intelligent demon, because thanks to him, everything was resolved simply perfectly. But Hartok replied that he was only doing what he had to, and he himself burst into tears from embarrassment, looking away and covering his mouth with his hand. Suddenly a noise was heard, and Kratos sharply turned his head in that direction. Sergei was picked up and joyfully thrown into the air, as if celebrating her return and success. The others watched the proceedings with joy. also celebrating their success in their own way. Kratos realized that the racing heartbeat he had felt earlier finally made sense to him. This is the feeling his father experiences, he realized. It's the feeling a dad gets when he brings home fried chicken after work. The Lord shouted out loudly that it was time to begin a new agricultural season. Looking at the seeds, Kratos thought that he had managed to steal the most rice from Daparahia. These seeds required serious preparation, and the local climate was not suitable for them, so the demon decided to put them aside for now. Next came the seeds, of which they had plenty, corn and pumpkin. And there were also many sacks of beans, enough to last the whole season. Sitting on the throne, the ruler announced that they would grow these three crops together in a minimum of space for maximum efficiency. He called it the Three Sisters method. It was a method of cultivation where three symbiotic crops grew together in one place. When beans are planted next to corn, they use the corn stalks for support as they grow. Hartok noted that the beans will protect the corn from strong winds and external damage. Pumpkin vines with wide leaves, completely covering the soil, were supposed to spread along the ground. This prevented the soil from drying out early and controlled the growth of weeds. Sergei exclaimed that it was enough chatter and it was time to begin, and the ruler asked if she was eager to see how well the inhabitants would eat. The girl flared up, declaring that she didn't care whether these idiots ate or starved. The protagonist asked Aserat when and how Flute got here and whether they had become too close. The general yelled that he was only commanding a low-ranking officer. Kratos said there was no need to rush, because all the necessary demons were already here, and with such a workforce they would be finished in the blink of an eye. The advisor noted that using demons from other regions might be difficult, and the demon was surprised and reminded them that they had plenty of chunyo porridge to distribute rations. Zephyros replied that the matter was a little different. The tree rushed forward with its fists. He swung powerfully and hit the plant with teeth with all his might, causing it to recoil. The plant with teeth immediately lunged in response and grabbed the branch as if trying to bite it off. The huge tree roared, shaking the air with its booming cry. The huge tree roared and with a furious jerk shook off the toothy plant. He shouted that he was now the new two-star master. A sharp flower pierced his back, shouting that no, he was the new master. Zephyros noted that, as one can see, the position of Star Master is still vacant, which is why everyone is fighting for this place. The third Star Master, Raster, is technically still alive, but that can hardly be considered a full life, so on their side, there is complete chaos. Covering his face with his hand, he sighed and said that this was the way of life for demons. But times had changed. But he, Kratos, the Lord of Demons, declares truly fair rules for the duel for the title. All the castes were already in full swing fighting, turning the square into seething chaos. Some were measuring their strength, others were simply settling old scores, and some people fought just in case, so as not to fall behind the others. The plants didn't lag behind either. Their roots rose up, intertwined, whipped each other, and their leaves rustled. Hartok watched all this madness silently, standing a little to the side. Then he turned sharply, as if cutting an invisible thread, and walked away. The demons noted that Lord Hartok had returned again without a word, and wondered why he never tried to stop them. The farmer was indignant that they were doing all the work, while these guys were just fighting every day, and he demanded that they not tell him that they also had to continue feeding them. The man noted that the Lord probably had good reasons, since even 4 generals would have a hard time managing such a number of demons. And maybe he's just waiting for a new Star Master to emerge naturally. But until a new Star Master is chosen, they will fight like crazy, and in the end, only the weakest demons will die. Crab complained that his family's house had disappeared and asked in despair what they should do now. Asarath watched all this chaos with a calm, almost detached concentration. A girl quickly ran up to him and asked why the Lord allowed the demons to continue fighting. Aserat replied that if they interfered, they would never know, and the girl only asked in confusion what. Otherwise, they will not know which of them has the qualities of a true leader. Below, screams and crashes were heard, filling the air with a new wave of chaos. The brute has already swayed back and is about to collapse. Straight at the little crab, not noticing it underneath. The demoness screamed no, and Asarath drew his sword, preparing to stop the fall. Some kind of turtle spun in the air, rotating rapidly. Flute's mouth dropped open in surprise, unable to take her eyes off the turtle spinning rapidly in the air. The brute rolled sharply away, flying away from the edge. He fell exhausted to the ground, his claws spread out and breathing heavily after his rapid flight. The monster shouted out who dared to stop the duel, filling everything with a furious roar. The old man muttered enough, and his quiet voice suddenly drowned out the monster's fury. The tottering turtle remarked that they continued to fight when there were still so many unplowed fields ahead of them, and only increased the damage around the village. Aserat watched everything from afar, remaining motionless and attentive. The monster looked at the turtle with incomprehension, not immediately realizing who had dared to pull him up. He flushed with rage and growled, thinking that the old turtle had no right to order him around. The demon approaching from behind growled that the pathetic lesser demon should be prepared to pay for the interrupted duel. The two of them rushed at the old man, shouting, "Die!" and the ground shook under their rush. The turtle hid, its shell glowing with a soft golden light. The light grew brighter, spreading across the turtle's shell. Everyone hissed at the blinding light, covering their faces from the sudden flash. Aserat's mouth fell open in shock, as if he had momentarily forgotten how to breathe. The demons began to sway on the ground, holding their faces with their hands, blinded by the golden glow that still pulsed in the air. The general also collapsed to the ground, and Flute was already running towards him. Lying on the ground, the hero croaked that it was exactly that one. Who were they all looking for, because the old turtle saved the defenseless crabs? A beautiful flower girl approached the wounded tree, her leaves trembling. She directed a clot of magic at his wound, and light energy softly spread across the bark. The wound hissed and began to contract, as if the wood itself were pulling the edges toward the center. She asked if the man was okay, her voice gentle. Holding her shoulder, he replied that didn't the girl understand that her house was destroyed because of him? The heroine replied with a smile that even knowing this, she could not simply watch his suffering, because her weakness taught her to understand pain. Sergi watched all this from a tree, not taking her eyes off what was happening. The little dragon said that he wanted to learn farming from the boss and asked him to teach him. The advisor in Hardtalk looked at him silently, assessing what was happening. The general said he was too small, with short arms and no legs, and asked what he could do at all. The kid replied that he could plow the fields as well as the farm corps, and he was sure that he could do just as well. And the sooner they get a good harvest, the sooner everyone will stop fighting and start living peacefully again. Hardtalk replied that it didn't look like the little dragon would be of much use, so let him go. The baby burst into tears, barely containing the trembling in his voice. His fists clenched and he frowned. The dragon on Zephyros's shoulder watched him, anxiously following his every move. The baby suddenly spun around, sending spikes flying in a circle and causing the air to shake with a surge of rage. He rushed forward with all his might, turning into a swift whirlwind. The girl remarked that this little lizard was amazing, not hiding her admiration for his tenacity. Hardtalk turned towards the sound, as if he couldn't believe that such a tiny thing could make such a roar. The hero reflected that in the wild, the strongest becomes the leader, and that this world is ruled by strength. In the demon lands, they need a society based on unity and a leader who can lead them forward. The one who is able to unite others through empathy, compassion, and acceptance has already been determined. Kratos noted that the four generals had done an excellent job and ordered that all the demons be gathered in one place to begin the combat tournament. Hardtalk stated that all the chosen candidates for the Star Master position are too weak and are unlikely to win even one victory. The protagonist asked if he knew the meaning of the term and paused. And then with a smile, he declared that it was a fixed match. Standing at the top of the cliff, the Lord declared that it was time for the demons to listen to his call. Because of the vacant position of Star Master, everyone fought for the right to claim it. Because for demons, strength has always been decisive. Now they are in a situation where they must conserve their strength and energy for farming. He will not tolerate loss of manpower due to injuries sustained during duels. And as the demon Lord Kratos declares, from now on all battles will be decided by new rules. A duel that requires a keen sixth sense, lightning-fast thinking, super-fast reflexes, and insight, where victory is decided without physical confrontation. The demon stated that this duel is called rock, paper, scissors. Waving his cloak, the ruler announced the beginning of the sacred duel. And now I will explain the rules of the elimination battle called rock, paper, scissors. Each warrior in a duel can use two different weapons, one in each hand. He explained that these weapons are divided into three categories. The clenched fist, representing the stone, grants the warrior a crushing earth hammer. If you extend two fingers, denoting scissors, the warrior seems to be holding a guillotine in his hands that cuts the sky itself. And the gesture of an open palm, signifying paper, gives the warrior the power to tame any force. Kratos thought for a moment, admitting that paper sounded too simple for a holy duel. The demons were puzzled as to why only one of the three combat gestures sounded so pathetic. The demon continued that each of the three weapons had an advantage over the other. The bishop clarified that the earthly hammer crushes the guillotine. Meanwhile, the guillotine cuts the paper. He concluded that the paper neutralizes the hammer. The protagonist asked if his explanation was clear to everyone and if there was even one left who still didn't understand the essence. Everyone raised their hands at once, shouting in unison that it was them. Kratos roared, declaring all those who raised their limbs disqualified and declaring that since they did not understand, they had no business fighting. At the signal rock, paper, scissors, each warrior simultaneously raises his hands and instantly equips the chosen weapon in both palms, transforming a simple gesture into the beginning of a sacred duel. Then, on the count of 1, 2, 3, each warrior chooses one weapon to attack. The one who is faster strikes the first blow and instantly gains a decisive advantage in the fight. More precisely, he calculates the opponent, instantly choosing the gesture that will bring down his defense and decide the outcome of the duel. Aserat and Sergei clashed, stepping towards each other so abruptly that it seemed as if the very ground beneath them shook with tension. The man raised his hands, showing the stone, while the girl smoothly opened her palms, showing the paper. The girl blossomed with joy, like a suddenly blooming flower. The girl, covering his fist with her palm, flushed with joy and exclaimed that she had won this round. She jumped up and down with delight, shouting hooray and woo-hoo, assuring everyone that she had won. She was very happy, shining so brightly that her delight could be felt even without words. This caused Aserat to blush slightly, unable to hide his embarrassment in front of her stormy joy. Then a soft pink smoke rose up around their hands, swirling in a spiral as if marking their unexpected closeness. They clearly felt something new and warm for each other, barely perceptible, but strong enough to change the atmosphere between them. But the ruler abruptly knocked their hands away, breaking the moment that had barely managed to arise between them. The demon then asked again if there were any who did not understand the rules, and without hesitation disqualified those who raised their hands. The gentle girl looked at her hands, where only leaves remained, and she burst into tears, because she couldn't bend her fingers, which were missing. Kratos approached the turtle and announced in a thunderous voice that the third area was beginning and all remaining participants needed to gather. The old man awkwardly muttered that no one understood the rules, so everyone was disqualified and only he remained. The protagonist calmly announced that everything was fine and the old turtle was becoming the new third-star master, but he only sighed in confusion that they hadn't even had time to start fighting. Lightning Rod roared that he, Raster, the third-star master, was still alive, and was indignant at how someone like the old man could even become a Star Master. Covered in lightning, he furiously ordered the turtle to come out and fight him, not hiding his thirst to prove his superiority. The little dragon was fighting the big guy in rock, paper, scissors, and the dragon was clearly afraid. Its tiny paws were trembling. The lizard held out the scissors, quickly and without thinking. The little dragon held out the paper with a trembling paw, barely maintaining his resolve. And then he realized that he had lost, trying not to lower his trembling paw. Crouching closer, the enemy muttered that the guy was so small that he could barely see him. Having knocked him down, Kratos said that now he would see, and he announced that the little one had won, causing surprise in everyone around. The lizard was outraged that this brat even dared to use it. The ruler sharply ordered him to be silent, reminding him that the little dragon had allegedly won fairly. He lifted the baby up and declared him the fourth star master. Looking back, he announced that now there was only one left. The tree and the girl were already standing at the duel, ready to enter into the final battle. He laughed louder and longer, declaring that she never knew how to fight, and even with a simple duel, she can't handle it properly. And the system declared that this is exactly what a legend looks like, recognizing her strength without hesitation. The human part of the world was awash with a beautiful mountain landscape that stretched to the horizon. The royal capital of Marnika was truly magnificent, spread out over the mountain terraces and shimmering with white stone, with golden spires and wide windows thrown across the turbulent streams. Kimchi looked at the raised stick as if he didn't believe something. In his memories there was a sword, heavy, with the gleam of steel which could not be confused with anything. He vaguely remembered seeing the true form of this weapon in several of his past lives. And even without the power it had now, this weapon was still overwhelmingly powerful. Sitting on the bed, he twirled his wand in his hands, lost in his thoughts. He was unclear how the demon lord had managed to discover his true nature in the first place, and this thought did not give him any peace, as if someone else had looked too deeply into something he himself did not dare to look at. Then Kimchi realized that all this time he was nothing more than a puppet, driven by someone else's will. The character understood that for a dozen lifetimes or more he had no will of his own. He had only followed the call of duty, and therefore now he could not do even that. Kimchi still couldn't stand on his own, but if only. If he were to reveal the true nature of the weapon with his own will, then perhaps he would no longer be a spineless doll. An announcement was made from the corridor that the envoy Ray-Vaj Azrahan had arrived to see Sir Old Kimchi. From the doorway, Evi announced that the king was extremely pleased with Chunyo. Bowing, the boy said that it was all thanks to Sir Old Kimchi, because it was he who accompanied them on this journey. He replied that not at all, because Mr. Kim Jang-chul deserved much more praise than he did. His gaze dropped downwards, growing heavy under the weight of his own thoughts, and he looked at the wand again, as if trying to discern in it the answer that he so lacked. Kimchi asked if he could ask for a favor even if he thought it was shameless. All the evidence is collected in a special report from the envoy of Ray-Vaj, and that the land of demons is full of secrets that they have yet to uncover. Therefore, the hero decrees to those who sit on their knees before him. Brand Magentano has been appointed commander of a grand expedition, tasking him and his team with combing the demon lands from beginning to end. The plants stomped and cried rock, paper, scissors, filling the space with a strange, living noise. The tree was confident of its victory over the fragile girl, not doubting its superiority. The audience discussed how Multius would definitely be the star master of the demon plants, causing them to become increasingly surprised. They knew of Multius's strength and speed, for whom the entire world moved in slow motion. He instantly counted the enemy's chosen weapon with his own eyes and anticipated an interesting fight. They laughed, because his opponent, this skinny celery, was already holding the paper in both hands. The protagonist thought about it because the crabs had scissors on both hands, and everyone realized their defeat and therefore gave up. Raising her hand, the girl said that she too would have to surrender, addressing the demon lord. The protagonist threatened that anyone who lacked willpower would be boiled and eaten, forcing the rest to immediately pull themselves together. She trembled with fear, unable to hide her excitement at his threat. The Lord noticed that he was being watched, and his gaze instantly changed. He lifted his chin, showing that he was well aware of the attentive glances behind his back. The generals were perplexed, not understanding what exactly had caused the ruler to change his behavior so abruptly. Jumping out in front of his opponents, he told them to get ready, causing everyone to instantly tense up. The tree ran forward, quickly breaking into the line of battle and attracting all eyes. The girl dodged in fear, barely maintaining her balance under the pressure of the rapid movements. The protagonist shouted rock, paper, scissors, issuing a challenge so loudly that everyone around him flinched. The tree saw the terrible generals behind the heroine, and its branches trembled from the sudden tension. Clenching his fists, he screamed, asking what was going on. The plants were shocked, not expecting such a turn of events, and froze in place. As a result, the tree stood with its fists clenched, as if ready to withstand any further blow of fate. Finally, he realized he was holding a stone, and his face slowly fell in realization of his own absurdity. The girl realized she was holding a piece of paper, and her eyes widened in sudden realization. The spectators did not understand what had happened, and a murmur of bewilderment arose when they realized that the stone had fallen twice, and Multius didn't even give anyone an explanation. The Lord declared that before them was a legendary character who had won even before the battle had begun. Pointing to the heroine, the ruler declared that further competition was unnecessary, and the skinny one was recognized as the second Star Master. Everyone knelt down, paying respect to the legendary figure. The demon claimed that he had also defeated the guy with the scissors, but he was told that it was just luck, and that he was just the one who had won by default before the game even started. The tree declared that the match should be replayed, since 4 generals were not allowed to have a fair fight. The generals started babbling, not understanding what was wrong with this guy, why he was doing this, and why he was behaving so strangely. The Star Masters of each region were determined by a sacred and honorable duel, and Kratos crossed his arms, emphasizing the immutability of this rule. All demons must obey the orders of the appointed Star Masters, and from now on, all duels are for dominance. Duels will be held in the presence of the Demon Lord and the 4 generals, and will be decided by fights until the first victory. Anyone who violated this decree would be executed at the behest of the Demon Lord, and the crowd was ordered to disperse. He admitted that it was not very democratic, but he didn't care. The traditions of the demons had become a complete mess, and he declared that he had to uproot them and plant the right seeds. Even if the current demons don't see it, their descendants will one day reap a quality harvest. Raising his fist, Kratos declared that it was time to restart the Three Sisters method. And everyone shouted at once, greeting his words, "Hooray, a rich harvest." The demons of the four regions were also praised by the audience. Chita, the race of the fourth star master, quickly began to expand the field, carrying out the first step of the new method. Corn was chosen as the first crop to be planted, and the plant-type demons with many arms made quick work of it. Skinny sped up the growth of the corn with the power of healing. Nox amplified the effect, and when the stalks grew to a finger's height, beans were immediately planted around them. The beans added nitrogen to the soil, protecting the corn and replenishing the nutrients it had taken from the ground. The pumpkins planted along the ridges grew and covered the ground, and the old turtle Doom and his relatives reflected the sunlight, directing it onto the crops. Individually, each of the Three Sisters was weak. Together, the Three Sisters produced crops even on barren soil. The main character smiled. His gaze was filled with warmth. He saw in what was happening a real miracle of unity and cooperation. He felt that the surroundings were gradually becoming damper. Dark clouds were slowly gathering over the field, adding to the feeling of increasing humidity around it. He thought about it, noticing that even in the demon territory there were slight climatic changes taking place. The white flag swayed gently in the gusts of wind. Kimchi lay in bed, immersed in silence and his own thoughts. His face suddenly twisted painfully, as if something inside had been jerked sharply. He sat up, feeling the heat and stickiness around him. And with a dark irritation, I thought that this place was complete crap. "It's hot and humid," the protagonist noted again, his eyes widening. Kratos rushed forward, damn it, breaking the silence with a swift dash. He ran across the field, cutting through space with swift and confident movements. He suddenly activated his blood vision, and the world around him flared into sharp, predatory outlines. He looked around, picking out the smallest details. The system announced that the corn in this area was being destroyed by a deadly fungal infection, and the results were rapidly deteriorating. Fungal spores are spreading rapidly, and the system predicts a complete die-off of the corn. The protagonist was angry with himself for being so careless, feeling irritation flare up inside him. The corn was infected, and you could tell by the leaves. They had darkened, were covered with dull spots, and seemed to have lost their vitality. The entrance to the abandoned lands, the forest of deep sleep, appeared before him like a dark rift. Knights with torches moved along it, illuminating the path with flickering spots of fire. The hero was upset, thinking that they got lost almost immediately after entering the forest. They reasoned, and Captain Bronda replied that it was too early to set up camp, since it was difficult to defend against monsters in this area, and first they needed to get out of the forest and then rest. The knights had to be on their guard, as they were in dangerous demon territory. The Lord shouted that the four great generals and the other demons must listen to him, because the corn was infected with the plague. And he ordered to act quickly and immediately begin a containment operation. The sprouts, completely infected with mold, could no longer be saved, and Sergei ordered to cut down every cornstalk with spots. She began cutting down the infected stems, working quickly and without hesitation. Hartok ordered the farmers to quickly collect the cut corn without wasting a moment. It is necessary to burn the infected stems immediately and demand to act faster. To stop the spread of mold spores, all harvested corn must be burned. Kratos asked Second Star Master Nox about the corn situation. She replied that many of the stems were already diseased, and that healing them would only slow down the spread, but would not stop it. For other crops, they use healing to strengthen the cell walls and suppress spore activity, but this does not last long. The protagonist was angry, feeling the tension growing along with the chaos around him. The girl began to cry, begging Asurat if they really needed to burn all the corn, otherwise they would go hungry again when their supplies ran out. He stroked Flute's head and calmly told her that she had nothing to worry about. The Demon Lord was deep in thought, and every time this happened, it was as if the tension around froze and a solution was found. The protagonist thought that he needed to spray disinfectant next, but such a thing simply doesn't exist in this world. And also a chemical that can stop cellular activity by blocking fungal respiration, and he understood that such a thing really exists. The negative effect of the blood paladin indicates a fungal infection. Fire moss was considered a harmless plant, but the mold trembled before its weak heat, and it became the necessary healing ingredient. The protagonist ordered Azeroth to take the demons of the Second Star region and immediately head to the Swamp of Decay. You need to collect as much red glowing moss as possible without wasting a second." The general turned to the girl, confidently reminding her that he had said this. He ordered them to follow him and announced that they were heading to the second star region. The girl remained to watch, and Sergei approached her. A conversation began between them. The girl asked if Aserat would cope, and Sergei reminded that he was one of the 4 great demon generals and she had nothing to worry about. The demoness noticed that she was too cold, although she was talking about her lover. The girl blushed and exclaimed that she had gone crazy and was talking complete nonsense about some lover. The protagonist became indignant and muttered for her to shut up, since it was all true anyway. The overlord ordered Hartok to ensure that Nox and her subordinates worked in turns and did not overwork themselves, while he himself headed to the ruins of the Demon Lord's castle. Unexpected problems arise more often than it seems, and therefore they must always prepare for any danger. He understood that everything was important, whether it was agricultural tasks or the structure of the game system itself. The dark forest was illuminated by a torch, dispersing the thick shadows between the trunks. The knight hid behind a tree and watched what was happening closely. He saw a strange, unfamiliar building ahead, dark, angular, as if it had grown out of the ground itself. The man was surprised and muttered with disbelief, wondering if demons were even smart enough to build any buildings. He leaned closer and noticed something on the surface that resembled a keyhole. The commander stopped him abruptly and ordered him not to touch anything, keeping him from taking any rash steps. But it was too late. The keyhole flashed with a sharp, blinding light. The air around trembled, the leaves on the branches rustled, and the light spread further. The light had already begun to blind the others. They instinctively closed their eyes. Something strange started coming out of the man's mouth. The knight, squinting through the blinding light, raised his voice and sharply commanded a retreat. He turned around and saw the same picture. The heroes were kneeling, and thin smoke was coming out of their mouths. The commander felt the same thing when the same thing started to come out of his mouth. Clutching his throat, he fell to his knees, feeling the smoke escaping more and more. All these smokes reached towards the top of the building, merging into one rising stream. It pulled everything into a swift whirlwind, and it sparkled even more dazzlingly, spilling an unbearable blue light around. The walking lord turned around, his gaze becoming wary. He noticed a thin line of light and admitted that he had never seen such an effect in a game before. The lord realized that this was definitely a forest of deep sleep, and a chill ran down his spine. The knights lay exhausted on the ground, their arms and legs spread out. The commander tried to get up, but his strength was fading. He asked what the hell it was, barely keeping his voice from shaking. A female silhouette was visible on the top of the building, shimmering in the blinding light, and it was clearly a demoness with a gorgeous figure. The light suddenly dissolved, and her figure became clearly visible at the very top. The heroine spread her red, mist-like wings, and they fluttered softly in the residual light. She began to descend on them, sliding smoothly down, and she landed on the ground, softly and smoothly. She walked on tiptoe towards the knight, approaching so quietly that it seemed as if the shadow itself was sliding along the ground. A golden mist emerged from her hands, softly spreading through the air in a single shimmering line. A text passed across the sky, thanking the man and stating that the life energy of 10 people had removed her seal. The man trembled, recognizing the clothes that turned into wings and a spear, the dark skin and white hair. It was clearly the demon lord Artanis, and the knight realized who exactly they had awakened. The swamp of decay in the domain of the second star stirred with a moist breath, and the plants themselves collected moss. Aserat thought, realizing that this moss would really save them from troubles with sowing. The general ordered to return, realizing that there was no moss anywhere and that searching was no longer meaningful. A demoness appeared in the water, slowly rising from the dark depths and breaking the viscous silence of the swamp. The general noticed her, and his gaze instantly tensed. They stood frozen in place, not daring to take a single step. The hero squinted, trying to make out who exactly had risen from the dark water. He asked what zone she was from, without taking his wary gaze off the girl. Artanis paused, wondering why the 3rd and 4th star zones were empty. The man became indignant, saying that everyone there was busy sowing corn and demanded that she identify herself. The girl simply called upon her magic, and red thorns flared up around her. They pierced Aserat through and through, and his body instantly went limp under the flash of demonic magic. Red thorns flew further towards the plants, cutting through the air. At this time, the bishop waved a shovel, dispersing the fog. The protagonist thought that the glow came from a sealed tomb, an ancient resting place. The former demon king named Artanis. In the game, he was a secret boss and was considered the hardest according to rumors. According to the game's lore, the previous demon king, Motoroto, sealed it away after using up almost all of his power. And in this state, Artanis could barely move his hand. Even on the 10th playthrough, I had to hammer him until I was blue in the face, because Senherd Vista was considered an extremely strong and downright dishonest boss. As he dug, Kratos thought someone had freed him and realized they were in serious trouble. Suddenly, he threw away the shovel as if his hand had been twitched by someone else's will. And from the ground, spikes of fear emerged, shooting up with a sharp jerk and causing the air to tremble. Thorns, much more was needed, and the earth swelled with new rows of red needles. The girls healed the corn by filling the stalks with the soft light of life-giving magic. But one of them looked devastated, barely holding the light in her trembling fingers, and she fell sharply into Baal's arms, and he barely held her, feeling the strength leaving her. Sergei announced that the fighter was out of action and ordered that the stretcher be carried immediately, and the inhabitants carried the exhausted from the field. Hartok said he would replace them and stepped forward, taking on the weight of the work. The farmer noticed the darkened leaf, and a look of alarm crossed his face. He immediately announced that the infection had appeared here too. The heroes became uneasy as they felt the tension growing around them. Sergei clenched her teeth, as if holding back rage and fear at the same time, and Baal caught the exhausted ones, grabbing each one as if he was afraid that they would crumble in his hands. Someone flew sharply across the sky, leaving behind a ragged strip of light, and falling to the ground with a crash, he raised a whole wave of dust. Artanis appeared before them, as if torn from a flash of light. Sergei looked in her direction with a pompous expression, her gaze surprised and appraising. Hartok exploded in rage, asking if she was tired of life and how dare she ruin their fields. The general froze, thinking that this was the same one. The demoness asked where the castle had disappeared to and where Moderato was. The man froze, whispering that it couldn't be, because the melody witch Artanis stood before him. He explained that the demon king Moderato, who had sealed them, was dead and that Kratos was now ruling them. Squinting, the heroine asked why he was farming. The hero replied that such was his sovereign will. He does not want to live in constant conflict, and he wants to give the demon people freedom so that they can live in complete prosperity and joy. Sergei waved her fingers, and the air around her shook with a barely noticeable surge of magic. The heroine declared that she was now the demon king, demanding that this nonsense be stopped immediately. Gritting her teeth, Sergei rushed forward, cutting through the air with a swift dash. She screamed, for what reason, thrusting her swords forward in a furious lunge. Hartok ran with magic, and the ground beneath his feet flared with the power rushing out. And Baal, weapon in hand, rushed after him, turning his swing into a living wall of defense. The girl's spikes rose into the air in a figure 8, cutting through space in precise arcs. The advisor, the dragon, and Flute's mouths dropped open, stunned by the power that had unfolded. A spike appeared before Sergei's eyes, bursting out of the air with a sharp jerk. Another spike flared up in front of Baal's forehead, emerging from nowhere. And a third spike flared before Hartok's heart, stopping his movement mid-breath. She asked where Kratos was, declaring that she would kill him. Tybon shot into the air, rising so sharply as if he had been caught up in an invisible wave of force. And he spat out a stream of icy air, turning his breath into a sharp, frosty blow. But the demoness stopped him with her spikes, raising them so sharply that the icy stream scattered in the air. Artanis thought that the dragon was a dangerous creature and it was better to keep it away. A multitude of thorns rose up around the dragon, twisting into a dense, deadly ring. The ruler appeared with the artifact in his hands, as if he had burst out of a rift between worlds. He shouted the activation of the Moderato heart, and the artifact in his hands flared with a bright, ancient light. A rainbow film appeared over the dragon, shimmering with a living, protective glow, and the thorns bounced off her, scattering to the sides from the elastic rainbow protection. And striking back at their owner, the spikes crashed into her with stunning force. Artanis was shocked, not immediately realizing how quickly the situation had changed. Standing behind the barrier, the main character greeted her. He smiled, twisting Lady Artanis's name into a mocking whisper. The power of Moderato, the previous demon lord, was greater than that of Kratos. She was originally one of the 4 great demon generals led by Artanis, the Witch of Melody, But Moderato absorbed the powers of the other generals and challenged her master. The great power of the three generals became fuel for Moderato's voice, turning her speech into a destructive force. She poured every drop of her mana into the seal that locked Artanis's body and soul. Moderato was so terrified that she could not sleep peacefully, and she gathered all her strength to forge a weapon to stop Artanis in case the seal was broken. Kratos took advantage of this opportunity. Then the exclusive Artanis barrier was created, and the device for its activation was none other than the heart of Moderato. The demoness said what this barrier was, barely hiding the tremor in her voice from recognizing its true nature. "But the two behind must die," she said, feeling the sentence already hanging over them like a heavy shadow. The Lord commanded Baal and Sergi to come immediately, and his call cut through the space, causing both to rush forward. They quickly rushed towards the barrier, tearing away from their place so swiftly as if the danger itself was pulling them forward. Kratos held out two palms, and the air around them trembled. First he grabbed Sergi, squeezing her quickly and sharply, and then he grabbed Baal, pulling him towards him with the same inexorable force. And they found themselves behind the barrier, disappearing inside the protective circle in an instant. And the thorns struck their mistress again, piercing her with the same merciless force. The heroes fell on their backs, knocked down by the force of the blow and deprived of support in an instant. Artanis looked at them in confusion, not understanding how they ended up on the other side of the barrier. Getting up from the ground, the protagonist said that she looked quite shocked. He explained that the barrier was created solely against her power and mana, so everyone else could pass through it freely. He poked his face out mockingly, grimacing so deliberately. That Artanis swung her long-clawed hand at him, but the ruler managed to hide, and the thorns did not touch him, sliding past. And again they struck Artanis, driving the spikes into her body with the same merciless force. Kratos laughed at her, enjoying her impotent rage. In a game without Moderato's heart, she had no chance of healing, since ranged attacks had no effect on it and only a direct, accurate hit was required. He knew that when he tried to enter the barrier, her attacks would become stronger, so all he had to do was dispel it, after which the heart would turn into a healing item. Now they could simply keep the barrier on forever, depriving her of even the slightest chance of breaking through. The protagonist suggested talking like civilized people. He asked what she was trying to achieve and why she had attacked his people so suddenly. The girl exhaled and asked if he was really the current demon lord. Artanis promised to kill him and take his place as overlord and invade the lands of the people. Kratos stated that in the end, everyone wanted to eat and live in peace. And if a war broke out, their brethren would suffer huge losses, so avoiding battles and staying well-fed would be the best outcome for them. The demoness was indignant, declaring that it was impossible to grow crops on this land. He asked sadly if she had hollow eyes. After all, his demons unanimously cultivated all the fields, turning the wasteland into land capable of feeding them all. The demon was indignant, declaring that their diseased corn required urgent treatment, and she had ruined everything, and snorted contemptuously at her. Artanis paused, deciding that this new lord was acting too strangely. He clearly saved his subordinates by not acting like a tyrant, and weak demons here are not considered anything more than slaves or cattle. For him, everyone is equal, and strength has never been a measure of value. Kratos chuckled, noting that compared to her, a muzzled, crazy dog, he was much less crazy, and added that she should admit it. They argued. He demanded that she stop showing off her body. She felt awkward. She snapped that it was a weapon and she couldn't do otherwise, and he flared up, ordering her to take another one and calling her shameless. The Lord noted that until she destroyed the heart, she would still not be able to attack them, and he wearily asked her to just go home, offering to end this pointless argument. Artanis turned away, acknowledged the inevitability, and said they would have to retreat. The protagonist waved it off easily and wished her a safe journey. Kratos opened the barrier and ordered the demons to begin work immediately. Artanis grabbed his arm sharply and shouted that he was caught, idiot. The protagonist barked that she was caught, the crazy exhibitionist. The girl's hand got stuck in the barrier and she jerked, realizing that she couldn't break free. She couldn't get free, and she clutched her trapped hand, trying to hold back the pain. She looked with fear at her hand stuck in the barrier. Feeling panic rising in her throat, the former demon lord's eyes widened in fear. Sergi asked anxiously if they would really leave her there, and he coldly replied that she would die of hunger, and that would be the end of the conflict. Flute carefully asked if everything was all right with Lady Sergi. The girl replied contentedly that she was fine, since the demon lord himself had saved her. But Artanis was indignant. The demoness covered the girl's eyes with her hand and flared up, indignant that she still dared to undress in front of the child and had completely gone crazy from loneliness. And she shamed her, demanding that she immediately put something on and reminding her that it was shameful for an adult demon to behave like that. The heroine covered her cleavage with one sharp movement, restoring the semblance of dignity. Clapping his hands, the Lord announced that it was time for everyone to cut off the affected leaves and ordered the healers to maintain the condition of the rest. He added that they should not overdo it and work slowly but steadily. This surprised the former ruler. How demons could help each other, it was absurd. The scorching sun rose above the rocks, melting the air and causing the shadows to tremble as if alive. Artanis was exhausted from the heat, whispering that she was thirsty and weak from her long sleep inside the seal. Flute walked up to her and quietly apologized. The girl asked if she had met a man with scary eyes and a bad character along the way. Behind his back, Sergei said that he was not so scary at all and that upon closer inspection he had quite handsome features. The little girl smiled and remarked that for her, Mr. Asurat must be the most handsome demon in the world, since he was her lover. She blushed and, in confusion, demanded that the girl stop saying such things. Artanis watched everything, barely maintaining her balance in the sweltering heat. Sergei blushed and quickly justified herself by saying that she considered him only a comrade. This made the demoness's eyes widen, and for a moment she lost her usual composure. She addressed the great 4 demon generals while sitting on the throne, and with a smile she declared to her comrades that the time had come to break the vicious circle of suffering of their brothers. These memories brought tears to her eyes. The sun was blazing even more intensely, causing the air to tremble and pressing on the shoulders with an unbearable weight. The protagonist strained his eyes so hard that tears began to flow from them. He strained himself to the limit and at that moment activated his blood vision. The system showed infection in many areas, and the ruler realized with frustration that without a disinfectant they would not be able to stop the epidemic. Trimming off the infected leaves was his first step in containing the infestation. Next came the cauterization with a strong dragon flame. The third step was to treat the crops, but now none of the previous methods would help, and the situation required much more drastic measures. The system announced a level increase in the blood vision skill, noting that he had endured the intense pain that tore at his eyes and continued to use the skill, causing its effectiveness to increase. The system reported that the time of continuous concentration had been reduced to 100 seconds, and the prediction of the target's future state had been extended to 7 hours. Improved detail in monitoring the target's current thoughts and psychological state. Working Sergei shouted to Baal that it was time to change. Coming closer to the barrier, she asked the former demon lord if she had seen their comrade Asurat. He is not one to be late, so he probably went to the nearby lands. Artanis asked weakly why she was so worried. If he doesn't come back, their entire farm will perish, the demoness replied. The heroine replied that they could devour the demons, and Sergei became angry, slamming her sword against the barrier, demanding to know if she had seen Asurat. Kratos approached them and warned Sergei that if she touched it, the barrier would immediately burst. The overlord addressed the hostage Artanis, saying that he had a question he wished to ask her. The demoness angrily asked why she had not killed Asurat. The girl replied that he would be useful later, so she decided to keep him alive. Kratos told her not to lie and activated the blood vision. The system announced that Artanis' journey into memories was beginning. There were many demons standing at the top of the cliff. One of them asked if this was the fortress where the human king lived. The general said that this could not be called a war, because the people turned out to be much weaker than expected and they were crushed like ants. Artanis listened as the demons argued over the human strength, acknowledging that her power as a melody witch was deciding the outcome of the battle. Hearing her singing, people instantly lost their will to resist and fell on their faces. The guy laughed, noting that it would be funny if she killed them with a song of instant death. The general sharply rebuked him, explaining that if the people were killed immediately, the corpses would quickly rot and there would be nothing to feed them with. Artanis thought that their hunger was satisfied only by fighting and devouring others, dreaming of the opportunity to live like humans. The ruler announced that the generals should listen to her carefully. The conquests cease and the army immediately retreats to its homeland. The general roared, not believing that Artanis had ordered a retreat, and demanded to know what would happen to the starving people. Artanis reminded Moderato of their long-standing oath to create a demon race that would not starve and devour its own, and so she ordered a retreat. She smiled, suggesting that the demons try farming since people had already mastered this path. The demon turned black with rage, barely containing the hatred boiling inside him. A storm raged in the rocks, tearing the air with gusts of sand and wind. The sprouts lay dead in this earth, finding neither warmth nor strength to grow. The ruler watched this silently, showing neither doubt nor hope. A black dragon flew up to her, flapping its wings anxiously. The dragon reported that Mr. Moderato was looking for her in the forest of deep sleep. Walking through the dark forest, the girl looked for him, listening to every rustle. Her attention was suddenly drawn to a quiet, barely perceptible rustling sound between the ancient trunks. She approached the building and saw a strange structure at the top, wondering when it had managed to appear there. 3 generals, deprived of their hearts, hung on crosses, and the sight chilled the air around them. The heroine roared, "Largo, andante, veloce," hoping that they would answer. Then a demon appeared from behind, holding an unclear dark object in his hands, and he put a muzzle on the girl from behind. It glowed with a magical purple light, softly tearing apart the darkness around her. And this light closed everything on her head into a single shimmering hoop. The ruler turned back, and the shadows of the forest trembled under her gaze. Moderato looked at her, barely breathing, sweat running down his face. He laughed, and his hoarse laughter confirmed that the seal on his lips had worked. The demoness moaned, turning to Moderato with despair in her voice. The general shouted that he couldn't hear her, calling her a stupid witch. She wanted to believe, asking Moderato why he was doing this and whether he was playing a joke on her. The man replied that he intended to carry out his plan after she easily conquered human territories. He stated in a menacing tone that he had decided to end her here and take his place as the new demon lord. Tears and fear appeared in the heroine's eyes, trembling in reflection of his betrayal. She rushed forward and the general followed her, shouting after her where Artanis was running. In tears, she tried to run away, stumbling over her own fear. The girl began to fly, rising higher in a desperate attempt to escape his pursuit. The branches embraced her, and the hero shouted that he had chosen this place for a reason. Moderato launched his sword at her, and the steel rushed towards its target with cold determination. The spinning sword struck her and knocked her out of flight, thrown down in a helpless fall to the ground. The general, having caught the sword, declared that the demons had overwhelming power. Coming closer, he stated that demons could rule everything and destroy whatever they wanted, mockingly asking if she had ever dreamed of taking up farming. Artanis replied that Moderato himself had spoken of how they would create a new race of demons together, and how he had promised to walk this path alongside her. He stated that since childhood he considered her strange, renowned as the strongest demon, but at the same time naive and stupid. Raising his sword, he roared that he would show her the true nature of demons. Fear was reflected in her eyes, pure and burning. Then Artanis, shaking with pain and rage, raised her hand, and sharp red spikes burst from her body. She began to cry, quietly, almost soundlessly. She sobbed as she watched the thorns pierce the general. Artanis said there was no need to kill them, because they were friends. The hero just laughed, repeating mockingly that they called themselves friends. He admitted that they spent every free minute looking for a chance to kill her, because no demon would be loyal to someone so strong, but soft-hearted to the depths of her bones, and that all of this was just a game, created only to deceive Artanis. The heroine recalled her childhood when they were little and sat side by side. Now she saw this terrible picture, which made everything inside her go cold. In tears, the heroine realized that her mana was rapidly leaking away. Moderato directed the blue smoke upward, and the air around him was immediately filled with a cold glow. He flew straight towards the top of the building, leaving behind a thin trail of blue smoke. The demon laughed and coldly said goodbye, Artanis. The chains flew forward rapidly, cutting through the air with a sharp metallic whistle. The chains shot forward and grabbed the girl, squeezing her. The chains grew larger and larger, and she tried with all her might to resist their icy pressure. Finally, she gave in, hanging her head in helpless despair. The former overlord asked Kratos how he knew she had not killed his subordinate. The hero answered because she is a demon lord. The girl narrowed her eyes, realizing that he also had the ability to read other people's thoughts. She knew that there was no cooperation or trust between demons, and his own generals were just waiting for the right moment to cut off his head. Kratos shouted, asking if she had ever asked. He continued, asking his 4 dead generals whether they really intended to betray her. Someone with a bag approached the barrier, and his steps sounded alarmingly muffled in the silence. Serga's eyes immediately widened in sudden recognition. It was Asurath, appearing at the barrier with a grim inevitability. Tears appeared in his gloomy eyes. The general looked terrifying. The demoness looked back at him, and something strange flashed in her gaze. Darkening, she released thorns from herself, and the air around her trembled with a growing threat. But suddenly her eyes widened as something invisible pierced her from the inside. 3 generals stood before her, ready to strike. The spikes came rapidly towards them, cutting through the air in a threatening arc. But the demons did not flinch, remaining motionless before her fury. This surprised Artanis. Were they really protecting the demon? They protect their fellow creature, standing before it like a single wall. The Lord shouted to them not to worry and to come to him. Artanis' spikes froze in midair and no longer attacked, spreading out in a wide, threatening fan. The demons passed through the barrier, helping Asurat, and their steps sounded like a single heavy rhythm. And now they were standing in safety, hidden behind the shimmering wall of the barrier. The girl exhaled calmly, and with this exhalation, the tension hanging over the field seemed to ease slightly. A girl ran towards them in tears, calling for the Lord, and her voice pierced the silence more sharply than any thorns. She fell into the man's arms, shedding tears of happiness. The Overlord turned to Artanis, asking if she had seen it. This is the true nature of demons, buried so deep that it is difficult for it to manifest. He said that if you feed them, you will return their hearts. Weren't those her words? Kratos reminded. The ruler raised the rake, and this gesture was calm and confident. The demons rejoiced, their joy rising above the field more than any cry. Among this crowd was little Kratos, beaming with joy no less than the rest. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and the world before her shook with the overwhelming feeling. The ghosts of the 3 generals said they regretted not being able to stay with her until the end, Artanis. Now they said they could rest assured that they could point forward, because there is a new demon lord, one who will fulfill the dream they couldn't. Asurat said that he asked the ruler for forgiveness because he was unable to collect much moss, and when asked about the others, he replied that they were alive, but seriously wounded. The protagonist shouted for Nox to take the entire squad of healers and immediately move towards them. And she asked in confusion what would happen to the corn. She was really in a deplorable state. Hartok said the infection had spread too far and that the harvest. Before the man could finish speaking, the Lord pressed Moderado's heart, and the barrier began to dissipate, freeing the girl from the force that had bound her. Sergi immediately became wary. The muscles in her shoulders trembled, but Asurat stopped her with a soft, confident gesture. The general revealed that the most powerful demon lord in history, Artanis, stood before them. They said that she was very cruel, but perhaps it was still possible to come to an agreement with her. Asurat lay in the water with a bag and barely audibly asked not to kill him because he needed to take the moss back. Barely breathing, he begged them not to take the moss. Without it, everyone would starve, asking for it with the last of his strength. He couldn't let the children go hungry. His vision was blurry, but he remembered Artanis simply turning and walking away without touching him. The protagonist offered to make a deal, taking a step forward and not taking his eyes off Artanis. He promised to take off her mask, and interest appeared in the demoness's eyes. Kratos calmly explained that she probably hadn't noticed the mask in her sleep, but it would make it uncomfortable for her to eat and speak, and he could take it off. The heroine asked what she should give in return, looking at him warily and without trying to hide the tension. He replied that she needed to kill all the mold that had spread throughout their corn. With a smile, the protagonist asked her to use the Song of Instant Death. He called her power the perfect eco-friendly pesticide, as if it were the most natural solution to their plight. The capital of the kingdom of Marnika spread out ahead, shining with towers and stone. Astrakhan's mansion loomed ahead, cold and silent. Evi asked the servant if old Kimchi had come out of the underground training hall and received a calm answer that no, young master. He added that he did not eat anything and never came to the surface, being completely immersed in training. Evi reflected that he knew, of course, what an unusual type he was, but even that had not been enough to predict such stubbornness. But for him to refuse even a recommendation to be knighted by the royal palace. Does he really need to become even stronger? Kimchi's face looked tense, as if every muscle was stretched to its limit. His teeth clenched as if he was holding back not only his breath, but also his rage, his pain, and that very purpose. The character fell to his knees, as if all his strength had finally left him. Nothing works, and no matter how much mana I pour in, nothing changes. Kimchi exhaled heavily, asking if he didn't follow someone's orders, he was no good for anything. He looked down, admitting that he didn't know how he had lived until now and had no idea how he should live on. The thought of who he was at all hovered quietly in his head, finding no answer. Then in the silence, a voice was heard asking if he wanted to know. The tile was covered in a dark light, and in this flickering, a quiet question sounded, inviting him to find out. The eye in the wand asked hypnotically, drawing his attention ever more strongly. Kimchi was shocked, staring at the weapon as if trying to figure out if it was actually speaking to him. The corn leaves swayed in the wind, rustling softly in the same uneasy silence. Standing in the middle of the field, the overlord turned to Artanis and asked if she could do this for them, namely, to perform the song of instant death. The reason Artanis is called the Witch of Melody is due to the vast amount of mana contained within her songs. Among them, Song of Instant Death was an ability that instantly destroyed any number of selected targets. He said they would use this power to instantly kill the mold spores. The girl asked how he was going to remove this mask. The protagonist said that she knows about the Demon Lord's legacy and that when the previous Demon Lord is killed by a challenger, and if a successor is appointed, the right to be called ruler is passed on. And when he defeated Moderato, this right passed to him. A huge force washed over him, taking over his entire being. Kratos stated that this mask could only be removed by order of the Demon Lord. The demoness asked if he was afraid that she would kill them all after she got rid of the mask. The protagonist replied that she would not kill them, because if she really wanted to, she would have finished them all off right here and now. He added that more than anything in the world, she wanted to see the wonderful harvest herself. Closing her eyes, Artanis agreed to the deal, making the decision without hesitation. The demons looked happy with this decision, not hiding their relief. The Lord ordered to retreat as far as possible. He shouted that there was no time to explain and ordered everyone to move further away from the field. The demons obeyed and left, quickly disappearing beyond the field. The protagonist walked up to Artanis, stopping right in front of her. The system asked if he really intended to do this. Kratos thought for a moment and said that they had no other option, because if they didn't do this, all their corn would die. The system reminded him that he saw everything with bloody vision, and Artanis' voice was filled with a colossal amount of mana. Her voice had been forcibly sealed for a long time, and the moment the seal was released, all the mana would be released at once, causing Artanis to go berserk and attack him. The demon replied that the mana was so strong that he could barely see it even with his abilities. But he didn't think he would die, so everything would be fine. The voice warned him that it would hurt like hell when the seal was broken. With a smile, he assured that the leader was supposed to suffer the most. The Lord continued that when he shouted to remove the seal, the mask would fall off and her mana would go wild. He asked her to hold on to the remnants of her sanity with all her might. After all, if he dies, the whole farm will be in total trouble. The main character stretched out his hand and said in a drawn-out voice, "Take it off." Then he shouted the seal, and the air around him shook with tension. A purple glow flared around the mask, trembling with increasing power. The mask wavered and detached from her mouth, releasing the pent-up power. She simply dissolved into space, as if she had never existed. Artanis, gasping for breath and barely holding back her trembling, forced out that she could hear her own voice. The protagonist became wary. It began, a barrier created from Moderato's heart, useless against the power of the maddened Artanis, rushing out without a trace. The demoness began to cough up blood, mana tearing her from the inside in one short flash. The protagonist rushed to her, saying that this was the only way to keep her alive. With his arms outstretched, he ran closer and closer to her. He pushed the girl and they began to lose their balance. Collapsing together, they slid across the dusty ground, gasping for air. The heroine screamed that he was a bastard and what he was doing, her voice breaking from pain and rage. Kratos only had time to think this before the tentacles of her clothes spread out and acquired lethal force, and will try to hold them back as long as possible. And then, Kratos screamed, demanding nutrient concentration and throwing all his points into stamina. Artanis' spines began to erupt, tearing through fabric and air with a sharp burst of mana. The protagonist vomited blood. The mana tore him from the inside with one short push. He was confident that he could withstand holding Artanis in his arms as she tore at him. The girl screamed throughout the valley, her voice bursting out with pain and rage. And the ruler hissed in pain, squeezing the thorns that were bursting outward and holding them with the last remnants of his strength. They lay on the ground, intertwined with pain and mania. Vomiting blood, the protagonist croaked that it was more painful than he thought. He understood that he had to hold on, because if he didn't stop her madness now, then everyone will simply die from the power of the former ruler. The demon looked to the side, seeing the thorn. He was indignant, looking at the spike that had burst forth and feeling how the mana around him was becoming heavier and heavier. One spike was aimed at him, and noticing this, Kratos shouted, "Mom!" The demoness clenched her teeth with tension, holding back the force rushing out with the last remnant of her will. The thorn sank into the ground near Kratos' head, kicking up clods of soil. Artanis changed direction, and they had a chance. But after receiving a thorn slap, he still didn't know if he had even thought about it. He exhaled that it was so damn painful and he couldn't go on like this. The girl screamed at Kratos to run, admitting that she could no longer control the power bursting out of her. Gritting his teeth, he thought it was time to get out before the thorns got to him completely. He barked that this way, running away would become a habit. Artanis began to scream in pain, her eyes turning black and the mana around her vibrating. A cluster of thorns burst forth, raising the ground, and the sharp ends headed towards the ruler, tearing through the air and promising to pierce everything in their path. Sergei reacted quickly and rushed forward with her swords. She cut through the thorns with one swift motion. Baal helped her, moving almost in sync. Hartok also joined the fight, his magic flaring purple. Asurat, squinting through the chaos of mana, barked in her direction where she was going. The dragon helped with its frosty breath, cooling the rushing mana and holding back the pressure of the thorns. The main character yelled, "Stupid creatures, it's dangerous here too, ordering them to go to hell." 1 or 2 times is not enough to stop her. The advisor grabbed the thorn, holding it with such fury as if he were trying to stop the storm itself. The residents wanted to stop him, rushing forward with shouts and desperate attempts to pull him away. And then they too grabbed the thorns, following Zephyros. Kratos realized that he wasn't the only demon here. The sky glowed with a rainbow radiance, shimmering above them so brightly that it seemed as if the magic of the world itself had spread its wings. The demons and the little dragon lay powerlessly on the ground, barely moving. The generals also sat exhausted, barely able to stand on their feet after the furious outburst of force. And a bunch of residents lay on the ground, exhausted by the same emission. Artanis asked if the Overlord was all right, her voice trembling. Barely breathing, he squeezed out that yes, of course, everything was fine. Kratos was surprised, exhaling, that it turns out she also knows how to worry. A female voice was heard addressing the dear demons, soft and tired. With her hand on her heart, Artanis apologized to them. Still clutching her heart, she said that she had destroyed the land that they had worked so hard to cultivate in order to survive. Having stood up, the main character said that, she should save her apologies for later. Smiling, he stated that she had promised to destroy all the mushrooms with the Song of Death. Looking back at him, the heroine quietly said, "Of course." The corn leaves had faded outlines. The demoness stood in the middle of this entire field, a lonely figure among the scorched earth. There was determination in her gaze, cold and hard, like steel after tempering. The demoness's eyes glowed red, blazing brightly and confidently. A red haze appeared before her eyes, thickening into a pulsating haze of power. She saw a multitude of mold spores shimmering in the red haze, like living points of infection. The girl thought that this was the kind of dispute Kratos was talking about. The Lord asked if they were sure they were safe, and she replied that yes, only the targets she chose would die. Asurat stated that he had only heard the song of instant death in fairy tales until now, and never thought he would ever see it with his own eyes. Sergei noted that one only has to close one's eyes and drown in the beautiful singing, and that will be the end for anyone who hears it. A power that simply beggared my imagination. Kratos opened his eyes in surprise, not immediately believing what he saw. The 2 generals began to bleed from their ears and staggered under the pressure of her force. Baal and Hartok also burst into blood from such force. Even the spores were surprised, trembling in the air. They began to be carried away by a powerful force, as if an invisible wave had passed across the field. Artanis continued to project thorns, spurting out of her aura in bursts. They were enormous, rising from the mountains as if the ridges themselves were spreading stone wings. The girl drew a huge heart in the sky with her thorns, and the scarlet lines flared up. The heroine said, thanking them for their attention, that she really doesn't sing very well. But at least all the mushrooms are already dead, the girl finished, turning around. Pointing his finger at her, he shouted for her to be sealed immediately. The girl was indignant and responded by asking him what he was doing. The bishop shouted in rage that for the first time in his life his nose had bled from someone singing. The system declared that someone's terrible singing was not enough to shut their mouth right away, calling the ruler a real scumbag. The system concluded that the seal Artanis had just placed was not Kredos, and that it had a time limit.